Alright, I'm back. Don't know why my computer decided to crap itself, but I guess it happens sometimes. Yeah. Alright. Let's get back to try to get back to what it used to be before I got interrupted. Okay, so what I can do is I'll just combine the two life streams together, then I think I can do that. Hopefully I can. Let's do this. Alright. Okay, well I'll make the other two live streams and like, okay, so what do I want? Okay, my two other live streams are gonna go to the bottom left, bottom right. Okay, let's see. Alright. Let's go through. Alright.
So I believe it just gave me public school system also has covered many show you some of the basics for again, like I mentioned before, there's an short bow and arrows. Okay, so that's actually just because I chose the hunter class. Normally I've got a bow and arrow. So, as I mentioned, you've got different kinds of attacks. You can do a light attack that I've been using, and this is a heavy attack. Actually, for this particular weapon, it's more of a stab.
I don't know. What should I put on the bottom? I don't know. So I'm already listening to what I want in the main one, but well, heck if I know.
Jumping attack right now. There you go. You get the sword right in the head there. So this is the very first boss you're fighting. You guys saw me fighting before. You're gonna want to hold your shield up with L1, avoid his attacks. With any boss, you're gonna want to keep an eye on his attack patterns. Okay, he's got this huge overhead swing, and it actually takes a lot for him to recover from that. You can see how much time he gives me to attack. Oh, he's got this one where he just sort of flies up in the air and then lands in his butt. So you don't want to be below him there. I used up a little bit too much stamina there. I wasn't able to get that attack. See my roll there, perfectly timed. The bow doesn't really double into attack. So just avoiding his attacks, monitoring attack patterns, and punishing him when he went to
Alright, what should I put? I don't know what to kind of think though. You know what? Maybe I can do. Okay, I'll just do this one. You know what? Let's just do this for now. because as I've said in previously, I do like female villains more. I think there should be more female villains in media, and there is. The thing is, though, is that okay, 'cause I don't mind female villains too much. I think that Hollywood is kind of afraid to have female villains like that hurt little children because it goes against the motherly instincts. Because a lot of kids kind of seemingly have plot armor. Not all the time, but some of them. And I just think it's kind of strange that they have. Well, it's not strange that they have it. It's just strange that. It's just strange that. It's kind of strange. Yeah, see. But it's kind of strange because, like, why would you, like, realize, like, that a lot of kids did, like horror stuff, they still have, or, like, I don't know why, but they still have stuff like, they still have like they still have like, I guess the inability to die because most of the time, even in like big art movies or anime shows, they'll say stuff like, they'll say stuff that you can't, they'll say stuff like, that they can't, that you can't, actually, like, that you can't actually, like, you can't say stuff like, I don't know, I guess they just can't, for some reason. Directors think it's too morbid, you know, like in Skyrim, kids are basically invincible. You cannot kill them no matter what. They are essential NPCs, and the thing is, they're not even that important. Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by important, but you could argue they are important NPCs because they are, but like they're important NPCs. But they're not special NPCs. They are special NPCs, but they're not important NPCs. What's this movie? I like the People Next Door 1995 film movie. I like that movie a lot. It's pretty good. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. So in the meantime, I should... Okay, what am I going to do now? Usage of Estus flasks for enemies. I don't know, I never actually used it. So I'm going to finish off this video by going the direction of well, when just starting off here, should take us. Although be careful because above, as you can see right there, there's
there's somebody throwing fireballs.
Alright,
So if you're not careful, you could end up losing. We'll go take that guy.
yeah, well, let's just add the... I don't know if I can figure it out.
If you're careful, if you keep your shield up,
Okay, let's put it there.
I just picked up a soul of a lost. You can pick up like
Alright,
having some extra souls.
so...
And they vary in size. The soul of lost and dead is probably like the smallest one.
Let's find...
Brave warrior hero souls. They're far more
Doo-doo-doo-doo. So yeah, well, I guess I could try to recap what I did earlier, but I kind of don't want to. It feels too redundant. So what should I put? It's kind of...
A lot of the same monsters we've sort of encountered so far.
It is redundant, isn't it?
Secrets too. So you can actually see up there is humanity. You just see that item in the Steve, you know for a fact that that's humanity. And if you drop down from this area,
Okay.
right now, if I drop down there, for example, you can make your way to that ladder and go grab that.
Suddenly we're just all gonna die out. Is that Mark, you need to look at the UN.
Another thing is you're invulnerable when you backstab, so if you land one on an opponent, you don't need to worry about other things. Traverse white light. You can only traverse these lights one time. It just there's more.
Alright, let's do...
We're making our way to the bonfire. Not as possible. It's actually this area here.
Like the religious ones? You mean like the religious ones who keep on populating ones? Like those ones?
See, this is sort of a part where a lot of people are getting attacked by like multiple divine ones. You're getting arrows as well. You're going to want to just be extra careful. You see, I almost died right there. So this is when you want to retreat. Just switch to an Estus flask, and you know what? When you get to the religious one there, you want to be extra careful. You can lure all these monsters down. Luring is very good tactics.
Okay, let's put...
Head over here. These guys are too strong right now, so we go for the backstab, cross protection. Sometimes if you put your shield down, bait an enemy attacking, line up behind them. Oh, I like those guys. I'll try showing you that technique. The shield is down. See if he'll attack me. There we go. There's his attack. Line up behind him.
This is so annoying. Look at this. Can't even get it over there. Oh my gosh.
Actually, I did want to point out something. Behind all these crates, is a staircase.
Oh.
It's just a merchant.
Oh, I finally managed to do it. I got it.
Get this,
Okay.
so that allows you to make messages for players, multiplayer. Residence key will help you out later. It'll open up sort of a treasure area. That's all this is. We'll sell some other weapons. For now, I'm
Okay, would you say it's a slippery slope argument if I say
archer is history look what's better. The wooden shield is better.
Aside from just a slight change up,
Not going too bad these days. Uh,
Turn left as you this is a bonfire ejection.
people don't have sex.
hmm.
This is where we're going to start the next video. We're going to take you on Forest boss. He's a boss. So we're going to head down this path there
Okay, great.
and take on that boss in the next video. The only other thing I'll mention, and I think you should notice right now,
Okay.
the rest of the bonfire, all enemies areas. Okay guys, that's gonna do it for this video.
Something I've also appreciated is like that people who do cosplay very well. I have respect for it because it must take a lot of time and effort to do. But just doing a recap, Hitler was right. Many people are inconsistent and they have cognitive dissonance, and proven those inconsistencies. This goes for beliefs, political beliefs, spiritual beliefs, our own beliefs. People need validation from the external people, and when you push them to say why these are like bad, or why things are bad objectively, they can't give you a good reason why. They just say, well, it's bad, you shouldn't do this, but they just appeal to either emotion or they appeal to like fences, which are both fallacies, and many people don't seem to realize that those are fallacious. Those are fallacies. I also like that I'm an LDS Brown and an LDS Eagle Boy. Many white, people who advocate for white nationalism or white supremacy are not very, I don't think, consistent, at least in terms of Hitler worship, because he was very inconsistent. The Nazis, Germany was inconsistent. They take it way out of context. And so there's that, and when you also, let's state the other stuff as well. So would you state stuff like, for like 54, like 30%, like 30% of the population does 50% of the violent crime. It's like, yeah, that is true, but that's only one thing that happens. It's not just, that's only like one thing. A lot of people who say, oh, well, LDS hate black people. For one, if black God was racist, he probably wouldn't have allowed black people to take place in the plan of salvation. Two, Lamanites, the dark skin was not cursed. It was just to delineate between the Nephites and the Lamanites. It had nothing to do with that. It had nothing to do with the fact that people didn't. It had nothing to do with that. People didn't know. People didn't know how to do it and stuff. At least in terms of, in terms of using it against Latter-day Saints, because there was a person named Elijah Abel, and he got the priesthood long before the official priesthood was official, and he got the priesthood by Joseph Smith during the 1800s. And so that's true. Also, then the third one is the Canaanites, but again, that was only for a specific group of black people. It wasn't for all black people, so very inconsistent. It's the same thing. It's the same thing that people say. Oh well, before Christianity, white people were killing each other. White people is Christianity is a Jewish psyop, or they use Christ as king. Non-believers will use Christ as king, not because they believe it, but because, well, they use it to get back at the Jews. But the Jews aren't the reason your life sucks. It's possible that that what you're saying and doing does not mean much because, well, they're just they're trying to say that, oh well, uh, because of, I don't know, I guess, because of, because of, they like to say, well, because of this notion of they say that, because of the notion of that Canaanites were black, or the Amalekites, or anything else, it's just like they take things out of context. They are not consistent, or they have cognitive dissonance. It's either people take things out of context, they're inconsistent, or they have cognitive dissonance. That's usually the main three where people start to get into trouble, even our own things. And the fourth one, I guess, is incongruity. So, for example, they say, well, square circle can't exist in reality, therefore God can't do it. But they don't have all the abilities of God. They don't have all knowledge. They don't have all power to truly say, well, God can or can't do something just because they don't have it. I mean, I think it's ridiculous to say, oh well, look, you see, we don't have it, so oh well, we don't have it, so you can't do it. It's like, how do you know what they can and can't do? It's a he can and can't do. It's like, you don't have that ability to know that, so that's kind of ridiculous. It's like you can't know that. It's so ridiculous to say, oh well, I can do it. It's like, I say I can know it. It's like you can't know that. It's like, how do you know God can't put a square circle if you don't have access to his abilities? You don't have access to all of reality to really say he can't make a square circle. You're just assuming he can't because you assume that God is confined to the same logical limitations as the humans, and you can't really say that. The argument from incredulity is say you can't do something because you can't, just because you can't believe it. It's like, now, since I'm an LDS Mormon, I believe matter is eternal, but there's different levels of eternal, because eternal thing A is God, eternal thing B is just matter, eternal thing A can affect eternal thing B, but eternal thing B can't affect eternal thing A, eternal thing A is better than eternal thing B. It's like the same difference of limitations of different levels of infinity. No. So like, there's two different levels of infinities, but one infinite is higher than the other one. But that's why I also say the Ruckaverse, the white light from the Ruckaverse, which has Jesus in it, by the way, who is connected to the white light, affecting making Jesus. Even in that verse, scale as high as the white light. The reason why is because the white light is that he transcends an infinite amount of times. He's not like SCP-3812, where he's infinitely surpassing infinite. He is where SCP-3812 is going. So therefore, the white light is greater, and he's probably the strongest character in fiction, even probably beyond I Am That I Am from the World of Darkness as well, because the World of Darkness is from a the Word of Darkness is from a place, or is from a person that, well, let's face it, the Word of Darkness is from a person who, the Word of Darkness is from I Am That I Am, and from the Word of Darkness. It is strong, but I think that it might just be in the same tier as SCP-312, because even in there, the reason why the white light I think transcends both I Am That I Am from the Word of Darkness and SCP-3812 and maybe potentially every other character ever is because it's created from a math person, right? So he used actual infinities, actual math. So it's not just about, oh, well, I have a math problem. There's math and stuff. It's like, it's not just math. He is using it in a way that is, using it in a way that, he's using in a way that, math problem. Well, okay, what was I saying? Using math in a, oh yeah, okay, so he's using math in a way that, yeah, I think basically says that, that is way stronger, because if you're using math that is far above the regular dimensional theorem, because he's a mathematician, which means he understands it, which means it gives more evidence and more credence and more credit to it. And so, yeah, that's probably why it's greater, because his math is just greater. And I don't think there's really much else to say for that. So yeah, I think the only other person who might be able to beat him or surpass him is like a metafictional or extraversal or boundless character, maybe like a God Fusion Goku. And the reason why people have God Fusion Goku scale so high is because God Fusion Goku, in a way, is, if you argue it a certain way, he fuses with the audience, right? He fuses with the audience, and God Fusion Goku, because he fuses with the audience, people say, well, you could get him to extrapersonal and metafictional, and it's like you can, because he, Goku, it's either he's either fusing with a fictional version of a real, he's fusing with a fictional version of a real life, he's fusing with a fictional version of a real life, of a real life audience, or he's fusing with a fictional version of a fictional audience. So it's either he fuses a fictional version of a real life audience, or he fuses with a fictional version of a fictional representation of a real life audience. So yeah, if you were to rank it up to its highest, you could probably just get him to metafictional. I would probably put him at least light levels. It would be the same as be the same as well, let's see. It would
Go down
be
here. There's Black Knight or Dark Knight.
it would be the same as, well, let's see. It would be the same as the uh, the white light. So I think the white light can also argue for metafictional if you use Jesus and God, who is basically the same. Even non-Trinitarians would admit that Jesus is special and that he's the only one who could do it, implying that Jesus is more special than just Abraham or Moses or Elijah, and because he's the only one. Now, in LDS lore, LDS theology, which I'm an LDS Mormon, we would say that we believe there's three gods, but they work in harmony as one God and the Godhead, and all three in the Godhead are eternally God, from everlasting to everlasting, and each are the perfect representation of the other. So if one represents one, one can represent the other one, and it doesn't really matter if you say that, oh well, one can't represent the other one, because it clearly can if you want to take it to that, take it through that level and stuff. You could just argue that one can argue for the other one. And I think that it's okay if you want to do that. Okay.
Okay, here he is. Well, see, I should have actually applied that. Just kidding. Okay, so let's close the gap so we're kind of damaged. Okay, very wide sweeping attack. Let's get attack again. Okay, keep your shield up going. Even if you're still in range, having your shield up.
Alright. Okay, let's go. Alright, but yeah. So that's my take on at least the power scaling. I think the strongest characters in fiction, at least in terms of right now, are the White Light or God Fusion Goku. If you argue it a certain way, and I don't think there's really much to say against it. I think it's really hard to go against it. Maybe. So yeah, if God Fusion Goku or the White Light is my highest, and also I'll just put the four things, the four things that people have a problem in debate are argument for incredulity, cognitive dissonance, appealing, fallacies, and taking things out of context, and yeah, so no, it's argument from incredulity, cognitive dissonance, taking things out of context, and they have trouble being and no consistency. Inconsistency, cognitive dissonance, no context, and cognitive dissonance. It's cognitive dissonance. It's arguments from incredulity. It's no context, and it's inconsistency. Those are the four ones. So inconsistency,
your enemies. Now, don't just hop down
incredulity.
carelessly, kick ladder.
So inconsistency
That's a
is
very
where
satisfying feeling.
you say something like, well,
You just unlock
um,
shortcuts. I don't have to ever,
God,
trekking
uh,
through some previous zone or
well,
boring.
God's not consistent, or, well, actually, let me try to think of a different way to put this. Inconsistency, arguing from inconsistency would be like, okay, um,
Episode 3
I can,
extremely powerful.
an argument from inconsistency, what would be an argument from inconsistency and incredulity? Okay, so an argument from inconsistency would be like, um, you would, you would, so argument from inconsistency would be that,
Episode we're actually covering a lot.
trying to
It's a
think,
little bit of a shorter episode in length, but I do some editing. We'll explain as we go along here. There's actually a lot I need to talk about for this particular
argument from inconsistency. Yeah.
this episode.
Alright,
I'm actually gonna just line up here with a
argument from inconsistency. Okay, so how would I put this?
red dragon's tail, and as you just show you, hit the tail, the dragon takes off.
Argument from inconsistency. I just don't know what that would be like.
So you just repeat those two shots.
Argument from inconsistency. Argument. Okay, so argument from inconsistency would be
Ring of
what?
sacrifice and favor and sacrifice. It's actually a very powerful ring.
Argument
So
inconsistency.
break off the dragon's tail, get the dragon's sword, 6 sword, because it does 200 damage just straight up. And
So like you're arguing from inconsistency. Okay, so how would I argue
last night I got the
from something? Okay,
dragon sword. So we had to go farm some gold, 5 6k, level up a bit.
okay.
Now we can continue onward.
So the argument from inconsistency would be that
Rats here. You actually don't want to underestimate them. I think they don't do much damage.
argument from inconsistency. For example, trying to think of it, but I can't think of it right now.
Be careful with that. Rats are good.
All right. Well, let's just put on
So now we're just going to continue.
Marsh and ABG right now. The Nehan experience.
In this zone here, you're going to want to
As in the meantime, because I can't think of anything. Game background, yeah, okay. HP Lovecraft. And Nehan, I like Marsh. So for example, if I argued from inconsistently, I would say like, like what would I say? So an argument of inconsistency would be like, shit, I can't think of anything. Argument from inconsistency. Alright. Argument inconsistency. So like, I wanna try to like, I can't believe I can't think of anything right now. I'll think of something though. So, okay, so the argument an inconsistency would be the argument from inconsistency would be that, like, for example, if I could say something along like the lines of, inconsistent would be, like, I don't know, but like, it seems like, the argument from inconsistency would be that, so let me, so the argument, like, let's say, I was arguing for, like, I could, I don't know, I'm not doing so hard right now. I don't know, I think a break, please. The argument from inconsistency and incredulity, or inconsistency, would be that, we give a heck of a, okay, so the argument, inconsistency, how would it go? Like, how would it go? How would it go? How would it go? An argument from inconsistency. The argument from inconsistency would, I guess, it would be like this. If I said, well, I guess I would kind of claim that contradiction. So maybe a contradiction and inconsistency could be basically the same. So if I argue about, I can make a square circle at the same time. It would be an inconsistent argument. Or if I said something that is not consistent or logically consistent, it would be false. So if I said something along the lines of, God created the universe, but then I would say that, oh, well, God created the universe, but, God created the universe, but there is no, God created the universe, but, yeah, God created the universe, but also, there isn't, God created the universe, but he also, he created the universe, but the universe doesn't exist. Okay, that's inconsistency. God created the universe, but the universe doesn't exist. So the incredulity would be like, for example, would be, if I said, I believe in the universe, like, I don't believe the universe was created, because, like, I don't believe the universe, like, I believe God didn't create the universe from nothing because he couldn't, Yeah, God created the universe from from something because you can't create something from nothing. The problem is that's begging the questions like, how can you know God can't create the universe from nothing just because it's unbelievable? That would say an incredulity fallacy. To say something can't happen because you know it can't, because you believe it can't happen because you can't believe it is incredulity. It's it's just a weird thing to say. To say that oh well, it can't happen if so that's inconsistent. Yes, are both arguing incredulity and its importance. Incredulity that is the universe from nothing. And so what would the other two? Oh yeah, it would be inconsistency and it would be the fact that it would be that doop, 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 doop. Okay, so it would be inconsistency and incredulity. So what was the other one? The other one would be is that so the other twos would be not inconsistency, not incredulity. It would be an argument. Being inconsistent, incredulity. What would the other two? What would it be like? I have no idea. Meachew calm streams.
That was basically it. Today's video. I just wanted to show you this great sword. Actually, and 50 gauge weapon. I want to show you how to get that ring of protection. You don't exactly have to wear it all the way. So there's really only one option here. Hit his ass in the head again. This time, his blood quickly begins to pour down his face as he lets out a bizarre. I don't know. I can't think of the other one right now. Alright, I'll just it's inconsistency, incongruity. Oh yeah, the third one is cognitive dissonance, which means that you get uncomfortable. Cognitive dissonance would be you get uncomfortable at being questioned about beliefs that may not be as consistent as first belief. So yeah, you wouldn't be consistent as much.
Japanese. Okay. Do. Alright. Alright, Resident Evil 4D make is pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna show you guys what I'm gonna try to do. Actually, if you can kill a whole bunch of monsters with 2
I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, but cognitive dissonance where you get uncomfortable closer. Being questioned about beliefs that may not be as consistent as first believed, that's when people experience cognitive dissonance, I believe. Well, it's just, okay, I'm going to blame it on George. Listen, at least. Can rituals that might scare you to death, like blame it on George. When I watch that or listen, I'll just listen to or watch other things, or listen to other things. I said I was going to use multiple audios, and now I have again. Well, there was another one. Okay, let me change the Andrew Wilson thing, modern day debate. I like it too, but I like the diddly one. And the other debates. Andrew Wilson is a great debater. It's just like Seth the Programmer, Jay Dyer. They taught me how to debate better just by watching them. And there's a reason why he keeps beating everyone. So, or people. A lot of people can't seem to handle him. And can't seem to handle it. He's probably... It's probably better than a lot of what other people think. Not even close, either. Okay. Alright. Okay. Am I gonna play video games? I don't know. Well, I do kind of want to, though. I think it would be fun, but... probably not going to play now.
First gargoyle here is just as there's a second one.
Inconsistency, incredulity, cognitive dissonance. I forgot the fourth one, but I'll probably go back and remember if I can. Okay, so let's get you. Yeah, I think I like it a little bit better without it. Without it a little bit. This live stream has been going very well so far. It's like, yeah, I mean, it is kind of, like, I summarize stuff very quickly, but no need to over-explain yourself if you don't have to. I mean, why would you over-explain yourself if you don't have to? And I don't think it's necessarily a good idea. And I'm just going to state
and then shut down. One way up high,
Some
one way down, light town. It's optional though. Very so light so
Alright.
So the only other thing really I'm going to be showing you guys is on the track about
Okay. Let's do this. Alright, so what else did I talk about? I talked about the power scaling, I talked about the white wall, I talked about how people are inconsistent, argument of incredulity, they use cognitive dissonance, they're not consistent, and they have appealing to fallacies, they appeal to authorities, they appeal to things that are not the first point, the second point, non sequiturs. So what would me? I'm actually starting to get a little bit tired of it. But, as I am done, maybe done with this. Because I think, I love how God made me too. It's like, I would like, it's okay to love how God made you, but it's also okay if you want to, like, do more, because I think if we have technology, it's okay to be that way. If you really want to be more beautiful, go ahead. Otherwise, why would give you if you didn't want you to? And I think that he did it for a reason he did it. And I don't think he did it just for no reason. It's just that if he didn't want us to use technology, why would he give us the ability to create it in the first place? And I think that there is a good likely ability to do it, and there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, if you think that there's something wrong with it, I don't know. Nobody knows what to tell you. Yeah, Trump shared himself as Jesus. I didn't really mind it, but man, many non-Christians and non-Christians were so angry about what he did, because it's like, why would you, even if he didn't mean it, he probably knew it would not, he probably knew it probably wouldn't go over very well, and so why did he do it? Nobody knows. He probably already knew it was gonna not go over very well, probably, but it doesn't bother those people.
Now, I could try and kill this guy. We don't have any right now. But honestly, I'm not just going
what I like,
you actually don't just rounding off the menu.
oh yeah, Raven Park, that's okay, I'll put that in the background too.
So yeah, now I'm fighting, well, trees. I was kind of tempted to jump down on 5, but our guy
maybe GM, I think, maybe, I don't know.
Now I'm just going to show you this area. Somebody just finished up head down here, check down these cliffs. You can try to way down to, but it has the valley.
Here's the cabin, vacation, alright, whatever not.
right? These trees are good for farming different
Protagonist gets
Oh, you know where I'm going? Okay, I'm gonna put.
it's either wait to die in here,
Oh, you know what I can
chances
do?
of possibly escape. So there's no question
Let's
about
put.
house and outfit.
and then uh-oh,
Step out, and we find ourselves in
I'm not gonna
one
die.
long shit.
Not gonna die.
Looks like we didn't just get unlucky with our roles. The entire place seems to be abandoned. Our character notes that there are distinctly no
So
windows.
yeah, you can use this area to farm as well, especially when you're
The only indication that someone might still be here is the fact that the lights are on.
that before you go down to like
Our next goal then
I
becomes to
don't
find
know.
whoever
Should
that may
I
be.
play games?
I'm
Realistically.
I really don't want to find
What?
whoever's lurking
Wait,
around
what?
here.
What was I going to do?
One big misunderstanding, right?
number one,
Maybe the Yakuza grabbed the wrong guy.
Um,
Carefully look around and see what we can find.
okay, oh, you know what? Maybe I can.
really quick, easy way to
With
get
the exception of a very
this door here is opened by a seal that is from
Um,
you have to buy it for 20,000.
blue door.
Basically, it's just a shortcut to like a way later part of the forest that you can get to.
Okay.
The next one down opens with no trouble.
Okay, so we're heading down this way. Now, immediately before that door,
Hmm.
This chair.
white facing this here, this is just some stupid stuff. So for this
Alright.
I don't know.
tree
I don't
here,
think it's carved.
tree here,
It looks more like slime.
this is a tree too.
The maid doesn't react at all to
stand
our
up.
entry.
Maybe he's asleep. Always there. So if you pick that up, well,
Definitely he is. That's what I thought. As we
now
walk
this is the
around
zone
and
that
share
we want
with
to
you
be at.
guys,
You can go
like
make a
with a
quick
nice
right
loud
here.
jump scares.
Actually,
Someone
Um,
ripped his eyes out and took all of his
and okay, as far as I know, taking this path here doesn't
definitely had to
where
where
that
alright,
fixated on the nothing else experience.
do, 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 do.
First time we've ever seen it.
Alright, well, let's just do.
Running out of room in a
that's
non
trying to
back out in the
I'm gonna put stuff in the background, but,
dead guy with his guts ripped out, big hallway with no windows, sealed into a little room with
well, let's fast forward a little bit.
to skip over the The reality is, whoever's in here with us definitely tends to turn us over to stay.
You please want to react to the.
Buff shirtless guy with bulging red eyes is
Okay.
in the next room down with a machete. Shit!
Trying to find.
Then chases us down the hallway, screaming.
Trying to look for.
There's really nowhere we can go.
the only other thing
So we
before you
run
head out
back to our
right here in the bushes,
the bookshelf in front of the hole we
Okay,
just keeps screaming at the top of his
yeah, I've been learning about encryption and how to use it.
just like
gargoyle fight. It's time for a first morning combat.
now in that gargoyle fight,
I'm trying to look for backroom stuff on Brooklyn.
He just wants blood. So alright, let's give it to him.
but in this case, against the moonlight butterfly, she
Alright.
actually does help
We
out a
have a
lot,
fair shot.
just because
Ah, here it is.
butterfly does a lot of
Brooklyn,
so I don't have any of that.
Brooklyn, I'm Brooklyn. Okay,
Still take on the moonlight butterfly in the original time.
let's put Brian Plays. I have very good internet. That's why I can do this pretty easily.
And once again,
I got very good internet. And,
some NPCs to help alongside you if you're human. Go back to
I'm gonna try to find another AVGN.
moonlight butterfly's got a few different attacks. So that one is like AoE.
Alright, let's see.
You should actually switch to shield.
He's too stunned to move. And while we don't have enough stamina left to pull off another kill, all it takes
Wow,
is a
okay, I
simple
just realized how old moonlight butterfly actually is. There's some real heavy attacks here.
Alright, Brooklyn needs to go up a little bit higher.
Is classified as a dead zone.
You gotta be careful.
And that we did.
exceedingly unstable, and there is one really powerful entity. As I said in the intro, this level might not actually right now.
Okay.
Origin is classified as a class dead zone and is unsuitable for life, exceedingly unstable, and there is one really powerful
Well,
entity.
maybe I won't play
As I said in the
games
intro,
for this live stream because
exist physically
I already kind of have it.
per se, because the connections to it are very wishy-washy and tumultuous at best. They don't often work. This level is very similar to the Void level in that it's
Maybe.
an apparent
Or maybe.
infinite empty space that has almost no light at all. There's also no gravity and no physical objects and no speed floating around in a black void.
Okay.
And there's also no oxygen. And I'll explain all that stuff in a second. This level is what's called a true vacuum, which means there's legitimately no particles of anything in here besides there's the
I really like the Resident Evil
there is no oxygen or air.
remake a
So
lot. I
unless you
really
breathe
like.
or
I
have
like the aesthetics and how they did it.
due to suffocation. So you actually get to this level
Okay, should I?
from the void
I need to put.
by staying in
I
there
want to put some more scary stuff. Okay, you know what? Maybe GM. Oh, I know what I can do. The Goonies.
due to the fact that
Let's play the Goonies things.
in and out
Um,
constantly from the void. And since the void
Okay,
is
let's put the
inexpansive,
Goonies. It's gonna be 30 minutes almost.
they can just teleport into the level of origin. So theoretically, you could just be floating
I
around
got
the
a whole
origin, and
bunch
a
of.
rogue entity that got stuck in the void could be no-clipped right next to you and then eat your feet off. This is why level origin is indeed considered one of the most dangerous levels of all time. Plus, there are also random rips in the space-time continuum. You know, nothing too crazy.
Okay.
However, it's actually thought that no
I want to put Rag Plays.
to reality, but more on that later. Other than
Or
the
if
constant
they add
stream
in
of things
Chronicles, the
exploding
first
in and out of
page.
this area, there's thought to be one single
I like it, and Rag is probably one of my favorite Let's Players because though he doesn't get a lot of views, his voice, he keeps calm, his voice. I think I like streams that are more home streams than anything else.
It's thought that the shape
Okay,
this would
where
mean
should
objects and
I
stuff will seem to stay in one spot, no matter how
be?
far away or how close you get to the spooky stuff. On top of that weird stuff,
This?
you also won't be
I've
able to
watched the whole series before, but
even though you'll be able to see all the water bottles, other objects, entities that
I'll
get
start
you'll
with.
be able to see actual people.
Let's try to
Common phenomenon.
Ram 6 Tower
So far,
Meeting
this level is a
Chronicles.
vacuum void,
First
no
mage.
oxygen, and objects constantly clipping
Oh, you
in
know
and
what?
moving
Actually,
in and out
maybe I
that
want
can
to
hurt
go
you.
to
And
that.
there's no way to perceive time or space because the level is
Maybe Snow
by a
Place.
crazy entity. Now I'm sure you're asking,
Maybe.
well, how can that get worse? No, wait, it can. There is a certain anomaly hidden in this level called the doorway, which is an extremely bright
Okay.
rectangle that leaks perfectly white light from inside of it.
I really
The
like how
structure
the
doesn't
marksman
seem to have
going
depth or dimension
right
to
now.
it. It's just a 2D glowing rectangle, but that could also be wrong since the entire of origin is forged, and you can't perceive shapes. But this rectangle emits some kind of electromagnetic radiation in bursts. No one knows what's inside the rectangle or what's past it, but it can be assumed that the entity that I've been hinting at lives
Well,
behind
let's
it. And that entity
do.
is called the unknown. Now I've been explaining.
I can't say I'm not a little bit nervous about. I find it to
Unknown
be
is a very powerful entity that has the
Alright,
ability
let's
to
watch
control
that Screamers
outside
thing.
of origin.
If I can still
Flying around into
find
other levels as well. It has
Screamers,
mild telepathy.
why I
And
have
seemingly
trust
choose
issues.
objects to fly in and out of the void,
I'm
and
going
also choose where they
to
go. Unknown can
read.
also alter time and space however it wants, and it can make hours fly seconds, and vice versa.
The reason
And these
why
powers
this
I
is
just said
different.
are
Okay,
just
let's.
the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the full reach of powers.
So let's do that.
It's also also thought that the entity is tied to some deeper roots in the background and maybe the creation of it. But all that's just speculation right now, and no one knows for sure. There's a log on this little entry page where some wanderer got sent here in unknown. Said he had to unalive the wanderer due to a promise. So whatever that means. Creepy stuff. Why did this entity promise he would unalive wanderers? I don't know, man. There are no outposts here, of course, and to enter,
Alright, we haven't talked about 10 Japanese motifs that masquerade
to
today.
exit, there's probably no true way. But it's thought that you might be able to get sent to real life if you no-clip into one of those random space-time
And then, I think, well, one platform, 23 minutes, the somehow to restart over. Those were first issues.
That is it for this video. Thank you so much for watching to the end. Thank you all for all the support you do for me. I really appreciate it. I hope you all are having great days. Thank you for inputs. Make sure to go check the description box below for my Discord, Twitter, second channel, and third channel.
Okay.
It's not every day that I talk about a safe level here on the Brugly channel. Usually I talk about deadly ones. But the one in today's video is safe. In this video, I will be explaining backwards level 409. This level is extremely liminal, extremely
And that's why I have cursed issues.
Let's go ahead and get in the video. Let's explore a small, Level 490 has a classification one question.
Okay, I'll just do the nice guys relax after maybe. Alright, let's watch
This level is known by travelers and backwards as a word. Quietude sounds fake, right? But actually is the state of
10 Japanese switches that like scare you to death. I'm gonna listen to this or watch it.
this level tries to embody. It's described as a lonesome journey that seems like many people used to live in, but now today it's empty and it's almost the level's page says that it was abandoned due to something called unsophisticated. Explain the incident later. Everybody, welcome back to the video. Today I will be going over 5 backwards levels with no exits or that are just extremely hard to leave. These are essentially traps that once you get inside of them, you're probably not going to get out alive. The levels in today's videos are some of my favorites, so I do believe you will also enjoy them. And if you want more long videos just like this, drop a like for the old rooster. Thank you so much for your support. Sit back and relax, grab some M&M's, maybe a root beer or something like that, and enjoy.
Okay.
Has been given classification and as much as say the level itself is stable and there's really one single entity that lies this place. It's John and we'll get it down. The level is highly dangerous and should be avoided. It is colors. But if you roll another wanderer and find yourself stuck in it, you're gonna have to watch this.
See, this is, it's very chaotic.
Extensive environments, hallways and rooms that appear to be from a house complex. A house itself is not circular, which means your layout
But it's still not bad though.
not following physics. wrapped around a central location known as the dining room. The dining room is a horrifying
Okay.
hallways, and you end up in this dining room place where you're gonna run away as fast.
Alright, let's put down this some audio down in some of these.
And just be warned, what I'm describing is grotesque. On the table in the dining room, you will see disorderly, shoeless plates. The plates themselves are set for which self-pictures.
Alright, let's go back to alright,
Again, I'll explain him. Supernatural powers, and just like those discovered online or by word of mouth, often caution strongly against doing this. But you're not superstitious, right? Sure, these rituals perform can bring you apart, and if curiosity tells you to try one, for sure you're going to complete So today, we're going over 10 Japanese rituals that might scare you to death.
alright. So I do that. Well, let's right. Well, let's just put AVGN on the season. Like season, I don't know. Maybe 16? Or 15. Let's put on 16.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Hmm.
Now, while I respect you, I don't necessarily and their parents show
Okay. That was not pleasant. Now let's just start over. backgrounds. Well, for some of them. This stream is legendary, I think. Okay. The deadliest backrooms level ever. Okay, where is that? There's a backrooms like that's. There's a backrooms level that's like really dark. Not 7. Technically, I'm talking even without it, but I would be talking. I would be talking from the previous commentaries, though. I would have to turn basically the other ones down because you wouldn't be able to see it. But it's there. Okay. What are corrupted backrooms? You know what? Yeah, I'll just watch the. I'll just watch that one. Or listen to it from something.
Alright, well, this could be our first real challenge.
Top 10 cartoons that I scare you to death. Let's just start over. Isn't this one listed? Okay. Maybe. Alright. I think I am. Alright, I'm gonna turn the mic down a little and see ya.
plan must fill the time. In the dark. The plan must wash his own until the power is looking at the spaces and during this time starts to it is said that if you are doing this the image of a Japanese fleet is the way out gouging out the right eye and that you may then feel digitized or imprisoned.
Yeah, it could be better.
Whatever you do, but ask the question, why did you find carefully exit the room and just shut the door. It is now said they must then feel to sleep. The game begins. As you go about your day, ghostly one by one, she will attempt to help you see if she gets too close, you are able to capture the essence shouting, use these cards
Actually, I think that is the admin if I were to be fucked up,
the game.
sneak up,
But if she suspects your intent, they say that those who lose this game do not live and if you do happen to play and win, do not ever if you do, the ghost will start getting their position
look at that.
just like unto the
Best damage. We get on for
He must lay his bed between the hours of 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Stand in the north corner of your ceiling. Then, slowly, shift your gaze to each of the 4 corners of your ceiling. You'll see how the clock rides 3 times. Cross your arms over your chest and repeat the chant. On Ben, Yao, Shiro, and Soa. 3 times. Then, imagine a woman with long black hair covered in blood. Imagine her creeping towards you, coming closer and closer. Then, when you're picturing her in front of you, stop visualizing. Uncross your arms, turn off all the lights in the room, and go to sleep. If you can't pray, the woman you imagine will appear in your dream. There are no instructions as to what's supposed to happen. Only short lists of things to do. Do not speak to her. She may know your name. Do not tell her. If she tries to whisper about you, do not blame her. Shaking your right hand should wake you up. When you do wake up, examine the corners of your ceiling. If they look normal, no blotches of shadow, then you are safe. If they don't, well, who told you this might be risky?
Fortune game. The game of meachew. The fortune game is one that combines real-world assumptions, playing crossroads and talks to people that can Now, we suggest you play this game in small groups
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, stop going
to play, players must bring a phone and must have something to cover their face. When you have arrived at the crossroads, when you're finished with it, make a sound as you speak this way. Three times. Simply wait for your stranger to appear. Must be announced anyone known by any of the players in the group. Each player must cover their face and then ask the stranger to grant their fortune. If they refuse, uncover your face and wait for someone else. It is said that if another answers to the which state that powerful demons and spirits work so there's no way of knowing who you're speaking or asking for, or whether the answer is refusal be one that you
The elevator. The elevator game has a It's also known as another world because it is your goal. To get there, you need a building with an elevator at least 10 floors. That's all. First, you must enter the elevator alone on the first floor. Go to these floors in this order. 4th, 2nd, 6th, 7th, 10th. If anyone gets into the elevator originally, you must start over. Being alone the entire time is necessary for you. Once you've gotten to the 10th floor alone, go to the 5th floor, and there, a woman will get into the elevator with you. You must not speak to her. She's not actually a human being, so it will deal with you anyway. Press the button for the first floor, but the elevator won't go down. Instead, it will return to the 10th floor, and if you reach the 10th floor without pushing the button, there is no going back. The doors will open, and you'll be in a dark, shadowy section of the world. You'll be the only one there, but some say you might still be able to interact with the real world if you have an electronic device. However, your listeners would need to find whether or not the world is. To get back, you must perform the ritual first. For those who claim to have successfully accomplished this, say it is said that it's easy to get lost, you may have trouble finding the elevator again, or you may have trouble approaching the elevator, as it will appear to recede further into the distance when you try to get close. It is also said that even if you are able to return to the elevator and successfully do the ritual reverse, it may not work.
Tutorial is an opportunity to gain the answers to questions about spirits. All you need is your mobile phone and a change for a page, which you also must track down. Insert the coin, then call once to come over to the page file. As your phone usually has, repeat this check. Tutorial 1, Tutorial 2,
it speaks.
Tutorial 1, please show yourself. Tutorial, please answer your question.
Not so fast.
If you did this correctly, within 24 hours, you receive a call. Tutorial 2 fits the spirit of your justice button. He will call several times, and each time he will tell you where he is, and he will be a little closer to your location that we the last time he called, he will tell you he is behind you, and that is when you must ask your question. With all due haste. If you turn around, look at stories, traditions, or delicious slices answering your question, farewell. You will be dragged down to hell.
Phantom of the answer. Another game will aid your most desperate of truth seekers. Phantom of the answer, or simply the answer man, is another game that must be played with mobile phones. A wealthy answer man will indeed give an answer to any question you ask. They say that you will often have a question for you. And if you are, for whatever reason, unable to answer, don't be consequences. Touche. The parents must disable always. Have everyone stand in a circle with somewhere peaceful. Call the person to your left stage. All the lights are busy except for one, which will be picked up as the answer yourself. The spirit is said to be that of a boy who set out on delay to collect body parts to complete a set from beyond the grave. Therefore, you're unable to answer the phantom man's question. After we answer yours, you will be every body and during the life will subsequently lose the body part to accident or illness, subversion of the legend is that phantoms will either take that one in your hand, come out of your phone, grab a limb and just take it right then and there. To end this pain, just tell the phantoms that you have to go. But hope you don't let them let you go and for free information. This would be a trap, and you will be made to answer very, very dark questions. Also, the phone must be destroyed. You may receive a call back.
He's running the wrong direction.
Another summoning ritual, the Red Man gained notable research. The sources that describe the ritual don't seem to be objectively based. But if you'd like to summon the Red Man, whether that may be for some purpose which you don't know, then probably the risk of incurring and perhaps the special experience. The ritual requires a bell, this time with a scissors cut out, and is aside from the bell and the scissors used to cut it out, which you'll need later, you must also have a card, red lipstick, 2 mirrors, a lighter, and matches, and light card. The game must be played one to darkness, as no daylight is left. First, using the lipstick, draw a line at the back of your card. Then, use it to write your full name on one side of your card and the period previous, flatten the bell. Place the mirrors facing each other with a small gap between. Then draw each lines with lipstick in the center or top half of the mirror. Place your paper ball face down with the right hand facing up between the 2 mirrors. Position the candles around the wall at the base positions of the ball 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8 candles in that order. Then, light the candle 7, 8,
This character is one of the most misinterpreted
if you successfully summon them,
layering something right into the average person. I mean, it's just represent almost everything that's right. And the thing is, how well the character has a voice that would make very exciting.
As you can tell, guys, we're very combat
So strong. So strong that it doesn't even really like
AKA sensory deprivation. This is easily and by far the most grotesque, mortifying, and physically sickening level that I've ever read. And I think that's saying something considering I've done this for 3 years and have made over 400 videos. Level 99 takes the cake. Your discretion is advised. If you get squeamish around the flesh and stuff, do not watch, please, I beg you. Now without further ado, let's get into it, shall we? And let's explore what I consider to be the most painful background level of all time. Background level 909 is called sensory deprivation, and it's not for the reason you think. You'll see why later, but it's not just the quiet. Trust me. It's classified as a class 5 and it's because it's unsafe, it's because it's insecure, and it's because it's infested with entities. In reality, it's just one entity and not actually an infestation. It is bad. The level is mysterious, and the exact layout and the exact description is unknown to pretty much everybody, partially because the first sentence of the level document says, quote, level 909, hostile, file trunicated, actually not hidden. So whatever the original information was, or whatever the internet used to have, level 909 is pretty much unknown as of right now. However, I will be getting into some theories and my thoughts on what this level is, and if you want to stick around for that, I highly suggest it. But firstly, I want to get into the 2 short paragraphs that we have that describe the level, and they read as follows. Getting into this level is actually 100% a way to seal your fate. You will not make it out of this level. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you that before I read the paragraph. This is genuinely, and I mean genuinely, your last warning. Click off if you get screwed. The following quote from the letter describes what will happen if something does get sent to you. Information about the letter devoured by
Alright, I'm back right now. For now. Alright. I was gonna blame it on George.
This level's called sensory deprivation because the entity that controls it removes all of your senses forcibly while you're alive and while you're conscious. It forces you to feel
lost media, I think.
Buddy, I'm just popping in with a quick 2 announcements. Don't click on the video, this will be a real now. Number 1, the podcast channel. A bunch of other uses. It's called the Nightmare.
Hopefully there's a playlist.
Just hit 1,000 subscribers, so go check out that channel if you want to see me and some other guys. They're all getting some stuff. Second announcement is
I used to have one, I don't know if I have it anymore.
third channel. I did 100,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much.
Let's go to Lost Media Cases Volume 1. Alright. Alright, well, let's just put on scary stuff. Stuff in the background. There should be a playlist I have. If I can find it.
The process of all this pain is just wet and squelchy, and you can smell the rotten iron produced while it's happening. Now, a couple audio recordings have been made of whatever
I'll do it myself.
the video, you're going to hear some now, but the following is the scraping noise. The scraping sound is all you can hear because the level is not the scraping sound itself is your feet getting stripped off. The other interesting thing is that second paragraph says, quote, dental growths considered abnormal. Now that's pretty interesting. Paragraphs and get a link and a picture that does all this stuff to your soul to get trapped. It's a pretty scary jump scare. And the image actually half guard. I was writing a script at midnight, my friends were way up the gonna just jump out. Anyways, this is what it looks like. Flesh you can see what seems to be 3 appendages, teeth,
I love Jesus and Jesus loves me, and that's just the way it's gonna be.
that it uses those appendages to smooth your senses. The entity does not have a name, and it doesn't have any lore behind it, but its actions and what it does to you, it sits there and speak for itself.
Oh, I know what I can put in.
Physically consume all information about the sleep, and that's what this paragraph
Oh,
is
baby.
said. All information
Large tail, NES, SNES, or NES. No, it's on the NES, not SNES. Let's play Bard's Tale. I know what time to. Okay, I'll put Bukowski in. And what do I want to? Denzel Brown. Ultimately. I don't know about these games. Okay. All right. The game looks like it runs kind of slow though. Well, maybe. Alright, let's listen to Japanese rituals right now. No, not that one. We've already listened to it. No, one from Baz, I mean. Yeah, I don't care. Play it, YouTube. YouTube doesn't want to play it. Now let's try this again. Finally, gosh. Okay, is it there?
She asks our conference for his mom. The default is crystal things that according to
Okay. Ooh, it's hard to keep up with all of this. Ooh. I don't know what I should watch. Oh, I know. Let's just watch the previous. Let's do this. Watch 10. Okay, let's just go to. Now let's start that one over again. Alright, let's go to the LDS. Little boy, scary. That's not what I wanted to see, but okay. Hurry up! Hurry, hurry. Yeah, you want to go down. Well, the volume does. Honestly, it should just be me reacting to my own videos and just I'm just doing that over and over and over again. Because because if I thought about it, if I were to react to my own videos over and over and over, instead of just doing them each at a time, then I could have multiple streams within multiple streams within multiple streams, and I can have a better setup that way. It's going to be better too. And there's also the places in South Africa. In Africa, I would like the Seychelles, Mauritius, or Melilla, main city in North Africa. And the reason why I respect that is because it basically means that you can. There's places in Africa that are black, majority black, that are very safe communities. So it is possible to have all black people and be safe, but it's not particularly easy, but it can happen. And it can happen. It can, and it will, and it will. There are places in Africa, Mauritius, Seychelles, Melilla. Those are the places that that you'll find that they can be up to par with any Western country, I'd say. And they're very beautiful and stuff. It's not Christmas time yet, but it's going to be. Madoka from Medica is basically God of Jesus Christ, and Homura is me or his devoted followers. So basically, Homura is me. And I try to love others even if we disagree, because I don't take things personally, nor get offended if people just, don't agree with me, and that's okay if they don't. If you need people to constantly agree with you because you don't, I guess you're comfortable, then hey, more power to you, I guess, although it's probably not going to go very well for you. Probably not going to go very well, considering that many people need it. Jesus Christ, I love Jesus Christ, I love Jesus, and Jesus loves me, and that's just the way it's gonna be. If Jesus can turn water into wine, he can surely turn you into mine. Death may reap us all, but my king is the reaper of death. Therefore, Jesus Christ still wins, because, well, he's stronger than death. He's more powerful, he beat death. He has the authority and power to overcome death. He's stronger than death. He is greater than death. And he is better than death. Yes. It's not even close. Not even close. I would still want to do that. Did it run a little bit? Oh, yeah. Alright, I'm not understanding. Oh, you know what, let's do... You know what, so I'm going to change this to intelligence, to the intelligence players. Okay. Alright, maybe I'll stop doing these. Maybe I'll stop doing the multiple audio thing eventually, when I use all four, like all four live streams and all four places at once while I do, because it means I've got meachew live streams going in 3 different split screens out of the 4, and so it seems like I will find where's to find I can where's the I'm getting tired. Oh,
There's another equation of God. Here is how much of the blue pushes my eyes. Blue represents most of my eyes again. Red,
I think Catholics and Muslims, Christians or Muslims worship the same God if they don't see Jesus Christ as God. I don't understand that. But who knows? People are weird. People are weirdos. I'm tired. No point in doing that. Okay. They're getting beat up. Oh, not beat up. I'm kind of a little tired. That's just the way cookie crumbles, don't it? So I can't even find it. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, guy. Oh. Let's just do this now. Ugh, man. Boxing is pretty cool. I like watching Mike Tyson fights. They're kind of entertaining for me. Same with like Muhammad Ali. Woohoo! Ugh. Man, I'm getting okay. Sleepy. Oh, actually, maybe I can. I like AVGN is so funny, bro. It's legit funny. It's like the white noise still there. Yes, but there's the white noise. It should be here. Alright. I'll leave it on the. Let's see, there was, okay, let's just do this one. Okay. How do I do? Okay, I want to.
Despite its success in creating a beloved show, Vessel Blues has never been licensed or even seen in public. We can go around
Yeah. There's lost media creepypasta. Okay, that's gonna be interesting. Yeah, no, that was a thing.
and was made for Nickelodeon officially picked up the show. Not much is known about this, except that it supposedly used the same plot as the first episode, and just that was played by a different unknown actor instead of the visual the pilot remained in obscurity until 2013 when Dan Schneider posted the TV shots on Dan's Twitter account.
Alright,
He also posted a video clip on YouTube showing Josh
okay, let's see if everything else is also ready to go.
anywhere else on the internet.
Alright guys, I can't find it. I don't know where
Well, I'm going to have the mic as soon as I'm that I have the leaking set up the way I like it to be. Hey, light noise is still going on. The Wi-Fi is still on. Skeletons and scary stuff is still going on too. The snowfall while fireplace hot tub is going on. The Wi-Fi is still on. All the Planet on George Lost Media stuff is still on too. The Hidden Chronicles is still on. Scary stuff is still on. Home Streams playlist is still on. The AVDM playlist is still on. Scary playlist is still on. Dark Souls into StarCraft playlist is still on. Okay, and then the other 3 live streams are still on with me too. And so, I'm just going to let this play. I'm going to take a break a little bit or something. If it stops, then cool. It's happened before.
Which subtly introduces and because will be expanded on later areas. Some characters Double Dare. Nickelodeon's famous game show Double Dare is a show focused primarily on kids who have to go through usually disgusting obstacles in order to entice them of small amounts of money. Despite having many reruns for years, several episodes are still unable to be seen online. In addition, there was at least one episode of Double Dare that was filmed but never aired. The episode involved a kid that had her issues and made development more fragile. The average contestant was show. The kid lied about it on the invitation and made it up to all. During filming of the episode, he broke his arm while doing one of the obstacles on the show. Nickelodeon, fearing being sued or abused, especially since the kid's father was a lawyer, gave the kid a small prize as compensation, and the case was settled. The episode has never been seen. Most likely because it was considered.
Oh yeah. So, okay, so I just thought about something. Since I have multiple, like, live streams now that I could upload to that have multiple audio in each of them, I can just turn it, like, in a live stream, and then I can put the main live stream down low, and then I can keep the other ones playing at full blast. And that way, you'll still be able to hear, the others. And this is probably for future references too, is that you can still hear the audio from the background noise from the other live streams. It'll just be harder to do, but it can be done, and I think that's the best way to go for me. And that kind of helps the multi-audio stuff, and that's why I do it like this. So I can play 4 of my live streams at once, with each having multiple audio on multiple screens at one time. And I think that's very awesome and very cool because it's like a live stream within live streams within live streams with multiple audio all the time. And I think that's very awesome to do. Yeah, it's weird, but I love it and I like it. Okay, that's all.
We're having tons of face-offs. Most of these jokes were either Christopher Gaddis or later versions of the episode. Despite this, the show only had one band titled Inspired. This episode was about Beth being ignored by her husband. So she tried to do his objective while they're together. The episode did see some errors at least twice before Nickelodeon realized and demanded that it be followed. Christopher says she should check it out towards Gaddis. In fact, Cassie Lagash compliments Christopher, but although Buzz Lightyear starts the episode of Supernova only aired twice before being released in circulation in America. It's because they use superpowers caused by phasing radiation as metaphor for drugs. It even shows signs of withdrawal. The episode is a very dense and inside job were also settled for being aired on Disney after 9/11 due to both episodes revolving around terrorism. It's time for us to use this whole story to continue our mission.
We're gonna drop a camp right here.
Weirder. This short-lived series, based off the 1960s Weirdos, only had 13 episodes with 2 segments each episode. Not quite the glamour. It also had 3 VHS releases, 1 DVD release, and 1 unpiloted episode. In 2000, ADV released the whole series, except for and 3 cassettes titled Lights, Camera, Tracking, Field Trouble, and Trafficking Updates. In 2005, YCC released the whole series on the DVD. All the updates of the show are extremely rare to come by, and due to limited production, only 500 copies got sent to market, but only in Canada. Of the 26 segments of only 5 were found, one of which was found incomplete.
I feel like this is what there's so much to do here that we hardly have time to survive. It's just receiving
Kablam. Kablam is one of Nickelodeon's most coveted shows, with no media release of any kind, and only material episodes. A handful of episodes are considered popular. Most notably, episode 3. Episode Episode 29 of the episode, many fans of the show have made it a large one, including
You're
fan
one of the type that likes to
This
talk.
episode
Well,
has even been considered a favorite for a long time. I like
you write for it now.
An internet archive website called the Wayback Machine enables you to visit number of sites in the past. Fans have used this to get to the Nickelodeon website, and they just see the Lamb's episode episode list of seasons 1 to 3. It is clear that episode 29 is not on that list. But it's untrusted to confirm that episode is largest as fake, because the website is
Not trusted.
supposedly. The episode was to be about Henry June's violent June revealing her crush on Henry and saying goodbye to the
Don't have red word. Have swords. Come on.
There's also all that part of the popular Nickelodeon show has dealt with a lot of controversial issues that caused some segments of the league the critical report to be edited larger. So we're going to need more followers. Seasons 2 to 5 aired our strategy in 2014, but they were in production of 6 of the sketch larger introducing the artists and original outros and credits. Lifting the majority of seasons 2 to 5 aired on the end in 2008 and are available unedited online, with the exception of few episodes that were
Might be a big goblin.
Season 6 also aired, but the best of episodes that premiered during
The item that you kind of haven't found yet.
slowly. Season 1 has been broadcast close to 2005. We can then choose a command. All the pilot episode is considered by many to be the most sought after episode of
Not much for morale these guys.
it has aired on television as for making that send
It's a very bad idea.
on September 3rd, 2014. The whole episode was uploaded to a private tracker, only running down shortly after. Or when they later the entire pilot was uploaded by the user group.
I don't like being so much.
Meanwhile, I have King Red Eyes decided to spend their night shopping. Fury the Space Fury the Space Nurse, a 2002 CGI animated series created by the Sparks Animation Studios and produced for Cartoon Network. These guys the series consisted of 26 three-minute episodes about an astronaut named Fury who is stranded on Mars. Not a lot of information on the series is available, especially it never received a full video release of any kind, eventually falling into obscurity. It's not even given a single mention on the Sparks Animation Studios website distribution of the 26 original episodes, and that two of them have surfaced online. On February 2nd, May 2013, 18 more episodes were uploaded to my Sweet TV or the rest of the same script. We can even choose to
Get it?
this prevents them
Yes.
from being night, which is useful if there's a snack in the middle or a pie at the end. Merry Melodies. Instead of the Merry Melodies had a group of 11 credentials that were withheld from all syndication and network viewers that claimed to
Strength main base it up for
the interview band was censored 11, and none was more controversial than the 1943 short, Cold Black and the Seven Dwarfs are all tied. The short was appeared as Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, featuring an all-black cast with a jazz soundtrack. Despite being banned, the episode can still be found on YouTube. And as for commands, Christopher sent a I guess he'll be from Buster. Fires and postcards from Buster. Why aren't there sent out from the cheap show Arthur? This time, Buster Baxter. Arthur's friend from the side. Some PBS affiliates giving you man and episode kind of sugar as it involves Buster battling a child and moms. Yet we're not able to use it. The controversy surrounding the episode has also become really bad happenings for some we're not here. These episodes were aired periodically in 2006 to 2000, helplessly watching it before the show was officially canceled. The 15 episodes after the release. So yeah, the gameplay starts flaws. Luckily, there's still a character story. Mickey Mouse, Citizens of Hallstatt. The controversial Mickey Mouse episode, with Minnie Takes Care of Ringo, was shown only once on January 22nd, 2009. The plot involves Minnie being forced to take care of Pluto, and Pluto being led to where Minnie is trying to kill him. The short received so many complaints that it was banned. online is a recorded video with polished audio and English subtitles. On October 9th, 2003, by raising the English dub episode recorded from a camcorder and uploaded to YouTube. But this is the square version. By comparison, Wienerville. Talking Wienerville is a variety series slash puppet show that originally aired on Nickelodeon from July 11th, 1993 to February 17th, 1996. However, the series was unpredictable and commercial success, but ended after just 2 seasons. Due to the increasing popularity and copyright issues with the cartoon by Adventure, Nickelodeon broadcast the show in 1987, making episodes very hard to find other interesting characters. In 2008, dropped 24 episodes of part on a private torrent tracker and were eventually uploaded to YouTube. A few other episodes were special Myers played online since before being uploaded very down in 2011, which of the 62 episodes, 37 have yet to come out. She's quite shy around Christopher first, but the more he pops in, the adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, the more she opens up. The episode also Max Transit Trouble. It's about a terrorist fought by Dr. Robotnik to destroy the local transportation system with time bomb laden various locations. The episode was very unusual and follows the urban bomb that was never released on VHS. For some reason, Disney picked up the episode and reran it for quite a while before being finished after the budget of very satisfying. For years, there was circulating that the original pilot episode of the show existed somewhere. Then the narrative the halfway through the pilot episode featured character dialogue, but no sound effects. It wasn't clear while the original concept ended up becoming an energy follow the heading and was placed in syndication. The pilot itself was never finished. Nobody could manage to find the working out of years until it eventually appeared on the internet, courtesy of lead animator Bill Price, and was uploaded to YouTube. Probably the most intriguing is also there's a young sailor while the other sailors and officers actually grab even going so far as yelling at civilians at first, the episode's little accent was banned from airing in the U.S. and due to its placement with the English guide and many scenes, it was deemed impossible to edit without changing the whole plot. Another episode titled The Guy Just Says was also banned from American television due to a shocking scene where English was slapped by his mother for subordination. It was also banned from airing in countries where corporal punishment is criminal offense. Warning. Finally, the episode was banned in the U.S. and Canada due to scenes where people mentioned other Native Americans and attempted committees within the warehouse in the afternoon. Heinrich is cool to really if we drop him, Mr. was an episode highly fun a potential war first in Japanese, when case fighting becomes collecting the lens that the hard loss is being built. Christopher, the kids began building fire, which takes and waits for it to until the king fighter realizes that he was wrong about what was being built. Christopher doesn't really so Mr. Ross lets viewers follow the level of rules are very, very important. Not just on looks, but for all reasons. So even big things going back to their house, and someday you'll reach it for your surprise. I think that you'll take the best time you know how. This episode was first aired during the and hasn't aired since 1976. Since then, when Christopher visits cannot be watched on sailor answers to himself why he's on the inside of the ring is an inscription. Ed, and Eddie concerts. Let's meet Ed tonight, and a room and an Ed where two half-wives of the fifth season of Ed, and Eddie that were never made public, that she never even made. Years ago, the episodes are both announced through a season 5 sneak peek list posted on the Hedgehog sales page in 2005. The two fell in love and got married. The episode Lucky and Ed Tonight was about Ed discovering that his lucky day, according to reports, eventually which resulted in Eddie trying to milk his wallet's worth. The second episode, A Room and an Ed, was about Sarah and Jimmy kicking Ed out of his room so that they can turn it into their own personal playroom. There isn't much else known about these episodes, including why they were scrapped and if they were even finished or not. More interestingly, was an episode that was never even finished called Special Ed. There is little known about this episode, and the only evidence of its existence is from an interview with Danny on YouTube. He says the episode didn't go through because, quote unquote, it was just too real. Dexter's Laboratory. The infamous Rude One episode from Dexter's Laboratory was removed from Punch Network before it even aired. This is because the episode featured rude versions of Dexter and Edie and foolish swears in the episode, and Cartoon Network thought they were too inappropriate for kids. The episode's existence was questioned for quite some time by fans, since it was never aired to begin with. Adult Swim tried to get the episode uploaded, and on January 22nd, Adult Swim sent out a tweet that clearly stated, "With love from Adult Swim," and contained music to the episode. The video is now pirated, but footage does show.
It's how Christopher goes about it.
Adele and her monthly segment titled Arbitrary featured a gay version of Marvel's The Silver Surfer called The Silver Spoon. The segment was believed to be banned for having a gay stereotype. However, the actual reason of the ban was because the creators of the Silver Surfer comics complained that the character was being used without permission.
But Christopher,
My character here, I put some pants on.
it seems that Vampire follows Vampire.
The Mr. Potato Head Show. The Mr. Potato Head Show was a children's television series. It first aired on Ralph's Kids on September 12, 1988. The series ran for a season of 13 episodes before being canceled in February 15, 1989. After the series premiered, the creators made a direct-to-video pilot that includes the show's translation from the perspective of the characters. Only the first 4 episodes can be watched online, but the rest of the series is nowhere to be found. Due to the show being preserved by the this year, there's very little chance of there being a video release anytime. Though bits and pieces of the missing episodes can be seen in the direct-to-video movie, the actual episode.
The whole rags to riches, and the theater revitalization storyline. First, with that there's threads. And I was actually like, oh, man,
The episode's elevation contains 3 segments, one of which was called One Beer. This segment involves Buster, Plucky, and Hampton drinking alcohol, drunk driving a steer car, and crashing to their deaths in a graveyard. The entire episode was banned from Fox Cable. His love has a WB due to the violation of Buster, Plucky, Despite this, the episode was eventually included in the volume 3 DVD set, and later aired in theaters on the public.
the most fascinating part
Angry Beavers presents in 2001, an episode segment titled Bye Bye Beavers was produced as the series finale for the show Angry Beavers. The segment caused controversy with Nickelodeon staff, resulting in the entire episode to never air. The plot involves the Beavers receiving a mail from the Learning Lounge to show at the security club. They go on to break the fourth wall, with the voice actors calling each other by their actual names. An advertising Nickelodeon, stating that after the show is canceled, they will continue to rerun without the creators being paid for it. At the end of the episode, they both begin vanishing, or yelling April Fools, implying that this episode was not intended to be the last. Nickelodeon did not like this episode too much, due to all the criticism, part of quote-unquote rule that they wrote. Nickelodeon was a rule that states that no final episode of a show is allowed to allude to the fact that the show is ending. You're not allowed to make any hints about it, which Angry Beavers did. Because of this, the entire episode was never broadcast.
Christopher must quickly find a boat while he's still in the steam.
Ren and Stimpy. Man's Best Friend was originally going to air in the second season, but the episode was banned by Nickelodeon for excessive violence, deriving tobacco from Marvel. According to Spike's official episode lineup on their website, the episode seems to be considered as part of the Ren Stimpy adult party cartoon. John K. was hoping this would have been another one of his masterpieces for the season. He ended up being fired from Nickelodeon.
Anyway, the young lady is the daughter of
Davy Goliath. Several strangers on the program Davy Goliath were destroyed by the evangelical Lutheran Church in America. The successors to the church that had issued a series sued before he left ways that the stranger also was considered unfit for airing on British television, such as racial stereotypes protected. They were later found to re-edit and so we find on the ride. Visually, it's expressed several real-life neighborhoods represent such as South Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles had an entire missing season. The missing season was on a Ninja Turtles and consisted of 13 episodes. 4Kids Entertainment signed a deal with Comcast, and this missing season began airing through Comcast in August 2006. However, after airing 95 episodes, Comcast stopped airing the season altogether. The Ninja Turtles episode was scheduled to be released on DVD sometime in early 2007, but 4Kids removed it from the release schedule. Eventually, the season was promoted in commercials as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Lost World. Another DVD was released on May 28, 2006.
I would like to say, however, the population is actually small, and we really thought out simply matters just being secular and while I'm an atheist, government atheist simply
It's him toys around and
this is he already has a Christmas special that Pixar actually not really which brings us also to the show that Pixar should be so for years toys is secular. In fact, Pixar was on the verge of bankruptcy as pretty much and so was shoved away due to budget issues. John Lasseter is the one who reworked dozens of toys now into a Toy Story. Some elements from the Tim Toy Christmas was inherited by Toy Story, such as the plot of Timmy Goes Storage, a concept we suggest in Toy Story 2, and the ending of Toy Story taking place during Christmas. Especially considering the size of the
Freaky Flickers, Fun for the Drone Flicker was a movie based on the Freaky Flickers toy line. It was a CGI animated film about Ari the Pirate and its crew of flickers who were on a quest to find the rare golden flicker. It was originally supposed to be a 2005 television series, but was eventually developed into a full 90-minute movie in 2009. Similar to Food Fight, the film was stolen by supposedly Peter Gaddis, one of the writer's associates, and the creator of the original toy line. Even the film equipment and backup hard drives were stolen. The writer, Carrie Howe, stated, "As I write this, the film is in the hands of the lawyers, but the odds of it ever seeing the light of day are near zero. It has never been officially verified as to whether Peter committed the crime or not. Big Bug Man. This film was about a factory worker named Howard Pine, who after being bit by a number of bugs, becomes a superhero known as Big Bug Man. The film is known for being Marlon Brando's last film before unfortunately dying on July 1st, 2004 due to respiratory failure. It was pushed back to 2006, then 2007, 2008, and on before its release date became unknown. My People. My People was a Disney film developed in the late 1980s by Barry Cook, co-director of Mulan. The film involved two rival families, the Harpers and the McGees, whose children, Elgin Harper and Rose McGee, fall in love. In order to stop this. Old Man E creates a potion to erase Elgin's memory. The potion instead causes Elgin's dolls to come to life, and it's up to the dolls to get Elgin and Rose together. 5 months after directing Ron, Took began working on this project, but was turned down by Michael Eisner and Thomas Schumacher. After David Staten replaced Schumacher as the head of animation, he gave the film a chance, but he wanted some things to be changed, and Took didn't like this. He alleged, but the film was scrapped in favor of Chicken Little. Electric Piper. The Electric Piper was a 2003 Nickelodeon movie. It was an adaptation of the Nickelodeon show The Pied Piper. The plot involved a guitarist named Sly, who uses the power of musically runaway rats from a town called Hamlet. After the mayor refuses to give Sly his reward, he takes his revenge by convincing the town children to run away with him. The movie aired a few times on Nickelodeon, but was never released onto VHS or DVD. Only 3 clips of it would resurface to the internet, one of which was taken down. It is unknown if anyone has a full copy of the movie. Freddy Cat. Freddy Cat was a film about 2 sons house cats, a cat named Oscar and a cockatoo named Queen. When the neighbor's pets is kidnapped, it's up to the time to get Oscar's name and find him killed. The film began production and was supposed to be released back in 2009. However, the film was put a little further aside because it was unsure whether or not it could be marketed to a general audience.
That one is like wow. And because it was the travels, but also the original from the 30s, I get the surface online. But if this really gotta be careful. You're caught out. This Garfield special includes Davis's best and most grand Garfield special yet. It included more Garfield movies and a series of stunts, like the tornado destroying Garfield's whole task. Around 15 minutes of animation on television, as well as 7 songs and voice acting. The special enhancement because the production studio thought the film was too dark like Garfield. Davis tried to script the special twice more, but the studio showed no interest both times. The story was eventually incorporated into a Garfield picture book of the same name, in July 1990. The only time the film has ever been shown was a brief sneak preview in a documentary titled Happy Birthday Garfield that aired on CBS in 1988. Besides that, nothing else has seen the light of day. Nickelodeon ran a series of short films by short people, where kids can submit ideas for short movies to be played on Nickelodeon, one of which was called Innie and Outie. It was about 2 friends whose faces would form in the belly buttons as they would say watch a movie for the afternoon. The film used belly buttons as actors, with facial features drawn to stimulate imagined actions like drinking. It was rumored that the Media Center for Media had a copy of the film stats, and the film being listed on Howard Huffman's About Me page are the only references to the film's existence. By the time the responses were coming to an end, a movie to the series was planned to be released. However, it was canceled for release for being too dark, and the film remained in the series until it was re-released back in 2001. Because of this, and the fact that Paul was rumors began to spread about the movie to the other people. That's where I have seen bits and pieces of the film that included this. Alright guys, next video.
But all it says is Kingdom of the Sun. Before being reworked into The Emperor's New Groove, Kingdom of the Sun was a musical made to be released back in 2000. The plot involved an 18-year-old lawmaker named Pancha, who meets the emperor of the ancient civilization known as Tunja. decided to switch places. Hotshot has power pole, and meachew has green pole. There's also an evil sorcerer named meachew, who plans to block out the sun in order to summon a dark force called evil, but is eventually killed by one of the heroes. The film was delayed several times by executives first before being worked into a more kid-friendly, non-evil Emperor series. Only a few scenes from the original were leaked online. Where the Wild Things Are. Before the 2009 film adaptation of the same name, there have been many attempts to make the 1963 novel Where the Wild Things Are into a movie. In the 60s and 70s, a few attempts were made but never got past pre-production. In 1983, John Lasseter did an animation sketch based on the novel The Norm that managed the animations of characters in a 3D world. The animation was shown on the Disney Channel and after missing on YouTube. Before cancellation, Lasseter created more parts of the film than he had planned. Universal Studios attempted to bring the novel to film in 2001, where it would be entirely done in 3D. Universal canceled the project for unknown reasons, despite being almost halfway done. None of the Universal film has been leaked either. Seems like enough. The search for Mickey Mouse was a 2003 Disney film about what Mickey gets mouse snapped. He has a battle of baby Shrek, the great mouse detective, and it's up to them, Donald Duck, and Goofy to travel around the world to find Mickey. The game also came across one character from every single Disney film released at the time. The film didn't receive any information until 2005, when it was announced that it would be released in 2012 as Walt Disney Animation Studios' 50th animated feature. When the time came, and Tango became Walt Disney Animation Studios' animated feature, news of the clear the project was still alive or completely canceled. There is no footage or any screenshots of the film at all. The original version. The infamous film by which panned by critics was unfinished CGI and sexual innuendos. This was because the film was rushed into completion after the hard drive had contained the original version of each one. That version was also developed by Threshold Animation Studios and costed somewhere between $45 and $50 million to make. The movie was supposed to showcase Threshold as the next generation of Pixar. Unfortunately, after the hard drive was sold, Threshold had to start over from scratch, resulting in the movie being delayed for a decade, and the company losing years of its hard work and money. It's unknown whether proved by what I'm living to type, but the original trailer did show better animation. The hard drive that contains 60% of the original value remains lost to this day. They're just there to provide. I mean, I get that. Still, this is an idea again. I look at Don Henry, who started his own show about the adventures of secret agents. One day, something goes wrong, and Henry Black shows. He awakens on a train in the Nevada desert, 2,000 miles away from his home. It's a bad way for some fresh follows whether they make a small ship or find a new one. If the plot sounds familiar to you, it shows that some horseman became Disney's most treasure. What happened is American Dog was considered too bizarre for children, so the film's writer, Chris Sanders, picked off the things, and the film was later reworked the whole. This caused Sanders to leave Disney completely, and the only known footage of his work is a small music video firing the dog. Hey Arnold, the journalist of Hey Arnold, is the actual plot for the series of shows, but instead Nickelodeon decided to go with Marvel's favorite villain, or simply just remake the movie. Despite the being unsuccessful, Nickelodeon still wanted to release the movie, but the film director Colin Bartlett walked out on the project, resulting in payment of cancellation site. For now, Craig refused to give details on the movie, though some speculation can be made based on the various interviews and podcasts about the film. The plot was made out to be something like this. The whole class now being a fifth grade goes on a trip to St. Louis, Central America, where Arnold's parents are moving to live. The gang meets some mysterious green-eyed people who semi-worship Arnold and Hilda, leaving Arnold in surprise and impressed with how this process is alive. Sandra, a character from the episode The Journal, was the main antagonist of the film, as the leader of a gang of pirates under a sacred relic called La Corazon.
Thank you.
Because of the PSP's hardware limitation, Elder Scrolls Travel to Oblivion was going to be a more linear game than the original. The game was never officially canceled, but no reason was ever given for its disappearance. Only a few screenshots exist online. Conquer 64, also known as Conquer's Quest. This canceled video game was supposed to be the sequel to Conquer's Quest. The game was planned to be innocent and accessible to all ages. However, Extended Rare was criticized for making two kid-friendly games, similar to Meachew. In 1999, it was revealed that they were going to entirely redesign the game to appeal to a younger audience. First, it was believed to be an April Fool's joke, but the game was released and replaced around that per day in 2001. Quite a lot of footage is based online. It's unknown if it's playable. Following Ratchet, a South Park video game was planned for the Game Boy Color and was in development at Acclaim Studios in 1998. Sadly, the project was soon canceled by the show's creators. Trey Parker and Matt Stone thought that the game just wasn't right for the Game Boy Color because its main demographic was children. There's not a lot of information about the game, and only a single screenshot was out for all the old Nintendo Power Magazine, issue 114. The prototype cartridge, the only cartridge in existence, now belongs to Dreamcast, commemorating the very first South Park game ever created. Another long-lost video game, was developed by Buzz Monkey Studios and featured an open-world adventure for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox. The game never became developed because it was overly ambitious. Not really knowing what he wanted. Ubisoft called it quits for other reasons. The game was abandoned and forgotten about for until it was rediscovered in an old Xbox development kit. The first hardcore erotic game in the world. And the version of the homepage ad for an erotic video game was revealed in the ad translates to exclusive. The first hardcore erotic game in the world. You are on a college investigation. However, games for women and men designed for adults who are in a hurry. Puzzles will elevate your brain. So you can have fun, relax, watch, read, what's most strange is that the official title was never released. The end made it very clear that the game was being over 18, but the game was meant to be bought retail earlier than ever. Seems like a rat house version of the game was quite a large number of multiplayer games are permanently lost, but this one is arguably the most sought after goal. On the 4th of February 2005, Kingdom Hearts VCast was released exclusively for the Verizon Wireless VCast Summit. Heroes extended all and Jimmy Cricket, traveling across all the world. After a night's rest, Dylan Moore still monitored the timer during the game, and Dawn and Rocket were down both well. Subject to find his friends and escape the island. The VCast network was disbanded in 2012, which caused the game to no longer be able to download help stop the two logs. Meanwhile, Ron, one of the earliest times announced in the universe, it was to follow a woman named Maria Verlaine, and Alexander, who struck Warren after he trained around the Rothschilds. Because of this, Alexander began to exhibit strange behavior and personal power. Its original development had very little ways to narrative, which would have touched on narcolepsy, mixed oppression, paranoid schizophrenia, and would feature a branch of and possible that essentially developed its powers, to the conflict around that its developers, eventually leading to its cancellation, along with the interception of in 2014, Nintendo Life announced that JVM could possibly be revived as a Wii U exclusive. It was reported that the company's Voltage Studios and Cthulhu Games acquired the Saturn intellectual property rights from the release, and were planning to collaboratively redevelop the game's concept and structure for a 2016 Wii U exclusive release. However, the next day, it was tracked as a claim, stating that they had failed to acquire the rights to the property.
This was a real game decision right there.
6 days of this legislation is essentially based on 2012 battle between the US Army and the Iraqi insurgency units. The game is cancellation because of the controversy surrounding the promise. This program announced that it had a role and was developing Atomic Games couldn't find a new publisher. 6 days after the first council and the studio Justice League in 2007, Justice League movie planned to be released with Megan Fox, Armie Hammer as Batman, Easy Patrol as Superman, Adam Brody as Flash, Commodore, and Santiago Cabrera as Aquaman. Later, artist Jonathan Wigg revealed that a tie-in game was also in development. Unfortunately, this project was banned out of all production on the game would move by Adam. To date, Mario is for example the game has at least a couple of in the September 1998 issue of 64 a new Fire Emblem game was officially announced, but no details were included at the time. The new release was planned for the Nintendo 64, known only as Fire Emblem 64. It's possible that this game was going to be released just like the British birthday. The director would eventually leave the project as a result of the causing a resolution of Fire Emblem rights due to legal issues. Fire Emblem 64 now popularly titled Squire of the Game was cancelled more than 6 years before and shifted to PC. It's being revealed that reception structure factors combined with the older target audience. Planning for the game was research checker says that something was in place on it. Time Splitters 4 was the first fourth installment of the series developed by Free Radical. Sadly, when they bought out by Crytek, the future of Time Splitters 4 was unclear. Free Radical changed their name to Crytek, and August 18th, 2009, the project has been officially declared on hold in a 2009 interview. Featuring a continued project once it was the highest streaming man despite an opposition in their training back in the day. It's really annoying that this can ever be finished. However, stop her. 8 days to release was to be a PlayStation 3 game from Sony's London studio. It was shown for the first time at Sony's E3 2006 press conference. The game were to take place in a span of 8 days and in 8 different states, which would have made it the largest in-game map at the time. The player would be able to choose between 2 characters, one good and one bad. In 2008, developers revealed that the game was canceled. This is because Sony was making reports online of recorded games, and if they lacked on he said, as of now, there are many decisions on hold. A trailer for Donkey Kong Racing on the GameCube was shown on Space World in 2001. The game was called Donkey Kong Racing and was going to be secret to Donkey Kong Racing. After the game was bought by Microsoft, the company lost the rights to Donkey Kong before the game's completion. This, and the lack of information for several years, led many people to believe that the game was officially Virtual Cast. Rare reworked the game as an Xbox 360 game titled Saberman's Dad, which ironically also ended up being canceled for mentioned before. It's programmed to be Saberman's PC. This Microsoft game takes place in prehistoric times, with you, the chief of the tribe of cavemen, having to survive a overall resource. It's up to the player to lead a team to an area free of threats where they can accomplish peace. Early reviews were really impressed with the intelligence. According to the game's logic, the game was able to feature food chains, dinosaurs and other creatures can also interact with each other intelligently. Some other creatures are all being able to capture and train certain animals, wiping out other species to extinction. A massive prehistoric world would be affected by severe actions. The game was in development for quite some time until it was canceled in 2004 for that poor action reasons. However, it turned out that the game was just too good to completely replace. Earthbound 64. After the success of Nintendo's Earthbound on the Xbox, a sequel was planned to be made for the Nintendo 64 system in 1986. The game was in development hell and was struggling with its ongoing difficulty and 2000 was later canceled altogether when the technology evolved. It was then decided that the game was going to be moved forward instead of the 64 cartridge. This presented many problems, time response, solutions, when Marvel's The Avengers first came out, it was a massive success, bringing in tons of new players and revamping the superhero genre in media. To coincide with the film's success, the writer behind THQ wanted to create a video game based on the for the Xbox 360, PS3, and PC, with further plans for a Evolution. Pre-production of the video game began in August of 2010, and it was originally planned to be a third-person game. The story involved the adventurers having to fight against the Skrulls, an alien race from the comics. Characters such as Spider-Woman, Miss Marvel, Vision, and even Ultron will start to appear. Playable levels include the battles, the York, the helicarrier, and the infinite alien military. There are various screenshots and footage of prototypes online, and it's sad that this game never saw a release date. And that's it. Halo Chronicles. Very little information was released about this game, though it was speculated to act more as an interactive movie. It was said that some parts would be semi-playable, and certain decisions would lead to announcements that you would then have to watch play out. In fact, the game was announced as an episodic interactive storytelling. On the 24th of July 2009, director Peter Jackson mentioned in an interview that the Chronicles project was no longer in development. It is what it is. Banjo-Kazooie was a prototype racing game for the original Xbox. Players were able to construct their cars out of different parts to race. When the game's developer Rare shifted to Connect projects only, this prototype was canceled. The concept evolved into Banjo-Kazooie Totally Disc, which was released on the Xbox 360 4 years later. Some footage and clips of the original are available online, and here is one example. Another game titled Banjo-Kazooie Crazy Course was also canceled. And New York, which is now known as Crazy Course. The story would have taken place a few years after the events of the first Banjo game, with our heroes being cursed by Mecha transforming them into monsters and creatures. It's up to Banjo to cure his fire and defeat the villagers' wish. Monty's curse featured two new worlds that were ultimately drawn from his sleep as Banjo. These were dubbed Mahendra Banjo, 4th level, and Fury Furnace, Industrial level, respectively. As always, he was able to cut enemies and gaming assets. These included sprites of some of the main characters, as well as designs for your games like the Hall menu. Monty's curse was in production for a handful of months during that time. However, the project was put on ice until the Game Boy Advance arrived, when they were reunited with the Star Fox 2. It was supposed to be the direct sequel to the original Star Fox on the SNES. This campaign was actually finished in its Japanese form, minus a few languages. It was extensively covered in various gaming magazines, even made an appearance in E3. The game was never released, Half-Life 2 Episode 4, better known throughout the movie sequel, as Return to the Rabbit Hole, was a canceled first-person shooter being developed by Arkane Studios from 2006 to 2007. The game was first announced in the 2006 issue of PC Gamer, issue 148, through an interview with Gabe Newell, CEO of Valve Integration. The game remains obscure until 2012, or more late episodes of this text, perhaps as well as confirming its cancellation. Not much is known about the game, and some very few screenshots and pictures surface. This includes a demo and some composite artwork. As for the infamous Episode 3, that's kind of still up in the air. While many fans are anticipating a sequel to Episode 2, others believe that Episode 3 will never be released. Valve, the developer and publisher of Half-Life, has remained very silent about the future of the series, much to the dismay of their fans. Perhaps the game will be released sometime in the future, but as for now, it's still unclear. Call of Duty Devil's Brigade. Call of Duty Devil's Brigade is a canceled third-person shooter for the Xbox 360, PS3, and PC, developed by Underground Development. The game was set in World War II, focusing on Italy. In the game, the D-pad was used to direct orders to the player's squad. These commands included the search, dodge, hold the line, reports, print screen also showed the landing to the squad leader, the order to stealth kill an enemy soldier. Only 2 vehicles and 2 weapons could be seen in the video showing no gameplay, hinting that the game was far from being released. Not much is known about this game. It's supposedly referred to in original Grand Theft Auto, and its graphics similar to standard rollers. It was canceled before being shown to the public for several reasons. The only proof of its existence was stairs for the Bomberman 3 was canceled video games for 5 videos, then also be released in 2011. Little is known about the game. The story involved Bomberman having to save the central city from the World Corporation. 5-second clip and some photos of the game are available online. What about Dark Knight and Gotham by Gaslight? In 2007, a Batman video game loosely based on the Dark Knight film was announced by actor Gary Oldman. It was to be developed by Pandemic Studios as an open-world fantasy for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. However, Pandemic has since been shut down, causing the cancellation of 3 games. This makes the Dark Knight the first Batman film made by Warner Bros. To now receive its own video game. Another game titled Bomberman by Gaslight also comes to PlayStation 3 and Xbox. It was based on the same name, with Batman started in 1849. The story is 3 years ago. However, after the company meachew failed to secure the rights to the property, the game was canceled. So many positive artwork and video footage are saved for those existing. Not much is known about the plot of the video game, though it can assume that it will be very similar to the classic story series. What sets the story up? This platform was originated by meachew for the original PlayStation. It would have been the first 3D platform game released for the old consoles. Those was previewed in various old magazines, and it was apparently even shown in E3. The plot was about a young teenager who, this is starts taking a functioning machine, describing it as stupid and old. Inside the arcade, the ghosts and their leader teleport the teenager to a place called the Ghost Zone. It's up to him to defeat the ghosts and their leader. Namco decided to scrap the game for horrible reasons, but later turned it into Pac-Man 1. There is some footage of the game online, including these 2 clips. Nine Girls Diaz. This last game was a movie tied into the film Nine Girls that was released in Europe on September 1, 2009. It is a single-player puzzle game and allows the player to combine similarly colored jewels, shoes, and lipstick chain combinations together, and you can unleash rumors, pranks, and ridiculous. The game was noteworthy for putting Lindsay Lohan on the cover, despite her major role in the film. This is possibly due to issues concerning money. A rumor has it that it actually has to do with Lohan's negative reputation for cinema. The game never had a US release, and very few copies were printed. Assassin's Creed Lost Legacy. In 2010, Assassin's Creed game was announced for the Nintendo 3DS. The game itself was very similar to that of an interview with writer Darwin he said, "You may have heard of the game Lost Legacy before the 3DS. It was announced at the back of the the cancel was a challenge of 2010 so screenshots and video were ever released, except for a short teaser trailer. Lord of the Rings, like a white house. This mysterious game is supposed to be an RPG, developed at EA with Rick Shores. Little information was released about the game, other than it was supposed to be based on Lord of the Rings fantasy world. According to executive producer Steve Ray, it was supposed to take place in massive underworld environments with few distractions and story events. Players were given the choice to either play as a man or elves or hobbits. In 2007, it was announced that the game was going to be delayed indefinitely. This was said to be due to management problems. In September 20th, 2002, the StarCraft game was announced for the Xbox, PlayStation 2, and GameCube. The realistic software of the original development team began working on the game. The game was being delayed over and over again, until they eventually discontinued the work on the project. Blizzard hired Sweetwater Studios to finish the game, and in 2005, the game was canceled for the GameCube. During the summer of 2006, the game was released. Blizzard examined the capabilities of the PS3, Xbox 360, and the recent despite being apparently 6 months away from completion, the game was ultimately canceled because Blizzard didn't think it was received. The search for this long-lost game had an extensive history. Some believe that the version never existed, but it was always rumored to be out there, somewhere. The game was first revealed in North America at the Consumer Electronics Show in June of 1999. It was about a chimpanzee's incredible strength, taking out foes with his professional wrestling methods. However, the gaming magazine Nintendo Tower casually announced Final Force 8 is racial. In the years to come, Final Force 8's existence will be the topic of discussion on any fan sites and message boards, despite very little information. In 2005, Red Channel Final Force 8 first created that visual press, a positive forum on video game developers. A man named Paul Brown posted what appeared to be the game's cartridge and a few photographs of the game action. This caused a massive argument between readers and collectors, urging Brown to sell the prototype or release it to the public. Discussions got way out of hand, and Brown was supposed to pull his photo out of arbitration. The legends ignited, and the game's pseudo scary once again, until 2010, when it surfaced again in the Yahoo Japan auction. The seller seemed unaware of the treasure he was selling, but ended up selling it for $2,700. That's a lot of money online. What if the game was unplayable or the cartridge didn't work? It was a big risk for Bioware's publisher. I first didn't see this devastating photo online, but it was just a joke. Final Force 8 is City 2000 Paris. City 2000 is a point-and-click adventure/puzzle game developed by Roller Games and released in 1993 by Addictus Inc. You play as John Derry, an American secret agent on a mission to stop the evil drug lord from taking over London. A sequel titled City 2000 Paris never made its way onto the internet. There are no copies available on any entertainment website, and any trading or selling websites. There are no websites documenting the sequel either. The only evidence of its existence is an excerpt from the back cover of the first game, eventually a sequel. Final Fantasy 64. In October of 1995, Die-Hard Game magazine revealed screenshots of what was believed to be a new Final Fantasy game. This, and the fact that Nicole Tower also ran articles about the game, led many fans to believe that a new Final Fantasy game was in the works for the Nintendo 64. The game is titled Final Fantasy VII, but many fans dubbed it as Final Fantasy 64. However, the company used Squaresoft to announce that Final Fantasy VII was presented on PlayStation, which left many fans confused. The game also did nothing with the screenshots that were shown in the game announcements. It turns out that, despite all the rumors and myths, no Final Fantasy game for the N64 was ever planned. Even though the demo was not planned for release on any video game system, it is still a fully functional game. Perhaps someday it will be released to the public in subsequently, maybe even as a playable demo in a future Final Fantasy game, and fans of the series will truly get to appreciate it for themselves. Kirby. Kirby has quite a number of canceled video games throughout its career. One of them is unofficially called Kirby GCN. The game contained a KTD stole Kirby's Warp Star and has to get it back. The game was eventually removed from Nintendo's website and canceled for no clear reason. Interestingly, Kirby's 3D model here is very similar to the one used in Super Smash Bros. Melee. The second one was a Japanese game for the Wii, translated as Kirby of the Stars. According to Nintendo, it was an experiment with extremely challenging gameplay that placed Kirby in 3D space and allowed players to 3D move. Unfortunately, they weren't able to achieve the quality they had and it never reached completion. The third one was a side-scrolling game that was mysteriously canned for unknown reasons. Nintendo spent 11 years working on these three games before they were all cancelled. The final game, which is arguably the most obscure, is called Kid Kirby. This game would have starred an even younger Kirby and utilized the SNES mouse. Not much is really known about the game, and it was possibly cancelled due to the failing sales of the SNES mouse, and the game reportedly not playing very well with it. Mega Man Legends 3. Also known as Rock Band Dash in Japan, this video game was from the Mega Man Legends series, set to be the sequel for Mega Man Legends 2. The game was announced for the Nintendo 3DS on September 29, 2010. It was unique for giving fans the ability to be part of the development process and to interact directly with the teams. Capcom even hosted several events and a development room website called The Dead Rooms so that fans could collaborate. On July 2011, the dev room announced that the game had been cancelled. There's also Mega Man Universe, a cancelled game that was supposed to take a similar approach to that of Super Mario Maker. A few days before the Tokyo Game Show 2010, Capcom revealed that the game will feature a character customization system and a stage editor. Each character was to have different stats like life energy, weapon energy, speed, and jump height. Since then, no further detail was given about the game. In 2011, Capcom left a notice apologizing for its cancellation. No reason was officially given, but it was likely due to negative feedback regarding the game's art style for the 2011 Tokyo earthquake, which halted progress on a lot of games. Sonic. So there's quite a lot of Sonic games that were cancelled or never released. Sister Sonic is supposed to feature Sonic's long-lost sister in her own role-playing game. It turns out that this game was actually a reworking of a different game title, Popsicle Mabel, where characters from the Sonic universe would replace the game's original characters. However, this caused the fans to write really angry letters saying like, urging the developers to not change the game and release it in its original unaltered state. Due to the overwhelming negative feedback, it was delayed and eventually canceled. No screenshots or footage for the game exists. The most popular image of Sonic's sister is actually a fan-made drawing of what she might have looked like. There's very little information about Sonic Tuesday, including a few online articles and an announcement during the time of Episode's release. The game was supposed to feature either a younger version of Sonic or a completely new character for the same studio. Sonic Dash 16 was another action game that was actually based on the American animated television series. The game was much more slow-paced as Sonic was given plenty of new special abilities to attacks. Game developer Yoshinobu didn't like the demo so much, possibly because of the slower pace. Finally, Sonic Extreme was a game that was released back in the Christmas of 1996 for the Sega Saturn. Many storylines for the game was considered during its development. This included Sonic having to put the 6 magical rainbows for roboticas, Sonic trying to cure the robotic steam virus, the shattering of the extra emerald and the unleashing of 6 deadly creatures, something involving a virtual world, and robotics, sidetracking Sonic during his date with Tiara, a new character. The final storyline
Got it off on
the game was that Dr. Robotnik built his death egg larger than Sonic's powers, and its gravity was so powerful that it could rip planets out of their orbits, so it's up to Sonic to stop it. As you can tell, a lot of work was put into the game, but it was officially cancelled because of many internal problems within the staff. Over the years, many studios and museums have sought out various pieces of information to rebuild the memory of Socks the Cats, Rocks the Hood. In this game, you play as Bill Simpson's famous cat named Socks, as he makes his way by politicians and the news media to warn the Simpsons family of a stolen nuclear missile launch device. The game makes heavy use of political satire, including bosses designed as caricatures of former U.S. presidents and other political figures. The game was fully developed and was featured in the U.S. Despite this, its release was canceled due to its publisher, the Japanese company Connect, closing its branch with the U.S. Only one public
Racer back to
it ended up in the possession of a man named Jason Wilson, aka James Brown, an avid video game collector.
I'll grab that.
He refused to make his brand available to the public, as it would undermine the value of the cartridge. He even had his brand uploaded intentionally blurry and poor quality 5-minute video of the game being played on TV, just to troll those who wish to play it.
Like it, God, you gotta know what you're ready to
Including Star Wars 13, the player would have taken the role of a terrifying bounty hunter, later revealed to be Noel Bass, who navigates the underworld of Wars 13 and discovers a criminal conspiracy. The game was set to take more of a mature, witty direction compared to past Star Wars video games, emphasizing the use of gadgets, weapons, and other tools, rather than the four-door lightsabers.
find them kind of like well, having like attacks problems, I might have to play
During the early 2000s for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox,
keeping him
the
until
game was
still.
still in the prototype stage. For example, focused development by the game was never officially announced in its existence, virtually unknown, until detailed information about it was revealed.
Next place after that would be
Another game titled Fallout Brotherhood of Steel 2 was going to be the 2004 Interplay game, Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. The game was canceled in 2004 when
no idea the
scores were 75% select average. In March 2009, the game decided on revealing some details on what the game was going to be about. These included the island and a gameplay trailer called Reputation, where the game would unfold and action. Finally, Fallout Online was a massive multiplayer online game set in the Fallout universe. Little is known about the game other than it was actually completed. However, there was a legal dispute between Fallout's developer and Fallout's owner, Bethesda Software. Bethesda didn't want Interplay to make too many enhancements to the Fallout universe. This resulted in a lawsuit in which Bethesda came out on top and the ultimate cancellation of the game. In 2014, the world had plans to release some of those franchises. After the last game sounded like a memory was the negative reviews. And now released an interactive version called PC, where the player would find himself in a house, having solve puzzles. Towards the end, it was revealed that PT stood for a playable trailer, and that it was for a new Studio Hellscape. Its director, Hideo Kojima, was reported to the enthusiastic phenomenal question about developing the game. However, due to some conflict between the game's development, the game's future was unclear and canceled. So now all unique interactive center from the PlayStation Store.
So how do you
Or Zelda was meant to be an expansion for Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time for the Nintendo 64 disc. Nintendo hardly revealed any indication of what Zelda but they did explain some new Link's footprints would appear when he walked in the sand. Signs, trees, bushes, or anything that was within would stay that way on the rest of the game. Citizens would be lost. The project was dropped due to the cancellation of the 64 fans considered the Master Quest version of Ocarina of Time to be the closest they'll ever get to Zelda. Sometime around 2012, a YouTuber by the name of Zap64 began a project where he and his team would recreate Earth Zelda into their own fan-made game. This was known as the Earth Zelda Restoration Project. The game was to feature a new storyline, new dungeons, a mysterious hero of light, and even their own soundtrack. Despite being highly anticipated by fans, the project was abruptly canceled due to conflicts with their team and the leader, Zap64, suddenly disappeared. Super Mario 64 2. Super Mario 64 has been hailed as one of the greatest and most revolutionary games of all time, as well as one of my favorites. Naturally, a sequel was to be made for the Nintendo 64 disc drive. However, due to its failure, several games and expansion packs were canceled as well, including this game. Only one demo for the game has ever been shown. I didn't say that. According to this demo, Super Mario 64 2 was to have the same style and graphics as the predecessor, with Mario's brother Luigi also being a playable character. Super Mario 64 DS, a remake of the original, also had Luigi, Yoshi, and Wario as playable characters. It's likely that this idea originated from what was supposed to be in Super Mario 64 Unseen 64 is a non-profit archive of video games, led by respected gamers from all around the world. If you would like to help, please check out www.unseen64.net/help.
Can I make sure that I got this right? So there's one thing which you would not outlaw, that you would give people the freedom to do, even though you would consider it wrong. And you would make that, was that like a universal thing? Is that a universal, you're saying? If you want to harm yourself, or it's not time to do something pretty good?
One of the questions I get a lot is, which one of your videos do you like the most? And that's definitely top 40 Lost in Band episode kid shows. The idea behind Lost in Band shows and movies that are just a little bit of evidence is just fascinating. It's really cool. Ever since I did those recent Lost videos, tons of new discoveries have been made that a few of you guys have even mentioned about or commented on the videos. So today, I'm going to proceed on some of the pieces of Lost media that I've covered over the last year and let you in on where they stand as of writing this. This is 10 of the pieces of Lost media.
Like everywhere, so I don't understand how
Mean Girls DS. When we last left off, Mean Girls DS is how a Nintendo DS game was released the same name. It was a financial failure, and very few copies were made. So where are we at now? Well, fellow YouTubers and Lost Media enthusiasts actually posted a front page that missed a screenshot of the game on several of our websites. As of now, the game is still lost, but these discoveries are done, and hopefully the game will soon be found and fully playable. This Lost episode was supposed to air in June of 2005. However, it was random prior to this week's baseball. The episode was probably aired a year later, but no footage of the English dub exists, except for a commercial. the episode was found in September 2016. A channel called Operation Social uploaded the episode. In the description, it said that he obsessively recorded the flashback. So if I had a free Arnold, the drummer movie, when Hey Arnold was right, regardless of the show or either, he was given the opportunity to make some movies on the show. One of which was slated for a theatrical release. Hey Arnold, the drummer movie. The film was canceled after some Carlos left the radio, and 1937 movie exists. However, on March 1st, 2016, it was announced that the two-part TV movie set to release in 2007. Friday, Craig Farley confirmed that it can be evaluated from the movie. So we have to wait a little bit, but to all the Hey Arnold fans out there, it's coming out. Episode 29. This is the and Julie is refreshed to end before saying goodbye to the audience. All of these episodes are continued by many fans, as there was no evidence for the other than praised by people who wanted to answer the question. But this wasn't enough for some fans. Nickelodeon never mentioned the and that episode took a day. But the episode I already by the show saying that he didn't like how like that. The real play episode was called Your Logo Here, and is available for download from Mark's website. That was the first big reveal that there was a fully animated scene that was scrapped in the last section. The last scene was never uploaded to Wikipedia. I don't know any people in it that would be the top for cat. But the thing is, this episode is supposedly about Bill named having to fight foreign spies who invaded the White House. Only one prototype part was invented. It belongs to someone named Jason Wilson, a video game collector who refuses to make it available to the public. He even uploaded a poor quality video of the game being played just to troll those who wanted to play it. A man named Tom Furton bought the game for the same amount as a decent used car from Jason Wilson. He has even acquired the trademark, allowing him to publish it legally. Kern has stated that he has no intentions of keeping the game out. Instead, he's launched a Kickstarter with the intentions of creating a proper SNES version, with packaging in a manual and all that for around $50. You can also get a digital copy for around $20 or $30. However, many remain skeptical of the versions, not just dumping.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Rag Blazing from First Day. Just the goblin and king. Just that one goblin. I'm not sure if
featuring a lesbian couple. Buster tries to come up with a perfect birthday gift for his mom. The children comment that one girl even mentioned her mom and stepmom. The entire series was released on DVD and can be found on Amazon. The band episode was released by YouTuber and live video weekly contributor Pilot Pony 895 onto various websites such as YouTube and Daily Motion. Weirdos only last 13 episodes. 2 segments each episode. Yeah, because it had very few home releases, and even so, due to limited production, only 500 copies got set into the market, and only in Canada. Last time, out of the 26 segments, only 5 one of which was incomplete. Supposedly, the first volume of Weirdos was available on Amazon for $20,000. The seller obviously being aware of its rarity. Several episodes were found and uploaded as months went on until March 6, 2016, and 16 episodes were uploaded on the internet just for Weirdos. All episodes have been found. Electric Piper aired on Nickelodeon in 2003 and was about as guitarist in Flag in the suburban town of Hamilton. The movie has been seen since managed to get a good impression. I feel like the director, Randy Moskowitz, he said that Randy Jones the whole copy of the movie, but for some reason, he's not allowed to distribute it and hopes to find a way to get it to
Deck somebody endurance when it goes up to the shoulder. I might have
Sometimes it seems like there is no information that isn't available somewhere online. As the web has grown, simple Google or YouTube search is usually enough to find nearly any media, podcast article, or any important article that will happen or want. But in this video, we'll be looking at sources of recorded audio for various reasons to see the light of day. Some are lost or destroyed, and some are in the possession of people who just do not want them to be heard. And again, just a warning, some of these stories I'll be talking about have very disturbing details that are as like and not perfect parts. So today, we're going to take a look at to terrify the Japanese cannibals. In a truly bizarre case, the college student was murdered partially eaten by a fellow student, Japanese sailor Issei Sagawa, in Paris in 1981. After luring her to his apartment, apparently to report his poetry, Sagawa was shot and targeted in the back for using an electric knife to remove her second ounce of flesh from his body. He prepared himself several years over the next few days and also shot video and audio, including the dinner itself, and took over 3 dozen pictures. Sagawa insisted at his trial that the act had been artistic and that he needed to use his surprise in order to absorb power. Predictably, this defense resulted in its institutionalization in a French mental hospital for 1 year before being transferred to Japan. Sagawa was released in 1985 and immediately has become somewhat of a celebrity, authoring books, appearing on talk shows, and yes, reviewing restaurants. While the video and photo evidence of the crime was made public, crime scene photos were published in Photo magazine in 1983. The second Sagawa's audio recorder has never been unearthed.
So I mean, to make it more challenging,
Chris Farley as Shrek. DreamWorks Studios animated film Shrek was a surprise hit in 2001. All-star Miles Myers eventually settled on a sort of Scottish accent for the voice of the character. This was not the first interpretation. Not only had Myers partially recorded a different version of the accent, and at least 80% of all of Shrek's dialogue had been recorded previously by Chris Farley, the first actor to cast in the role. Farley was a huge star when he was cast in 1946, coming off a successful run in Roman Institution, Saturday Night Live, as well as a string of popular feature films. In a few minutes, it's available from his original performance online. Set the storyboards of the film's corresponding scenes. It's apparent that his performance was perfectly different, essentially playing himself in the form of a big
Let's just say it takes off completely out of the equation.
The storyboard seems to suggest that Shrek may have looked like a different Farley's performance has been used. After Chris Farley's untimely death in 1997, the role was handed to fellow SNL alumni Myers, and it of course has become one of the most beloved and recognizable roles in the years to come. Chris Farley's full performance as Shrek was originally out online, and likely since undiscovered by someone was best archives on DreamWorks.
He said so. Like that. How come you can't tell me why he's
The Watergate tapes. Perhaps the most famous lost audio clip of all time, the Watergate tapes refers to a series of tape conversations had by then with various advisors concerning the growing Watergate scandal. After Reagan, the headquarters of the Democratic National Committee, prepared Washington church reporters following the story.
You're a hobgoblin, aren't you? Right?
Nixon had a board of that Reagan and the bugging of political opponents, and the scandal eventually led to Nixon's resignation, the first and only time he was president of his office. Nixon was in the habit of recording most of his conversations, whether in person or on the phone. While over 200 hours of audio would be released to the public, much of it notably, 1,018 minutes of the tape has kept out the public for years, and his terror has led to endless speculation. Nixon claims the structured tape was erased by the system, as never clarified what it may have contained. While likely just more incriminating material having to do with Watergate, conspiracy theorists have posited that everything that he could do with the terrorists, two plans for war the Soviet Union may have been discussed. Samantha Morton's performance as her. The 2013 Spike Jones film Her was a critically acclaimed play. It was nominated for several Academy Awards, including Best Picture, taking home an Oscar for screenplay. In it, a lonely man played by Joaquin Phoenix falls in love with an artificially intelligent operating system named Samantha, voiced by Scarlett Johansson. The character may, however, have been named for the first actress to be cast in the role, Samantha Morton. The entire film was shot with more than recorded dialogue, and she was even on set to help develop the chemistry between her and Phoenix. While Jones felt the performance was satisfactory, he is a notorious perfectionist and decided virtually at the last minute to recast the role with Johansson. This was done with Morton's blessing, and while rumors have abounded, portions of the film, or even trailers, containing Morton's performance, there are none to be found online. Like, since this is Spike Jones we're talking about here, it is more than likely that the performance has been deleted. An entire album cast recording of Clip's giant visuals. Similarly, the 2005 animated Milky Way, a modernized update of the Brilliant Writing Story, has last minute changed In a far more severe case in our previous entry, however, this wasn't just a single act of performance that was critical. Virtually the entire cast, led by its largely veteran voice actors, was replaced. The problem, as the filmmaker saw it, wasn't the quality of the performances, but the star power of the actors. Highly regarded in the industry, voice actors are by definition recognized cinema. Only Patrick Warburton, the voice of Joe Swanson on Family Guy, and Andy Dick splendidly kept their roles. The rest, including Lee Terry Strong, who has literally voiced more popular characters than we have time to count here, were replaced with more high-profile celebrities. Secondly,
Fireplace again.
while perhaps rightly seen by some as a shady move, began to seem to work. Ludwig wasn't a significant voice actor success, despite
Have a
many
chest.
reviews and the fact that it's, well, not very good. Leslie Ann Downey. Ian Brady cannot the more followers by British media. Most horrifying crime in the century, 1964.
Last chest or last
Into there, where she was taken to in addition to the phone photographs taken by Brady, a 13-minute audio clip recorded by law enforcement, which was eventually played for stunts at the couple's criminal trial. In this case, it is not exactly the same basis when it comes to the
many of them.
Featuring a brilliant Danny Elfman and excellently voiced work by Victor Sarandon and Catherine O'Hara, the film's combination of Christmas tropes and imagery gave it a unique blend of bright and lazy. In this vein, one particularly brilliant piece of casting was made, which, unfortunately, was not meant to be. Character actor Edward Ivory portrayed Santa Claus in the Universe. The role originally was none other than Santa Claus Vincent Price. The man is known for his distinct voice in horror media, and it would have definitely given his role to Santa more to be biased. After this is after the recent death of his wife, it's one thing for his voice to shadow his former self. Starting to refer to his film where he to the deep roots
Something you're not used to having Audrey knowledge of having
the recordings have never been heard in technical form, and it's unknown whether they still exist. County Killdozer's Manifesto. In June of 2004, international headlines were made when a Colorado man unveiled a project that should for about a year and a half. Not a backyard house, but a fully armored steel concrete reinforced electric bulldozer, which he intends to call chaos as possible. The man's name was Mark Cleveland. The Colorado residents tested for a passing his bulldozer. P-Mine's rampage was the result of a zoning dispute with the city of Granby, and among the sites he targeted for demolition were the house of the former mayor and Granby Town Hall. He had initially purchased the bulldozer in an attempt to resolve the dispute by creating an alternate route to his muffler shop. The last compromise in a long line of them that were rejected by the city.
I hope we can replace the chaos with the churches.
He murdered destroyed 13 buildings, all connected in some way to the dispute, and caused over $7 million in damage in just over 2 hours. The bulldozer reduced to the basement, shot himself in the head, committing suicide. Shortly before the rampage, he had mailed over 2 hours of audio tape to his brother in South Dakota, outlining his planned motives. The brother turned the tapes over to the FBI, who eventually returned them to the Grand County Sheriff's Office, which is where they essentially disappeared. The Sheriff's Office claimed that they'd been released, but they're nowhere to be found. With the advent of synthesizers in the late 1960s and early 70s, the soundscape of popular music was changed forever. Many earlier machines boasted a mix of analog and digital technologies, such as the mellotron, which used pre-recorded tape waves to produce its sounds. A similar unit was the Virotron, used as a low-cost alternative to monitoring units, which were prohibitively expensive for all but major recording studios. Unlike the mellotron, which used standard tape that could only sustain a note for a maximum of 8 seconds, the Virotron used 8 tapes, which allowed for a lead song to be sustained indefinitely. Dozens of popular artists, from Elton John to Led Zeppelin, have used the Virotron unit in recordings, and an entire library of sounds was created. One set, based on a church organ, was actually recorded by legendary keyboardist from the band Yes, Rick Wakeman. Today, the Virotron is considered to be one of the rarest keyboards in existence. Since computers were made, and other keyboards still exist, many are no longer functional. It is believed that no single unit exists without an undamaged, fully functional sound library.
Yeah, G-March. I guess
Since Trevor, environmentalist and documentary filmmaker, who has been 13 summers in Chamonix National Park studying grizzly bears. As a noted bear enthusiast, he was the founder of Grizzly People, an organization devoted to protecting the animals, which makes this all even more disturbing. In October of 2003, Trevor spoke of their experience with a bear encounter. The National National Park, which spent so many months. After video camera rolled, the couple was attacked and killed by a 28-year-old brown bear, which then proceeded to partially eat the remains. Fortunately, the lights was still on the camera at the time, but this tape contains a recorded audio of the event with perfect clarity. The tape canceled the Trevor's ex-girlfriend. Russ said she has never listened to it, never will. The acclaimed filmmaker, Werner Herzog, produced a well-received documentary about Trevor in 2005 entitled Grizzly Man. Don't forget to follow me on Facebook. Don't forget to like me on Facebook and follow me on Twitter for everything like news and updates regarding my channel. And of course, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, below, and subscribe to the channel.
You know what? He's got this. And you get a sword
The water is incorporated entertainment and musical powerhouse for as long as any of us have been alive. While it may deal with its titanic output, visualized, or is available to watch in some form online, the law of averages dictates that with the sheer
voluntary material, a good amount to deliver the cracks in the internet. And once some of the following key features under the exports released out partially online, much of this material remains safe and locked up and evolves somewhat in custom amounts, and some of it is almost certainly not good. Today, we're going to teams, episodes, and stories that we may never see again. 1997, on the ABC network as part of their Saturday morning lineup. Like the window video game on Windows Space, the show features on planet humor and horror elements. Its protagonist, Ned Tiermeyer, is a tentacle boy who finds himself in society by recording versions of his own nightmares. The dark-rooted animation style doesn't show apart from the rest of the fantasy lineup, but it didn't necessarily seem to attract viewers. The show was canceled after only 12 episodes before Wednesday night. It kept running over budget. No one ever really given a chance to find its footing, having a rather high-concept premise that was not understood well by network executives. Of the 12 episodes that were produced, 9.5 are available online. The 22-minute show was regularly split into two segments, and the first half of episode 8 was accounted for, while episode 3 was not missing in its entirety.
Disney produced stories about Russian syndication for Disney Channel between 1995 and 2009. Singing the story was about educational series featuring Charlie, beautiful beaches, who's now comprised of bookshops and buildings. With their shining time stations, the such musical segments going classic Disney cartoons as a means for developing parties for young visitors in accordance with the recent EI or Educational Information mandates passed by the FCC in 1990. This legislation default allows students to use high-quality animation cinematography and educational shows of their time. However, the show may have been overshadowed by Timon and Pumbaa, an animated series based on its own alliance that made its debut in Sing Days, Sing These Stories. The series was ultimately canceled after 26 episodes of the series. Only 10 surfaced online. A British YouTuber was able to capture the airing of the Playhouse in Disney UK, something which probably will not happen anytime soon. Until then, the other 16 episodes will likely remain buried in the actual winner of the game.
The Schnickles are a funny cartoon show.
By 1995, Disney had decided that they were going to meet in response to its current range to series out extreme slapstick cartoons like Lemon Snippy and Rocko's Modern Life. While the animation is not nearly as innovative as such remakes, and the humor is not quite as edgy, the episodes are all pretty damn funny. Schnookums the cat and Meek the dog led off each show with one segment, and two more segments on each show were devoted to awesome, super dynamic, awesome up tomorrow. Basically, what that is. And next, Instar, a Western parody. The show ran on the Disney Afternoon syndicated lineup, and reruns were broadcasted on the Twin channel until that station demised in 2009. Unfortunately, somewhat predictable, Disney's attempt at edgy animated humor failed to catch on, and the show lasted only a measly 13 episodes. Of these, only 8 are available online, although Spanish versions of a couple of these missing episodes are rumored to be floating around.
Perhaps the most obscure of the Lost Media, Lapland was one of the earliest works of Walt Disney sometimes in 1822 and 1823. They are a series of sounds and animations made by the man himself. They have seldom seen any days of any kind. Very accurate and deep normal Lapland. There are no screenshots, no ads, and pauses in the plans. Are the names long shorts, their wait times being sometimes from 20 to 30 seconds, and a chord that they put down snippets, and they were being filling the gaps and showed the first their series and now it's comics. It's unknown if any comics exist to this day. And they still keep coming through it.
the story as relaxed by at least one credible source. According to the legend, a pair of Disney animators were inspired to create the story to Walt Disney himself on the vacation of his birthday in 1936. The short gag reel was to London, making a Mickey Mouse perform, then was shown to Walt, and a room full of enthusiastic onlookers during a birthday celebration. Disney appeared to be amused, praised the animation, and asked who was responsible. And once two animators identified themselves, they were fired on the spot. Of course, all known copies of the film were destroyed. The story was told by a Disney animator in a 1925 documentary, giving it an air of credibility. But even if it's true, it's highly unlikely that any copies have surfaced in any form. We can be sure, though, that if anything, the internet will eventually get its hands on them.
When the Disney Channel launched in 1983, it debuted several shows and once again warning that were to be staples of the fledgling network. While Disney Channel would of course go on to great success, it was the success of Disney's eventual near domination of media that Fox had barely solved today. The show was Dreamcatcher, and references to its naked Disney Channel commentators are among the most recent any success existence. Based on the attraction to imagination, it featured a group of children whose magical friends put them inside the realm of imagination to find some solutions to problems. Only 3 episodes of the show aired, and this was the first week of Disney Channel's existence. Nobody said it was possible. And we have not been shown any of Disney's other outlets. However, it may have been as possibly an interesting time in Disney's history. Note here's some late live shows since spring of 1993. The reports start with what the service at this point.
Toon News was a series of 26 5-minute-long computer-animated segments featuring Smokey Silver, a robotic cowboy newsreader who delivered a day's events from Toon News to Toon. The segments often previewed the cartoon lineup following, working them into the Fox News reports, while also having their own storyline. They aired as shows, serving a full time between other shows while providing some entertainment and cultural value. Of course, such content was rarely preserved properly. The series was good enough to be nominated for a BAFTA award, and while there are bits and pieces of it online, there's nothing that comes close to amounting to a full run, or even one proper episode. Since the shorts aired between 2004 and 2005, even direct contact with the animators requesting for Lucy to be made online has so far not worked, as a fair amount of time has passed with no response.
Disney's Coyote Tales. Aired on Disney Channel in 1991, Coyote Tales amounted to a copy out of the 1961 short Coyote's Lament, which appeared as an episode of the anthology series Walt Disney's Wonderful Silver Cover. For the TV movie, the original short was recut with new footage and new voiceovers, replacing Walt Disney's own voice with that of the aforementioned Jim Cummings, who has since made a name for himself supplying the voices of a great many Disney characters. It's the real story of a coyote being taught to be proud to be a coyote by his elders. But the TV movie version illustrates the stories with the new footage, including encounters with several running characters usually Pluto. While the original short Coyote's Lament is readily available online, Coyote Tales aired only once and has never been seen in any type of home video release.
The audio Mickey Mouse Club is the third version of the Washington institution, the old Mickey Mouse Club, was launched in 1980 and was known for its insane number of midnight stops, but its cast was eventually produced. Actors like Brian and Kurt Russell, along with photography such as and was successful enough to lift several episodes into the national star It's shockingly sketchy. Only one full episode currently exists on YouTube, along with various famous clips that exist in performances and replays.
Adventures in Nutrition with Captain Carlos. Another series of interstitial shorts, Adventures in Nutrition with Captain Carlos aired on Playhouse Disney and on Disney Junior, sometime between 2007 and 2008. The Flash animated series was obviously meant to educate youngsters as to good nutrition habits, but was actually the recipient of several complaints from parents who found some of the advice to be poor quality, unrealistic, or both. For example, the series poured kids to entirely avoid junk food of any kind, and I think we all know how likely that is. While a few of the segments have popped up online in Spanish, and a replica of one episode exists on Vimeo, all of the other segments, except for one, are absent from YouTube or anywhere else on the web. None of the skits have aired since at least 2008, although if you were able to get your hands on any Playhouse Disney home video releases from prior to 2009, rumors swirl that some may be found this way. Disney's Tino Supremo. Tino Supremo was an animated superhero series which began airing in 2003 with Disney One, before being dropped around ABC Kids and eventually back to Disney again. It followed the adventures of Charles Evans, Cassie Crandall, Kate Ladd, and Rohan as they defended their city from all manner of supervillains. Like many of the episodes, featured outstanding voice actors like Hamill and Tim Curry. The series was drawn by the style pioneered by Rocky illustrator Jim Moore, giving it a distinct look in comparison to its peers. 39 episodes produced, but the series ultimately canceled in 2004. The series wasn't that popular really, and while some dedicated fans have been diligently digging around for old VHS recordings or lyrics, so far it appears that this series will largely remain lost.
This special 2-hour mini-series marathon was aired on Disney Channel in 2008. It contains 4 previously broadcast episodes which have been modified to be released by Dr. Doogan's invention, the change Written elements of each episode were changed, such as the characters' hairstyles or clothing colors, and viewers were invited to keep track of all the changes they noticed on the official website of the show. This entry is notable for existing only in the memory of those who saw it. There is virtually no evidence of internet accounts for its existence. As the series was discontinued in 2015, it seems there is little possibility that it will ever make an appearance, unless perhaps one of you out there watching has a recording.
Four Pops, 1927 Oswald Williams Abbott short. For this entry, we must go far back into Disney's history. I'll call you last evening. So far that at the time this short was produced, Mickey Mouse was just a gleam in the eyes of Walt Disney, whose first short arrived in 1928. This piece, from 1927, was the debut appearance of a character that Walt Disney followed his immortal legacy, Oswald the Lucky Rabbits. Unfortunately, this debut was meant to be of too poor quality for release, and it wasn't until Oswald's second feature that the character took off, widely established characters such as Phillips and patent popularity by late 1927. By this time, Disney was already developing rights for its first sound feature, Steamboat Willie, starring Mickey Mouse, the popularity of which was catapulted to stardom. There are actually 2 copies of this short known to exist on VHS tape, all 3 of which have been sold to private collectors, and none of them have been released online. Also, it is noted that these recordings only contain a little less than half their shorts, meaning that the missing portion of space is likely gone permanently.
Although produced by Disney, this show is noted for its use of Disney properties, shall we say, unconventional ways. Many students produced the short in 1964 as a tribute to although it is very much approved. The script for the short is not so light-hearted as huge Disney tropes, featuring Mickey and Minnie as racist characters. Some of you, along with circumstances and acceptance and taste, in red light district, and the horrified reactions of children to some of Disney's more intense scenes, such as the witch's transformation in Snow White. This also appears to be a case in which the faith evidence of those who have seen the invention of birth sent at the time, which is probably what Paul would have wanted. It's probably one as much as UCLA animation workshop in 1972, and no experience of the reporting exists.
Lost Disney Channel 1. Finally, many of us remember the classic Disney Channel 1 station dedications, featuring one or more of its actors or cartoon characters saying, "We're watching now." Before drawing the station's logo in the wands, many of these have aired over the years, featuring a staggering number of celebrities, including not limited to Zac Efron, Johan Hilary Duff, acting for Shia LaBeouf, Lisa Michaels, Jonas Brothers, Renaissance, and a lot more. As often as we saw them, these station dedications have burned themselves into the memories of those of us who spent many of our childhood afternoons with Disney Channel. And, unfortunately, they are almost all lost. Only a tiny handful can be found on YouTube, among the dozens and dozens that aired over the course of more than 10 years. Unless you have a time machine lying around, this is one part of the childhood that you'll have a tough time living behind.
He's very upset. Oh, you're a you have I bet you're regretting that I got out of bed this morning. No, so Christian,
It's been a while since I've updated these programs. But I've covered over the past few years. New findings and discoveries were made, and incredible lengths were met to get a hold of some never-before-seen footage. So today, I'm going to update you guys on Lost Video and let you know where you stand as of writing this. Electric Piper. Guys, it's been like, what, 8 months since the Electric Piper was found. I know the movie was shot in this. I still get to use the comments and the just supposedly found the movie on YouTube. I know it was found, guys. Thank you very much. The movie was uploaded on August 20th, several months after I made the first one. User Stewart admitted. However, beforehand, an anonymous user contacted somebody who works on the movie, asking for a copy. In case you don't know, it was confirmed that the director had a copy of the film, but was unable to release it due to legal rights concerning the song's parody of the movie. You can now watch the full movie in the description down below. Area Space Max. Area Space Max is an incredibly obscure 3D animated series created by French animation studio Sparks in 2002. Episodes were only 3 minutes long, and they were about an astronaut named Yuri who was stranded on the moon. There really wasn't much known about the show. It received little to no home video release, and none of the episodes were available online for quite a while. We did know that there were several guns, portraits, figurines from the show, like Yuri's spaceship, rocks, and even strangely, the show was reworked into a comedy series titled Space Cadets, in which footage and audio from Yuri the Spaceman was repurposed into Space Cadets in 2011. On December 12, 2015, MySpace user Chuka X uploaded 18 of the missing 26 episodes online. They are also available on Daily Motion. The Elder Scrolls Travel Oblivion. On October 2006, in an issue of PlayStation Magazine, it was revealed that The Elder Scrolls Oblivion was getting a PSP spin-off named The Elder Scrolls Travel Oblivion. As a portable game, it was going to reduce the quality of the space and focus more on dungeon exploration rather than the open world environment of its console and PC consoles. It was set to release in the States in 2007, but it never did. There was never an official speculation, and it just kind of disappeared. YouTuber PTOP Online, to preserve game history, uploaded 3 videos of gameplay, 2 from the January 2006 version, and 1 of the January 2007 version. Even some prototypes of the builds are available online. Kingdom Hearts Decast. Developed by Superscape, Kingdom Hearts Decast is a Kingdom Hearts game exclusively made for Verizon Wireless and Cell Phone Decast. It was published by the Disney Interactive Media Group and released in 2004. However, the game was made without Square Enix, thus making it non-canon with the rest of the series. The gameplay featured elements directly in Kingdom Hearts, though modified for mobile phones. This was the first one from the one night while resting, the youngest carrying Sora, Donald, and Jimmy Cricket crash lands on a deserted island and use up the sword to revenge his past reflection. When the Decast network was disbanded in 2012, the game was no longer available for download and became lost. However, on July 13, 2016, YouTuber KH Central made a video stating a 4chan user called Web uploaded the game Spirals Online, and while they are available for download on Mega and Source, there is no evidence that they the game version. This is the tail of the show. Still only a single season, this will be taken on show. It's a television series. First aired on Fox Kids in September 1998. It was loosely based on the Pacific Tale of Employment. However, it was canceled on February 16th. Put on the song as toys. The one of the tales put on the show is the characters, trying to impress the marketing series for making airs on television. For the longest time, only a few episodes and direct-to-video movies of the show was available online. The movie had some original shows, but very little was available. Amazingly, on December 2016, all the episodes were uploaded by Tom and Dean. According to him, he found them on a sketchy website page, 50 video Disney's Coyote Tales. The TV movie Disney's Coyote Tales was an extended remake of the Coyote Express, an episode of the 1968 series Walt Disney's 100-year-old Color. It's the story of a small coyote pup being taught to be proud of who he is, incorporated with some new images and animals. So, with the sound? Well, kind of. Literally the same one that was just my boss video, which featured Disney's Coyote Tales, a high-quality German version of the TV movie broadcasted and recorded. Yes, it's a German, but it's a huge step towards eventually finding out the film, with all this new undiscovered footage finally being surfaced. Mini Text Critter Scooter. Mickey Mouse Madness is a late-night show featuring classic Disney characters like Mickey, Donald, Daisy, Pluto, and others in animated segments. One episode, titled Minnie Takes Care of Pluto, has Mickey unexpectedly dropping Pluto off at Minnie's house for the afternoon for no reason really, which really seems to infuriate Minnie to the point of her snapping at Pluto and telling him to stay out of her way while she does her things. Pluto begins to believe that Minnie's out to kill him. He starts to have surreal experiences and visions, such as Minnie's poisoning his food and preparing burial for him. The episode was banned on air in the United States due to several complaints from viewers. Over time, several foreign versions of the episode were uploaded online, but there was no finished audio. On October 9th, 2013, YouTuber Tom Bear uploaded a low-quality rip of the story of the audio was local, and the video was a recording of the television episode. Fortunately, some really managed to use the local audio and splice the high-quality footage of the artificially created the episode. Then the actual high-quality English episode was uploaded online. Link down below. Gravity Falls is titled. The 2012 Disney series Gravity Falls was created by Alex Roach, who first coined the term as well as actually pitched the idea to Disney, who bought it, and eventually joined Gravity Falls. The pitch has never been Kurt was asked for Reddit if he would ever release it, to which he said that would be showing awkward photos from the high school prom, so no, he didn't want to use it until after. However, on July 20th, 2016, the Cypher Hunt began. Now, the Cypher Hunt was created by Kurt and it was a giant project to find his perspective of the Cypher by finding the various parts of the entire world, from Los Angeles, California, to Tokyo, Japan. The statue was eventually found on August 2nd, as well as a treasure chest containing classic photos such as Jasmine Year's Left Mind, and some of those are most interesting. It also contained the user's in it were some text files, an audio recording of scanning symbols will be recorded, and the information password, which is put on GravFalls.com/pilot. It will let users watch Rogers The 14th season of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood debuted with a 5-episode arc titled Comfort from November 7th to 11th, 1983. Kate fighting with followers like Southern and Mickey Mouse. The two sides turned to war before making peace with each other. Due to the episode touching on wars and problems with homosexuality, too serious for children, especially during the times. The episode was pulled and has not been seen since. 5 minutes after there was updated in parts of the episode, but it was just a recording of the episode. On May 1st, 2017, a person by the name of Dr. 64 uploaded a number of screenshots from Comfort. To this day, it remains mostly lost. Hey guys, sorry if there's some shameless waterfall on this channel, but literally, while I was editing this video, the 5 missing episodes of Comfort and Mr. Rogers Show were just found. So last Tuesday, I was working on a video and I got a tweet from our fans saying that the first two found. I'm going to show them right now, and Brandon, just now, it just happened right now, I'm kind of surprised. Really cool stuff. Check it out in the description down below. We're still missing the last 3 episodes. Alright, so on screen, a day with SpongeBob SquarePants. And now we're back to perhaps the biggest plot twist to the entire game. It turns out that a day with SpongeBob SquarePants doesn't exist. Here's a list of information that was discovered courtesy of the search team and by the anonymous creators who will go by the name of Mr. Warren. Number 1. Legal sellers did not participate. There were not money launderers or prostitution ring items distributed.
Just a bunch of crazy stuff. Regal Films actually is just a distribution company. It's just like different people or editors or producers somebody to sell it, so Regal distributes.
It's possible that they will also use the
Using all those addresses to pop out right there. Honestly, but that's not they had to minimize what they supposed to let go a lot of the people. That clarifies that as far as different addresses, location, since they probably had it
The first 5 pages of the script were not discovered, but created by those involved with the story, including Mr. Orange. Again, she never existed. The directors and writers were willing to work now that the chance of the film is blown. Number 3. So why was it never made? Number 1, legal issues, as this film could be considered plagiarism rather than parody. And 2, money issues, since many people on board with their high school because of the applicant's legal
I didn't want to deal with making a movie, or if it did become successful, or had some type of success, and then I get sued, or people involved get sued. It's like a waste of time, which discouraged a lot of people. So a lot of producers were like, we'll just give you this amount of money anyway. I'll figure it out. So I called a lawyer and then I retained their services, and they told me, okay, you can't use anything. It has to somewhat be of a parody, that way you don't get sued. You can't use him. I think the drawing of him you can use a suit. It has to be somewhat making fun of him. It's live action, better. It stayed on the actual artwork that it's unauthorized, which is, stuff that I already kind of know.
In order to convince producers and distributors to help support the film, this award has artists to draw from the because there was a cast, we had to use stock footage of the little girl jumping, and officers close the top, praising the film. This caught the attention of legal fans.
I was trying to make a cover that would let people know it was his name, SpongeBob, but without using SpongeBob. So the most recognizable thing that I could remember was Pineapple House. So I went on the land and I hired a great illustrator, drawer. I forgot his name. And I told him that I wanted to basically make the same house, same feel, same exact thing as SpongeBob theme animation. Make it square, just make little changes here and there, just so that so he did that. He sent me a few sketches. I thought it was great. And then he colored it in, which was amazing. I think he did a great job. And then the problem is we didn't do casting, we did anything. The process was just the script was done and everything developed. Money. So we didn't have any characters, so I had to somewhat use. Then I went to Shutterstock and I found that image. It looked cool, so I put it on there just for. Mind you, I was making this cover to show producers and distributors that this could potentially be something. So I had to basically, convince them just make the cover. People loved the cover after it was done. Quotes and everything that's on there. Like I said, this was just supposed to be for distributors and producers' eyes open. This wasn't supposed to be for everybody.
Before, and stress, the film does not exist. There are no passion videos or scenes, and we being straight up wrong about there being promo copies. And the Amazon was thinking all their bilinguals or bizarres on purpose, isolating the those of interest, not to actually sell it.
One of the distributors, especially the reboot, he said, well, listen, you're not going to give me any money for the production itself, but we'll see if we can get viewers and interest. So I guess that's where people heard about it. But Amazon can't get it was there for
As of now, the plan is to release a day with Sponge's birthday, a new crowd of people. We'll see where it takes us.
I don't see how our efficiencies which could be spread to
With an animation empire as large and vast as Cartoon Network, it's unsurprising that some of its more obscure pieces of history would fall through the cracks, forgotten most. Some shows simply fail to garner the ratings that the executives want to see, and at best cancel history, not leaving much to be remembered. But sometimes these shows or episodes were intentionally buried in order to avoid controversy or other unwanted attention. So today, we're going over 12 lost pieces of Cartoon Network media, uncovered for better or for worse. The Amazing World of Gumball, The Downer. The Amazing World of Gumball, first aired in 2011, is a series known for its unique style and usage of mixed media, often combining these real-world locations with different forms of animation. And while the show is usually lighthearted and comedic in tone, there exists a version of certain episodes that went unaired due to its much darker themes. The season 3 episode, The Downer, originally aired on July 6, 2015. In this episode, Gumball's family tries to cheer him up, much to his annoyance, which causes him to wish they would all disappear. The episode is still pretty lighthearted, keeping in tone with the rest of the show. However, there exists it's a different version that was rewritten to excessively dark themes. When asked if the original storyboards would ever be released, the creator of the show responded saying that it was up to the storyboard owners if they would want to release them or not. And to this day, the original storyboards have not been released. Thus, the original version's contents remains a mystery. Given the plot and theme of the episode, it's not too hard to imagine what a darker version would be. I mean, could Wishing Away's family have some serious moments of dread, guilt, fear? And would these moments be set up for laughs? It's difficult to say. This episode has garnered a lot of speculation, leading fans to create their own favorite versions of the original tracks. But again, they remain a mystery.
A Kitty Bobo Show.
Hey everyone, I'm Megan Gunn. I'm the creator of Million Stars. I got my start in animation.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Rag Blazing. As we left off, I think just finishing up the last of the
In the summers of 2000, Cartoon Network aired a marathon called which featured short pilots for potential cartoons. Viewers would then vote for a single winner and go on to determine the next half-hour cartoon, leading us to such shows as
fires a super acid at the target
and Cody and Kids Next Door. While the guidelines were only one cartoon would win, it would appear that a second show was at least considered to be picked up as well.
I don't think I'll make much use of that spell, but you should have it. That. Alright, so I do your footsteps.
Coming in second place, losing out to Cody and Kids Next Door.
Drag.
Megan Gunn. A.K.A. played by Dante Vasco, tries to prove that he's cool by being so fun and return
A lot of these guys already.
It doesn't take long for
There are some mobs over the respawn.
unlike its title character. The show gained a critical following. So much so that during the Kickstarter for Megan Gunn's new show, Chloe and the Stars, one of the backer rewards was access to the original storyboard
Goblins.
ordered by Cartoon Network in 2002. Unfortunately, the Kickstarter did not feature scale, and only 3 people received the storyboard. None of them uploading it.
Probably could have cast
It is
here.
unknown why Cartoon Network had ordered a second pilot to the series.
The Hobgoblin
Sunday,
party members that are decent strength and all that, they can take a few hits.
Sunday pants is another tough one. This time, not originally released by Cartoon Network themselves.
Yeah.
The shorts were around 1 to 3 weeks long.
Have stamina right away because
The show lasted for a single year, 511 episodes aired. In 2006, Cartoon Network announced that they acknowledged
try that
Yes, exactly.
If I were these goblins, I would be right now.
As well as
Maybe not that fantastic, but they're bad enough. That solid hit. Jump back.
Cartoon Network stopped competing with Nickelodeon's paid service, which was known as new service, featuring characters starring Nickelodeon characters. So Cartoon Network did something similar
Rod,
with
that
similar service and instead offered free-time download on their website, with the ability to purchase the game for a full price to be played later on without internet connection. But customers criticized the service because they made their free-to-play games now cost money. In response, Cartoon Network began to reuse original games for the service, including advance on many video game called Gold and Over, developed by Skunk Studios. The game was a fairly simple bowling game with an
Thank God for giving me your stuff.
What's fairly interesting is that the game is incredibly similar to another bowling game successful, Better Ball. This was also built with Scott Studios, so it's very possible that the game was simply repurposed to use the The power play game service was eventually discontinued due to decreasing popularity of shotgun games. With the service shut down,
Right,
there was
so
no
on
longer
Elrond,
any
we're
way
going to
to
get
play the
more
games that were only available to the US, including
pretty good for stats.
way back machine to view the original download page. However, clicking the Play Now button will lead you to a dead link.
Training and endurance. This is something I've been thinking about a bit, and many people remember the 2009 combat. That's fine, we're going to need that later on. But we are not training so much the secondary skills. What does that make for an Andrew down? Things like healing speed,
However, that honor goes to 1996 season.
like if something bad happens to the party, one of the party members is going to go down,
Educational show
that may be it.
live action secondary puppets and anime music. Further cementing its relationship with Sesame Street, there was even a crossover episode featuring Elmo featuring one of the characters,
Specialized I have to bear in mind the show I know I'm not going to have time to bag the entirety of the game. Speaking, I haven't made up my mind on yet.
or two, meaning never getting rid of the kids take the items out of the bag and use them alongside the characters. In 2009, the original home video releases of Big Bang were uploaded immediately. While the home video
Story
release
arc basically begins
in some episodes have an ending and are considered
As stated before, the 2009 cartoon network animated live-action CN Many criticized this decision because the series had no place on the channel because of cartoon and that the quality of the show was very below average.
some of the skills we're going to need to replace because because I'll finish that
It was the only show that remotely resembled anything like the cartoon. The series is a sequel
something on somebody
in which a boy named Jimmy receives a brain
or master again
gaining becoming a famous cartoonist. Afterwards, he begins to see cartoon shows everywhere,
that
turning his little voices in his head.
but particularly mechanic my best friend because he's afterwards
The film and series was ripped apart by viewers and critics alike, stating that the writing was weak, that live-action portions had no place on cartoon network. The show ran for only one season, and was actually the only Cartoon Network series to be affected by the 2007 writers' strike. Only one DVD was made of the show, containing 3 episodes. While the number of episodes was unfortunately, 3 episodes were included in the film, with no way of viewing them online. The chances are very slim that Cartoon Network will never have reached
again I think he's going to fall here.
Whatever happened to 1999-2007, Cartoon Network hosted a programming block on Friday nights called Cartoon Network Friday. During this prime time series, some of the most popular characters find characters and introduce new episodes of their respective shows, and also introduce new shows. One of these new shows, introduced in 2002, was Whatever Happened to Robot praised by critics for its traditional selling style, while other cartoon talking went on to popularize animation. Compared to Robot Jones initially had a good text possible by using Microsoft 398 text-to-speech function. The executives didn't care for the voice to put off by Americans' request for more traditional voice actors. At the start of the story, Robot Jones was played by voice actor Bobby Block, who also went back and dubbed over all the episodes.
Let's have it's that same boss goblin, so yeah, they do respond. Again, I'll fight him just to get the I think. And whatever it's an experience it is. Yeah, I think favorite is going to be Trained Up in Diplomat. But I know for a fact that if you have it, we're going to go over now.
Not many people are aware that there was actually a spin-off of Johnny Bravo, let alone a live hosted talk show. JBVO ran from April 2000 until May of 2001 and featured Johnny Bravo answering fan calls, taking viewer requests for certain cartoons to air, and sometimes even featuring guest stars from other cartoons. Unfortunately, the show did not do very well, given that it only lasted for a single season. Cartoon Network does not re-air any of the episodes since their initial period. Thus, there is a large portion of its content that is lost. Only 2 full episodes of the show exist online. The cartoon is in between cut out. While not much of it remains, the website can still be viewed on the Wayback Machine. There also exists a very short clip of Johnny Bravo commenting over a Dragon Ball Z episode. While this live hosted cartoon was unsuccessful, it isn't the last one on our list today.
That actually.
The Moxie Show. Our next entry has a bit of an interesting history behind it. The Moxie Show, also known as the Moxie Pirate Show and the Moxie Movie Show, is a CGI animated series produced by Hanna-Barbera on Cartoon Network. It ran from 1998 to 2000. Check your rumors of the classic Hanna-Barbera cartoon with a CGI dog named Moxie seen in between commercials alongside a eventually voiced by Chris Rock. It utilized motion capture provided by the
That's the case.
Though similar to JVVO in concept, the Moxie Show was never actually aired live. It was simply recorded to a live audience. According to Andy Merrill, who worked on the show, the character of Moxie was very unpopular with viewers and audience.
Mainly because of Spike's side, the only downside to it is...
Well, they discovered new continents. They made major breakthroughs in Tennessee. Symphonies were inspired.
Then they invented television, huh? Made it smart.
After the show's cancellation, that in itself is surprising, given that the Moxie Show is technically
for saving research.
albeit a series of In May of 2007, the Olympic House of Mind along with another platform titled Capital You Can Exit. However, neither the House nor the Capital Travel from in Capital area broadcast reports available on YouTube for a period. The original pilot
I don't have quite the similar letter in 66, we've gone down by about 10, gaining some.
That's so rude. Johnny Bravo has had quite a presence on this list. We're still not done with Reed. In 1993, Van Portable created the original thesis short for Johnny Bravo. That's so rude.
Mesa Blues was my student film. It was about this over-the-hill aging rock star who takes himself as a care. So from the senior thesis project, Hanna-Barbera started their...
The groundwork for Johnny Bravo can clearly be seen in the short, with an Elvis impersonation originating 3 before it was shortened to just 1, attempts to be cool and pick up chicks.
Johnny Bravo's stand was from to my senior thesis project in college. The 3 outliers, whatever the 3 outliers. But because it was one semester, and I was doing something, I wouldn't put that to one.
Enough about you, let's talk about me. Johnny Bravo. The character was changed
Try out some of these films, actually. Try
it. With this new direction,
a cast on it, but I think it was over time.
Later, the English title Johnny Bravo series being picked up by Cartoon Network. Unfortunately, the original Mesa Blues short made it to East The only footage that was ever released was three short videos on a documentary on Johnny Bravo Season 1 DVD. The documentary in its entirety can be viewed on
Covered in acid, having your brain. 3 damage, yes. Almost as bad as poison, but at least you can drain acid.
The What a Cartoon Show, which was yet again another animation series. Many of the original Cartoon Network shows we've come to know and love were a result of this showcase, including the Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Laboratory, House Chicken, and Courage.
The guy on his next turn.
The What a Cartoon Show was massively successful, bringing the network out of its financial woes at the time. Unfortunately, despite the success, the show never received any sort of positive reviews, aside from a few shorts released as bonuses on several Cartoon Network VHSs. While some of the shorts have been pushed back, some remain only partially released, and others are completely lost. It's unfortunate that such an important piece of the Cartoon Network history is gone. But perhaps someday it will be released to the public to witness the rise of the network we all know and love.
Shot from behind, but you're too late, darling. You give our dreams a bad day. When they take damage, some of them take it for, like on a different character's turn. From hostility's turn, they take damage. Well practiced comments. But they use a shorter blade gladius.
One regarded as voice, and the other as not so much. I wasn't suspecting the adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog are more comedic and wacky than while the other one was serious and adventurous. Adventures of Sonic was the last one. However, rather than being outsourced to since the pilot was never released to the public, and to this day remains most of it actually appears to have in the episode of Touch the Sonic, the 2 robots scratch the ground and continuously watch the the pilot additionally, Dr. Robotnik being smashed on the head by Mansfield from the pilot featured and expressing the church. A few clips of the pilot also see their way into a few commercials, one being a maintaining construction of the boxing of kids, and the other being a construction of Sonic Chronicles start with a
parts which are part of the whole therefore the whole check out different parts.
Great chance for us to round off this series.
The entirety.
In March 2009,
Not just the parts of the part.
It's like, again, I don't know if it'll be the best, but I suppose we can make a good purchase.
Pirate Dr. Robotnik is up to conquer the planet Mobius. All that stands in his way is the fastest freedom fighter who ever lived. Sonic the Hedgehog!
That's all right.
Just like you can
I think there's better choices for gets around pretty
You'd be hard pressed to find anyone
what the hell we have even to make armor and things like that, it's kind of like the smithing, so I suppose this is
This test pilot would eventually
that means we just basically have somebody or master, maybe
It was stated that this original model was for use as a standby model in the second season, but it was eventually dismantled and used as an exhibit.
Combat's just kind of by the book. It's the point of not paying
So for this entry, we're taking a look at what they're often put on
made a serious mistake.
ABC Saturday mornings are going to the top. This September, Disney presents an all-new animated series starring members of the Puppies. Very good. It's 101 Salvations.
Less than
as evidenced by the fact that all the characters have American roots, and it's not really stated if it takes place in London like the original film. In addition, the film is more realistic in a sense, whereas the show is more critical and takes place in London. However, despite the many have said that it is actually more entirely. In 1996, a live-action 101 Dalmatians film was being developed, and Disney wanted to tie in three movies for the aftermath. Two test demos were pitched, one for 101 Dalmatians and one for meachew. While research led to very different stories, 101 Dalmatians were the primary final style of the show. However, the pilot was eventually made as a musical, whereas the pilot for 101 Dalmatians now he's known about the pilot as the only fellow show he's on Saturday mornings, and as well as would be a secret of the live action film, and does for the game B-33. While Disney directed the natural random idea, the artist drawing was turned into a strange area. Then the other characters, and even on our side,
It's funny because the next thing I'm going to show you after this is the most insanely incredible looking Mario 64 I've seen in a while. Did you know that prototype was really hardware that will typically survive the same setting?
The original Power Control shortwave timer was actually a stick of chicken. It was made by Trevor Crack and Rob Fitzgerald Cowboys' organization. Mercy sent it to So there you have it. But for this entry, we'll be looking at
You're going to have a bad time. Like again, you're approaching I know you're big for this.
However, released in 2004, as first network of the series, if you're familiar at all with the stuff, then you're aware that one of the biggest criticisms even though the comprehensive audio is actually however, Tyler does have this. Then it appears that Cartoon Network did consider including original voice actors. During an interview with the media site, talking to the discussed the existence of Tyler Mario, and you may notice this every time this film is cited. Jason was drawn categorically word of how they decided to replace there were many rumors circulating that were never contracted. It was clearly back in the morning. In 2006, Nickelodeon and Paramount Studios released a second CGI concept, the first CGI in the form of Warner. Much like Jimmy Neutron, Warner was not based on inspirations from Transformers, and look at this as one of the tests to see how the audience would react to it. They didn't they currently sit to about 60% on with the general consensus being that it's unimaginative, unfunny, and utterly creepy. It was given the title Back to the Warner. This featured now being put in a part of the season. Anyways, while the film was prepared to be ended up being produced the pitch was made by DNA Productions. Owing to their work with Jimmy Neutron and Apple $100, the main attached to the series was do animals do the animation is a function of the artist's and for a long time, it was under pilot it was revealed that this was indeed just a great inspiration of the sculpture. Despite that, some footage of the pitch was released in a short scene on the cloud. Spencer promoted the venture in 2000, Nickelodeon received one of their biggest cash Anyway, while Dora the Explorer initially aired in 2002 under the pilot episode of main shows. One was a simulcast pilot, and the other was a production episode. The latter was the most pilot followed upon the with many appearances in series such as Backpack Spider and Dora and the also a different design, with Dora having a it features Dora as a final time. The quick features a rather standard animation of Dora walking, staring at the square. It's on circuit, you have to accept it, right? In 1977, a Belgian businessman by the name of Freddie Montesquieu negotiated a contract between NBC, Hanna-Barbera, and an artist named Page for creative scenery. This contract was pretty much about the grades of the very same one that we know today. Hale wanted to bring the faithful to Thomas Pollock as well. Monica then wanted a more mainstream Belgian market. This resulted in many eventually got the few due to the rights of money. After failing to acquire the rights, Monica and his brothers had to rival the standards and found a mission for a named Rocco, which is project is still achieved. Monica then bought the rights and they went into production in Canada and the next day worldwide. It turns out that the story was one of the popular
He's taken exception.
Given the age of the pitch compared to the other ones in the list, it's very Nickelodeon released a hit show this was third in the long line of with Drake Bell initially appearing in the Man Show beforehand, alongside a few other actors. The trend continued, with Maria Hyde and Gordon Fleck and Josh Stryker, and then in 2003, a pilot was made for the show before Nickelodeon actually screened it and featured a few players in different roles. A lot of battles. The plot is basically a story of Drake and Gordon they all work together. Drake eventually learns that Josh
That's my window for today. It's very nice.
Perhaps the biggest difference is that Drake is actually played by the identity of the actor and he looks to be much older than most people. In addition,
preemptive strikes.
They had to test the the existence of the pilot was unknown.
Oh, he's already running. Bug it out. Goblin done. It's all like two people. Yeah, that would probably break the thing. You probably have to I didn't swap this entire Back to the rain, so those back to the
program was revolutionary as it presented education in more narrative format as opposed to the magazine private education of course. With this being a new before it was released in public. The show officially aired in August, but the initial pilot was actually released in this one impressive. The show was probably changed the news for most of the shows was not according to several sources, and the potential for however, there were a few major changes. First of after the show was released, the original pilot was shot up. Rose was talked about until the years
Mario's too. It's the actual footage that's lost. While his kid has not appeared on any holding of his YouTube reported some 80. He released the footage of footage came from an episode of Mario's the Spanish version of Sesame Street. So we have the entire song, and we have more footage of the second to be able to process the kid on this lost. So the two gauges that have put together the original footage and it makes shift attempts to recreate the wisdom, but the dialogue that is spoken before Cookie Monster speaking with Spanish, as well as download Granny Fanny Missile. Granny Fanny Missile was about the same as Mario 64 by Carol State and already aged in Japan. She showed up in things to back in the 70s. She was often depicted as female and confused and Sophie, where she would do her best to answer those questions until her final appearance. She was depicted to have lived a but never really elevated into being characterized. There are 3 known Granny Missile sketches to exist. with the only one being completely lost is our answer lady sketch titled Ketchup Problem. In this skit, Granny tries to solve a problem where the ketchup is out of the bottle. Her co-host points out that the cap is still on the bottle, and after removing it, she pours ketchup all over the place. While this is the full sketch featuring Granny that is missing, the English version of telephone is also currently lost. The sketch is available online, but only in German, and given how old these sketches are in the grand scheme of all things Sesame Street, it's unlikely that we'll ever see Professor Hastings. Next, we have another character with various stories. However, unlike Granny, we have a solid reason why this character was he was super bored. Professor Hastings first appeared in often giving incredibly boring lectures where he himself was bored due to how dull he was. Such a flaw in his he would usually be the one to wake him up. While the fact that he was bored was usually the whole joke. It turns out he was so bored that he was actually putting kids in the very people who go to the state. But what was wrong with it? Not the church.
This is actually back in the beginning.
It's clear why they make it happen, but despite that, he remains semi-popular in several European countries. Thanks to his character only lasting 2 weeks, these skits have become walls of the podcast. The professor had a total of 11 minutes, only 9 of them have the first episode. The skit, What's My Part? Notion has been partially covered with the fan help filling in the missing parts.
Good job of it.
Now, the spinning wheel has been
Next time.
with the English record already halfway through the skit. The beginning half is lost. 5 other skits and 1 album track have been found, but only in Arabic, German, and Portuguese. 2 of the professor's segments, number 2 and the letter U, remain. In 2006, the German version of Little Fly was uploaded to still wasn't moving all years. It appears that nobody saved the backup of the video, so it's officially lost again. While Professor Hastings himself is incredibly bored, he did manage to become part of something interesting. Featuring the equally similar comment, Leslie during the segment, people come to talk to other such as the Countess Grover and the computer. Most of Leslie's skits have been uploaded on YouTube in English, except for her interview with Stephen Mercer. Only the still in Spanish dub and interview on the channel. That's the only skit that's going to be missing, but there are reportedly 2 other interviews that are lost, but their existence cannot be confirmed. According to a forum on Double Check, 2 interviews, one featuring Guy Smiley and the other person, Hermit the Frog, were created. However, there is no solid information, screenshots, or footage that is found of these interviews. According to users on the forum, the Guy Smiley interview was created for a short time on a variety of wireless speaker technologies. It apparently aired around 1981 and took place in Guy Smiley's house. Another forum user, Seth Guy, also reveals the user's specific time sketch, but doesn't give away any details because he doesn't want to spoil the comedy. Luckily, the user he observes comes through and details the interview, stating that Kermit shows off his various awards to lesbians before going into detail of all the different professions he wanted to do as a child. When describing each one, he puts on a hat that reflects it, like a cowboy hat or a chef's hat, or even a knight's helmet. However, in the end, he decides to go a news reporter and puts on the same reporter hat of his own segment. And once again, it's not confirmed whether or not these 2 sketches actually exist. Throughout season 11 and 12, their segments featured Deania, a young and energetic teenager, and her caretaker, Sarah, the 2 weren't that popular, and they disappeared shortly after. They were also seen as similar to Bernie, with one being energetic and the other being responsible, which contributed to their removal from the show. Before their family demise, there's not more sketches together, Dave Nina, Underwater, Boy Bombs, Emerald, and Insane. These sketches were sketches or ABD has now uploaded online. Under the name Playhouse, Toy Box has been uploaded in Dutch language, and Underwater has also been uploaded. The final sketch, Pearl is Dead, sounding around in any language, no footage of the sketch gallery, and the sales therefore. Given that this is the case of yet another forgotten popular character or characters, it seems unlikely that we'll ever see an official like that. Batman, clean and dirty. Did you know that Batman and Robin are so much It's true. The Cape Crusader and the Boy Wonder appeared in their animated incarnation during the Batman and Robin sketch, which aired during season 1 of 1970. Produced in conjunction with Filmation, included all the animation. The role of 4 Batman segments were created. In fact, one of them actually appeared in the movie, which was later included on the old school Volume 2 DVD. 3 of the 4 Batman segments are readily available on DVD. This includes Batman Crossing the Street, Around Up Through, and the untitled Burn Nerdy segment featuring Batman. However, the 4th and final sketch, known as Clean and Dirty, is completely lost. Apparently, the 51-second sketch inside showing about the differences between Clean and Dirty. He focused on the king of kings, who had dirty words that he used in his clothes. It's not known of any footage of him, and that's the new thing now, and you can check it. The document that verifies the final with other details filled in by individuals who saw it back in the day, or those just going to work. Batman and Deathwish don't really carry out the roles altogether, but given that this was created in the 60s, it does make some sense that you would take time out of the busy schedule to take shows back in the street figures from Mario 64. Our 7th and final entry is titled Remembers. The song was made and performed by the band The Association, and went on to become the #1 hit in the version that aired on Sesame featured the Muppet House, Tony and Beautiful Day Monsters, and has Tony singing about his girlfriend, Wendy, who can fly across the sky. It turns out Wendy is just a beautiful day monster in drag, and ends the sketch by crashing and failed flying, giving us a rare look at Beautiful Day Monster flies. As for its availability, Wendy is known as one of the most exclusive and difficult classic moves in the show and concert. In 2006, a German dub of the song was uploaded to YouTube, but was deleted in February 2007. Apparently, the German user who posted the song also posted many other covers. Most likely calls it deterministic, as a takedown in 2007, which saw nearly 400,000 downloads. The video was not downloaded or archived in English, and now remains lost. Aside from a few images taken from a user on the Noted Central forum, known as Gabby Police, believes that the Wendy sketch may have been included in the but it said to supply accessible, but it is impossible to import the DVD from Spain. The discussion on the damn dog and no news has come from this. However, it looks as though someone ended up buying it, she said, and it turns out that Wendy was on it. A YouTuber by the name of Meachew uploaded an entire episode of Mario that featured Wendy in Spanish. Unfortunately, his account was suspended, like the news popular news. Luckily, given that this was 2017, people were able to archive the footage and make backup videos. As of today, Wendy is easily findable online, albeit only in Spanish. The English version, as well as the other languages, is currently lost, with no foreseeable plans to release it in the given how quick the Sesame Workshop was to suspend the perhaps copyright reasons surrounding the song and the original band are holding them back. Whatever the case may be, we like to count and remember to count your blessings. Be thankful that we have any version of Wendy at all. more I do these lost media videos, the more I notice a growing trend. There's always this one thing in those videos that'll get discovered or at least partially found the very next day or sometime soon, instantly booting on you. I swear it's a conspiracy theory or something. Anyways, here is the third lost media update video. Out of Jimmy's head. How would Jimmy's head shows up giant squad sealed beta that lasts for the only one thing you use is 3 episodes. Several more were leaving episodes. The first 10 episodes were found in English. Thanks to Lost Media while episodes 11 and 20 have been found with the remaining show. With the exception of the 17th episode, being partially found Drake and Josh. In 2003, a pilot was made for Nickelodeon's hit show Drake and Josh that showcased a few differences from the final product, such as the setting and, most notably, Josh's dad, who was played by a completely different and, at the time, unknown actor. Only a few screenshots existed, as well as some clips from a promo video, and even the show's intro. The pilot was even on YouTube for a while, but has since been privatized. However, on November 28, 2017, literally 3 days after I uploaded my Lost Pilots video, Lost Media Wiki user AFX6010 found the resume of the set designer who worked on the pilot for Drake and Josh, and alongside with it, the private video of the pilot, albeit in pretty low quality. Turns out it was made in 2002, not 2003. The unknown actor who played Josh's dad is Stephen First, and the private video is only part of the whole pilot. You can watch it on the Disney Nerds YouTube channel. Two news. Around 2004, Disney made a miniseries titled Two News, starring Smokey Silver, who would pilot the Two News glimpse over Toontown. The series aired a total of 26 episodes, however, it would appear that, at the time, no episodes had been uploaded. Only a few short clips from showreels from those who worked on the show, as well as Disney Portugal, were available online. Then in 2017, writer and director Kathy McDonald uploaded the first 3 episodes of Two News onto YouTube and stated that she will upload more when she can. JBVO. JBVO was a talk show that lasted for just over a year, featuring Johnny Bravo, who would answer fan mail, take insights for cartoon air, and talk to cartoon characters from other shows. At the time, only a few episodes and clips were available, and the show was mostly lost. And it still is mostly lost. To be honest, I don't quite remember how much was already available at the time of making the Lost Cartoon Network videos. I just know that at least one new episode was uploaded by YouTube user Captain Bizarre on the same day that I uploaded my video. Disney's Coyote Tales. Disney's Coyote Tales was a 1991 TV movie that was a remake of 1961's The Coyote's Romance. It's the simple story of a young coyote cub learning to be proud of being a coyote through his elders. While the original short is available online, the film was lost for quite some time. It only aired once and never received any form of home media release. Apparently, there was an Australian VHS release back in 1992, but nothing was ever heard from it. Additionally, the movie is supposedly available on Xfinity, but you need Comcast to access it. In my last Lost Media update, there was a German airing of the movie that was recorded and uploaded online. Now in August 2017, a 1-minute video recording of the movie in English was uploaded by Teo.exe. A few days later, the full thing in English was uploaded and is finally available, albeit in low quality. Cartoon Network's Power Play Games. The Power Play Games is a service found on Cartoon Network's website, featuring downloadable games such as Bowl and Over. Unfortunately, it was discontinued due to decreasing popularity of Shockwave games, and for a while they were all lost. fully working.
Yeah, that's right.
So
This is
the shark was tapped in. Sure, it was Now, I'm not 100% sure of the timeline of events after this, but I do know that sometime last year, a fan sent me a download link to, I think, only some of the PowerPlay games. I could only get 3 of them to work. Several members of the Discord group were aware of this, and it was theorized that the games could work on an older version of Windows. Sometime later, a user named Tommy's Shadow made Bullet Over and other PowerPlay games playable on modern Windows computers. I reached out to him, and this is what he had to say.
So, like, way back interact and and it makes so running your code protection and that was and there was also game crashing which I actually used to avoid I don't actually know how many games there were on I just know that I've protected and there I have installed, but I don't know. So that's tendencies that I am aware of, but I'm sure that there are actually
Indianapolis. In 1996, Nickelodeon aired a short film titled Indianapolis and is, quote, about 2 friends whose faces form a belly button as they go to a movie for the afternoon. And it did feature human actors and actresses with faces drawn on their stomachs. The film's whereabouts were completely unknown and even unsure. It could have been part of Nickelodeon's short film, People, and it was theorized that the Alien Center for Media might have a copy. On November 11, 2016, YouTube user Miss Lizzie 2007 uploaded a series of old Nickelodeon commercials, and within it, Indianapolis. Before Mickey Mouse's first appearance in 1928, a short for Oswald the Lucky Rabbit was made in 1927. The short, titled Poor Papa, was about Oswald receiving a ton of baby rabbits from the Only 3 copies of Poor Papa are known, all of which were sold to private collectors who never decided to upload them. The first was sold in 2011 for $100. The second was sold for £170, and the third was sold in 2014 for $7,500. Given that the short was from 1927, it seemed highly unlikely that somebody would come across it and make it available online. And to be fair, nobody ever did. The film was found after the Walt Disney Company themselves decided to release it as an extra feature on the Pinocchio Blu-ray DVD with a restored look and different score. Spot the Diff. Phineas' first Spot the Diff was a 2-hour-long marathon of episodes that was slightly modified by Dr. Doofenshmirtz and his invention, the change-inator and nature. Viewers were challenged to spot as many differences as possible while these episodes played. And while the original versions are available online, the modified versions are nowhere to be seen. Some time ago, it was brought to attention that a Latin American website called Pi Platino had Spanish versions of the missing episodes. So that's better than nothing. The episodes were uploaded to YouTube, but removed shortly after due to copyright. Finally, on June 15, 2017, all the Spot the Diff episodes were uploaded to VidMe in English by a user known as Zapster. However, since VidMe is now gone, the whereabouts of the episodes are unknown. In the early 1900s, film, or movie picture, as it was called, were discovered. They were a huge moneymaker, and they just kept pushing out. It was never considered that maybe we should archive them for historical purposes. And, as my film professor pointed out, about 90% of small-size films are completely lost. We could make video after video after video, but since it is the Hollywood season, we're going to stick to horror films. Even within the horror genre, there are a lot of missing films. So this list will focus on the ones that I think are really missing. So without further ado, this is Top 13 Lost Horror Films. Robbie Cleopatra's Tomb. There is one name that made a profound, legendary impact on filmmaking back in the earliest days of cinema, and that name is George Méliès. This is the person who pioneered special effects, most notably his iconic film, Go to the Moon. However, one of Méliès' earliest films was actually missing. That film is Robbie Cleopatra's Tomb, or specifically Cleopatra's Tomb, which is also one of the first horror films ever made. In it, a man chops the mummy of Cleopatra into pieces, and then, quote, produces a woman from smoking her deer, unquote. Cleopatra's Tomb got recognized by producer Charles Urban, who would later distribute all of Méliès' movies. This movie kickstarted Méliès' career simply because without Cleopatra's Tomb, it might not have been a triple movie, and all the pioneering and special effects that came with it. Yet, here we are today, still searching for the movie. Oddly enough, this film was released in 2005, although it just turned out to be a different movie made in France that also featured an Egyptian-looking tomb.
A Son of Satan. A Son of Satan is a 1924 race film, meaning that it was produced primarily by an all-black cast for an all-black audience, as Hollywood typically excluded black filmmakers from the business. Since these movies were largely ignored by Hollywood, preservation scarcely makes race films. It's believed that out of 500 made, fewer than 100 were made. A Son of Satan, on the other hand, ran into serious distribution problems due to censorship boards rejecting the film entirely based on its content. Supposedly, the film depicted scenes of violence against women and animals, which the New York censorship laws objected to. Furthermore, the Virginia censors complained that the film referenced mixed relationships and believed that Southern ladies would have been deeply traumatized and offended. Eventually, the movie faded into obscurity even back in its day. The last time the movie was spotted was 1924 during the New York State Film Exhibition.
The Monster of Frankenstein. This 1927 horror film predates the popular Frankenstein movie made by Universal in the 1930s. The Monster of Frankenstein was one of the only horror movies made in India before 1950. This is due to the strict film code they had at the time, which limited what filmmakers could show. Because of this, the film's running time after it was edited for being too graphic is unknown. There are some reports that describe the movie as heavily cut down from the original release, with one heavily censored version supposedly being 39 minutes long. As of now, the only remnants of the Monster of Frankenstein are a few production stills and promotional material.
Lock up your daughters. This Bela Lugosi is about as unfair doctor who experiments on Ellie's programs. Stock footage from other Bela Lugosi like reviews and the problem is the fact that we have contradicting reviews from the time. So, this is a full-fledged movie featuring a lot of stock footage, films like Bowery, and others, and it's a compilation of clips from other films that you see as a host. And that if you can identify every clip, then you will win a cash prize. This movie was produced by E.J. Fancy and directed by Bill Rowan, a hard-working, well-known British filmmaker. There's nearly no record of this film existing, and it's believed to have a private showing at some point, but it was never released outside of England, making it more difficult to trace. Other than that, virtually no other evidence exists.
No batteries.
The Terror. There are many notable things about The Terror. For starters, it may have been one of the first slasher films recorded genre really kicked off in the 70s. It's also only the second full-sound movie made by a woman. The plot is actually very simple. A cast of kooky and strange characters, which includes a spiritualist, three men who just got out of prison, go to an inn where the Terror, a mysterious killer, resides. All of them have an issue with the Terror. After a night of murder and horror, the killer's identity is revealed. The movie did pretty bad, with its most notable praise being it's not as bad as The Lion and the Mouse, Warner Brothers' first sequel, and the most scathing review being The Terror is so bad, it's almost suicidal. The man who wrote the stage play and script for this movie seemed to read the reviews at the time. He said one of the most retroactively backwards comments ever. I have never thought talkies would be such a serious rival to the stage, which led to the film being edited into two versions. One version converted it into a silent horror movie with title cards and the whole movie, while the other is the talking version. So, regardless, don't consider it lost.
The Cat Creek. The Cat Creek from 1930 was the first sound movie made by Universal, which also makes it one of the first sound movies in general. What's interesting is that there are not just one, but two versions of the movie that I consider lost. Both working from the same script, just in different languages. Back in the early days of sound film, it was just easier to do two versions of the same movie for different languages. The other years, like you say, the Spanish version of The Cat Creek was called La Voluntad del Muerto, or The Will of the Dead. Surprisingly, quite a bit of the film's plot is known because it's a remake of an older 1927 film titled The Cat and the Canary. To cut a long story short, it's an old dark house movie with all the usual tropes that go with it. You know, the dark house on the hill surrounded with fog, and some sort of mystery that kills the guests off slowly but surely. What makes this film notable is that it's one of the first horror movies to kick off the Universal monster movie craze in the 1930s, and it was even popular enough to get a remake in 1939. The 1939 film is not lost, but it completely abandons the plot of both The Cat and Canary and The Cat Creek.
London after midnight. Shortly after midnight, described by many horror enthusiasts as the Holy Grail of lost horror films. Rightfully so. Warren Shanley, also known as the Man of 1,000 Faces, plays Edward Seabrook, the man you see on the famous movie poster and production stills. Believe it or not, but the poster, just the poster, sold for more than $400,000 at an auction, as it is one of the last remaining physical pieces of evidence that this movie even happened. Many newspapers at the time reported that the plot was a bit hard to follow and almost nonsensical. Sadly, the last known copy of London After Midnight was burned in the 1965 MGM Vault file. Some people believe that there are some private collectors that have a copy of the film, but at this point it's just hearsay. If you still want to experience the movie, you only have two options. The first option is to watch Mark the Vampire, which is a remake made by the same director as Made in Sound, but without Lon Chaney. The second option is by getting a look at the 45-minute reconstruction made by Rick Schmidlin and Turner Classic Movies. This version uses production stills, photographs, and lengthy text descriptions based on the script. This version was released as a part of the Lon Chaney collection.
Of the Werewolf. As Noches de los Lobos, or also known as Nights of the Werewolf, is your standard Universal-era horror movie. A professor finds out that one of his students has lycanthropy and offers to help, but instead of helping, he manipulates the werewolf into attacking people he doesn't like for revenge. The story behind this lost film is actually more interesting than the movie itself. You see, we don't know if this movie exists. According to Paul Nasty, the film's main actor, it was shot, produced, and ready to go. However, the director, Rene Govar, was killed in a car accident after the movie was shot. They sent it off into production, and then the film essentially vanished. Paul Nasty himself claims that he worked with two other lead actors, Peter working that film industry. Because of this, people have speculated that Paul Nash Sr. made up this whole movie to help boost his resume when he was just starting out. We do know that a documentary was made on his legacy of Paul Nash Sr. titled The Man Who Saw Frankenstein Cry. In that documentary, we have what they claim to be the shots from Nights of the Werewolf. Also, it's possible that this movie was made just under a different name. The Theory of the Wolfman, or Wolf, is another movie that stars Paul Nash Sr. However, it is close, and the screenshots in the documentary are black and white. The plots of both films are very similar, which could contribute to Paul Nash's confusion here. And it's possible that he misspoke.
In the Mind of the Damned. Unlike most films on this list that were made decades ago, the strange thing about In the Mind of the Damned was that it was released in 2015 by the Dundas Film Group. That group is actually known for making strange, avant-garde, middle-grade horror guys like Melons. In the Mind of the Damned is different from their typical productions. It was supposed to be less campy and more story-focused. However, the mental health of the main character. They supposedly employed advanced film tricks such as shooting the scenes out of order to try and convey the effects of a narcotic through the range of film itself. The film was primarily shot at Eastern Michigan University, a now demolished campus, and reused the local cast. The reason why the movie is lost is because of how the actors did not like the film's plot, as it apparently featured a lot of smoking and murder. The film was available on a public domain website, It's likely that the only person who has a copy of the film right now is the director, and anybody who managed or bothered to download it or something.
Dracula was dead. Back when Dracula was not only a very popular and famous character, but was also copyrighted by Bram Stoker and his family, many filmmakers wanted to make a movie based on the vampire. Most could not, so they had to work around it. For example, Nosferatu, which is supposed to be Dracula, but they changed his name to Count Orlok for copyright reasons. This brings us to Dracula's death. The movie is not really about any Dracula, but rather an insane inmate who claims to be Dracula. The movie follows a woman who, after meeting the inmate in an insane asylum, begins to experience terrifying visions and cannot determine whether they are real or not. Right off the bat, we already have a huge departure from the story by Bram Stoker, which is strange considering that this movie was a Hungarian production, so close to the actual home of the real Vlad the Impaler, who Dracula was based on. Regardless, this would technically make it the first movie about the nature of the vampire. Some claim that there were a few before this, but there's no real evidence to suggest that that is true. Furthermore, there is actually a lot of mystery surrounding this movie, such as how much it made and where it was released. It is unknown if the film was launched outside of Europe. We only know that it screened in Budapest and in areas around Europe. The only surviving pieces from the film are its theatrical poster and a few production stills. The Cuckoo Clocks of Hell. This 1974 gore-splattered flick is completely lost due to its obscurity and violence. Much like with Cannibal Holocaust, rumors circulated that this movie depicted actual murders, similar to a snuff film. Furthermore, the credits featured pseudonyms in place of the real names of the cast members, making the film look even more suspicious and difficult to track. The film was originally 3 hours long and initially screened as The Cuckoo Clocks of Hell. However, apparently, this movie was so violent that mass hysteria ensued. The theatergoers rioted and started committing mass violence against one another. After being pulled from theaters, the filmmakers shortened the film to 77 minutes and re-released it as its last house on Dead End Street. As of now, the 77-minute version is seemingly available online for purchase, albeit scarce to come by. Only very few DVD copies even exist, and that's only for the re-edit Last House on Dead End Street. As for the original 3-hour cut, The Cuckoo Clocks of Hell, no known copies exist, although it's rumored that there might be a preserved theater reel in the New York Film Archive.
This is just a screen.
The Golem trilogy. The Golem is a rarely seen monster from Jewish folklore, originating from the books of Faith. A total of hard and the Golem 1915, the Golem and the Dancing Golem 1917, and the Golem and how he came into the world. For the 1915 version, featuring Alice is seen the Golem, who spins around with dagger in his chest. The 1917 version is completely lost as far as we know. Although some people claim that a print exists in the Eastern European Film Archive, however, we do not have access to it. It has never been publicly released. The 1920 version, which we do have, is a prequel to the 1950 version, which just confuses everyone that thinks it's the Golem movie. The Golem 1915 has a pretty basic plot. A man finds a Golem clay statue that was resurrected many years ago by a magical rabbi, and then resurrects him as a serpent. Then Peter's fall in love with the rejection. The 1920 version follows the magical rabbi as he makes the most protective use of religious belief. As for the 1917 version, all we know is that it might be a parody. Other than that, no other information exists.
In January 2001, a patient of a well-known psychiatrist connected this picture of a man that had been supposedly guarding her dreams repeatedly. She claims she's never met this man in her life. More and more people all around the world, thousands, claim to recognize this man as someone who also gets their dreams too. Several theories have been made to explain who this man is, such as him being the manifestation of our subconscious, or even God himself. However, you can rest easy knowing that in 2010, this story was confirmed as a fact in order to promote an upcoming film based on this man. Supposedly, the film was going to be directed by Brian Martino or even Sam Raimi. It was about an, quote, ordinary guy who discovers that people he has never met are seeing him in their dreams. Now he must find out why he is the source of nightmares for strangers all around the world. Right, this film was going to star this man. Unfortunately, after the film was announced, no promos, casting announcements, or even updates were made. It appears as though this film has been abandoned. This man has always been one of my favorite creepypastas, so it's not really a lost film or a canceled film, but I wanted to share it as an extra on this list. The Phantom of the Opera. The Phantom of the Opera might be one of the most famous classic horror films of all time, and it is, in fact, a lost film. Now, you may be wondering, lost creature is famous. Yes, you can find it on YouTube. Actually, no. Phantom of the Opera has one of the most convoluted, confusing histories of re-edits, re-releases in all of its history. So that I'm pretty sure I didn't get right. Confusing. For starters, just in its release year of 1945, there were 3 separate versions of Phantom of the Opera. The first version was shown to a select crowd that apparently hated the film, causing the filmmakers to re-edit it into the second version. This one had some new scenes added in, but was still received negatively, so they re-edited it again into the third version, which was released and was a hit. Out of these 3 versions, the first 2 are completely awesome, while the third one is just mostly. A few years later, when movie studios were transitioning to sound, the film was re-edited again, and was even reshot with new scenes to include dialogue. What's strange is that Lon Chaney, the man who played the Phantom, could not return to record his dialogue, as he was under contract with the studio. Also, the filmmakers weren't even allowed to dub Lon Chaney's lines over with a different extra voice. So whenever his character showed up, they just used title cards, even though almost every other character had voices. Now here's where it gets really convoluted. The most famous reconstruction of the movie was made in the 1950s, which is called The East Prince, because it was printed by the East House. What's odd is that this version has slightly different shots of the movie. When Phantom of the Opera was first being filmed in 1925, they used 2 cameras side by side with each other, so you can very faintly tell that the angles are slightly different. Then there's also the 16-meter show-at-home treatment made by Universal in the 1930s, which were take-home versions of the movie versus Super Studio at home. Most of these are lost or destroyed. The last one will be mentioned is from 2009 Real Classic DVD, which interestingly displays the East and West. And here side by side, we can see that the same scenes from both versions are slightly different. And keep in mind that Lon Chaney, the Phantom himself, couldn't reshoot the film to the sound version, so any scenes with the Phantom must be in the 1925 silent version. Finally, one last thing to note about the Phantom of the Opera. When the movie starts with an instantly long scene of a man holding a lantern, he's clearly saying something, but the audio is missing. So obviously this scene is from the sound version. Remember that they did add new scenes, and the audio is missing. However, the 1925 silent version of this movie has the Lantern Man scene too. It even has a close-up that hasn't been seen anywhere else. Why would you record a long silent scene of a man talking after a silent film is beyond us. Now, it's worth noting that the 1935 version is just a reconstruction of the reading for various sources. So it's possible that the Lantern came with sound version and it got mixed up with the silent construction. But I don't know, the quality of the film adds to the sound version. And it's strange that a reconstruction of this statement would have just an error. It is the first one of all. The Phantom of the Opera follows their public domain, meaning anyone can download it and listen to it as they please. Some admins have been attempting to color the film. Overall, the Phantom of the Opera, the one available today, is just a mix of the 1925 sound version and partial. The 1925 sound version is also partial. Different scenes, different versions, and even different camera angles.
That you're saying that my stance, you're saying my stance my stances are also okay, well, our stances are that would be without a system. Reason is a system. Reason is a system. That would be a system. I would be a system.
But if someone has the stakes of the dreams 28 years later, of a young boy sleeping in his bed, it's a ticking clock. All the lights in the room and suddenly the clock begins to slow down its ticking, and eventually it stops. When the clock stops, a British man climbs out of the clock. He wakes up to see this man dressed in black, grabbed out of bed, kidnapped by carrying him through a window. Clock takes him down in some kind of terrifying adventure. He brings him back to his bed
In 2012, a user known as Commander Santa posted this message on the website in the hopes of covering a missing animated short from his childhood. Little did he know, however, that this basically search for one of the most sought after pieces of lost media. A search that lasted for 5 years. A piece of lost media known as lost. The original set by initiated the long-term consulting was at first viewed as controversial and opened up more than full of equal attention. Others questioned his memory, given that he was Commander Stanza was a respected member of the community, and he wasn't one to troll his fellow members. His description of the plot of the cockpit was so vivid, so detailed, that many couldn't help but laugh. And honestly, many others relate to what he was describing and join along for the ride. Being the 5-year RPG, some magic and future, Commander Stanza describes what you remember in his cockpit experience. A large looking beard, and a large several animated shorts with rules out of it, even though they were purely during a pocket, such as the clock store.
which then in turn they turn out principally friendly at the same
The sandwich.
and grab a bunch of machines.
Then the opening, Nutcracker With Commander Stanza's thread over 800 comments in 24 hours, the stories of this short spread across the internet was wild. Within a single day, it had spread to World of Warcraft forums, Minecraft forums, Yahoo Answers, Table Tank, and of course, 4chan, specifically the Paranormal Activity. Within the same year that the Green spread was posted on Club, Commander Stanza went to 4chan for help. On his post, an anonymous user responded to the second official plot summary for plot.
Crazy shit. It's like bleeding. Damage. It started with
Commander Santa confirms that they are talking about the exact same shorts, and that one of them must have just misremembered some details. Around this time, Commander Santa purchased DVDs. Despite there being no official video release on the show, fans have compiled many of them today and made them available for purchase. Despite its conception, it wasn't like to find that on any of the DVDs. The story of the became widely known throughout the club, and each of the club, however, actually traced all the way back to 2000 on a website called the Animation Meachew. On a thread where you can a username Michael Powell posted about himself finding stories of the scene and making sitting in plain sight amongst the other paragraphs sounded cute and was awkward.
But if it is the case that there's a person who has control of that computer, and they can send somebody with a higher IQ to have sex with it, so how much of a higher IQ about it?
However, we discovered in 2012
Alright, I'm back, guys. Guess who has returned from the dead? Jesus has. No, I love Jesus, but no, I'm not him. And I never could be unless he wanted me to be more like him. Which I suppose he could. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Alright, okay. There we go. We're still rolling on the other ones. Okay. I'm sleeping. It's like lovely sleeping. Sleeping for a while, but yeah. What do should I try to and some games. Okay, well, I'll play some Call of Duty. Yeah, guess what? I heard a clip on PC with a controller against rude people. It's faded, but I hit it. The reason why that's impressive is because I hit a clip against like PC players with I assume on mouse and keyboard, and I still was able to hit them and get a clip because with a controller that's harder because I was using a controller and went against mouse and keyboard players. Still was able to against them. I'm playing IW4X right now. It's fun. It's very good. Very fun. This game is this stream is maybe one of my best ever. Now that I know what I want to do in the future, it's probably gonna go even better. Yeah, I've been streaming for 6 hours, not bad. Not a bad way so far. Everything is still up. Still going. So, okay. I don't have as much as left. Well, the game's kind of going a little bit slow, but since they put on the dedicated GPU, it's not going too bad. That's what you have to do. What you gotta do, put it on the dedicated GPU. Cause sometimes, I don't know why, but if you don't put it on the dedicated GPU, the game will, it won't run as well because it's running off the CPU, integrated graphics. What you want to do is change it to dedicated graphics, not keep it on integrated. Then it's going to do better if you put it on the dedicated GPU because dedicated GPU can run much better. I only have a GTX 1650 right now, though. I eventually want to upgrade, not to maybe a 50 series, but at least RTX 4070. The 4070 series is actually stronger than the PlayStation 5 Pro, and I can get a laptop probably like that for maybe $600, $700. Not a bad way to get it, and if I'm able to, I would get it, and it would be cool. And not only that, because I love my laptop that I have now. It's just I would like to upgrade it. Granted, it suits my needs because I don't care really much about the graphics as much as I do have fun with the game. And to me, I've said this about gaming too. Gaming, at least for me, the game needs to play well and it needs to match the atmosphere going through. So, for example, something like Call of Duty. It's meant to be this fast, fun arcade game. That's why the 60 FPS matter, and that's why what else matters is the pretty fast response. For someone like, it doesn't need high-end graphics. For something like, let's say, Resident Evil, when it had those, obviously, games are built with limitations in mind, like Silent Hill, Resident Evil, etc. But the limited draw distance, the crappy graphics, in terms of, the, the crappy draw distance, um, in terms of, the crappy, not just the crappy draw distance, but the ability to, let's see, yeah, the lack of draw distance, and, yeah, the lack of draw distance, or the short draw distance, and the crappy controls are, yes, part of the PlayStation 1, but the thing is, also, they are deliberately bad on purpose. The reason why this is genius, or this works in horror games, is because, you know, you're meant to portray a character that's, at least in the case of Harry Mason, you're meant to portray a character that isn't exactly, a character that's not exactly all there in the head, or he doesn't have good fighting skills, and he doesn't have good fighting skills, nor does he have, um, nor does he have, good, he's not meant to have good, like, he wants to be a regular guy, and so you can chalk it up to is that the bad controls hit one because he's just a regular guy who's, trying to get through other. Now, Resident Evil, the controls probably could have been better. Well, they could have been better either way. It's just that they're trying to fit the theme. And the fact is, the theme, to take it personal, the theme is supposed to, in Resident Evil, the reason why the graphics are not good is because part of the gameplay is it fits the horror theme. So even though you're like playing the soldier, depending on what game you're playing, this is mostly talking about the old ones, third-person camera. Yeah, it's more like the camera is meant to, be over the shoulder, tank controls, like that, and that's why. That's why I think the bad controls are not exactly bad if you get used to them. That I'd say they're not bad controls, they're just different. But some controls for some games are bad, and there's no generally reason not to. With Silent Hill and Resident Evil, you could actually say that there's a reason why some controls like some controls are deliberately, bad, but then there are some controls that are bad, because they're bad. They're bad because they're bad, and there's no reason to say that they're not for some reason. Now it doesn't mean I don't. It doesn't mean I don't hype it and stuff. But I think that to be a video game has to match the controls, the atmosphere, the aesthetic, all have to match each other. So for example, Call of Duty, the gameplay has to match the controls, and the controls have to fit on the controls, and the atmosphere and aesthetic have to match the atmosphere. And that's why I'm willing to let some games with bad, willing to let some games, off of bad controls, willing to let some games off the hook because some games need to be worked on for me, at least for me. And I don't take it personally, it's like, or take it as other people do. I know people, they really get picky about, oh, it's not running well and all that, which I understand. Some people are a bit picky. But not me personally, it just depends on what the game's going for and the time period. Because at least in this day and age, every game has good graphics now. Game graphics, I think. Yeah, 'cause I was playing Battlefield 1 a couple of weeks ago. And, with all the technology and stuff, we have a whole bunch of technology. We've got technology that can help games come to life. The thing is, that technology we have now, it's that you don't need like the technology that we have now is that you don't have every game's gameplay. I assume is good. Every game's graphic is probably going to be the same as the other because games are selling. For example, The Witcher 3 is on the Nintendo Switch, not the Nintendo Switch 2, the Nintendo Switch, regular Nintendo Switch. And so, that game, yes, it looks a lot happier than even the PlayStation 4 and regular Xbox One because the Switch 1 is weaker, but the game is still The Witcher 3. Games in the past, for example, if you wanted to develop a game on, let's say, the PlayStation 1 and N64, the games would look different. Well, this is because the games on those look different, and that's because, that is because games that look different, and that is because games on them, games on those games, and the PlayStation 4 and the Nintendo 64, they would have completely different, they would have completely different structures, and the N64 was way stronger than the N64 was way stronger than the PS1. And so a lot of people, they say stuff like, oh well, like it was a lot, there's a lot more, I just think that it's not as,
inspires movies, such as Steve Jobs' Consciously Genius, Taylor Swift,
Okay,
and of course, A Day with SpongeBob
but
SquarePants. After more fake reviews were posted on Amazon, they began contacting the users that left them, leading to a discovery that the Regal Films headquarters is supposedly in a food court in the back of the mall. On top of all of that,
but
it's discovered
it's
that the virus exists on their official website, leading many to become skeptical of the film. I mean, they were
okay.
using fake names, their headquarters was in the mall, and the website had a virus. What exactly is going on? Soon, an employee of Tasty a retail chain that sold books and video games,
The N64 was stronger, way stronger. It did, I believe it did 3D differently than the PlayStation 2. It was the PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 1. The PlayStation 1, I don't think could do triangle, so it could play games like the N64. Like, it's kind of like this. Could you run a game like Final Fantasy, like Final Fantasy 8 or 9 or 7, the PlayStation 1 version, on the like at 64? Yes, and not due to you could, but it's not. It would be dumbed down, but not due to actual hardware. Reason why it would be dumbed down is that N64 would have to be compressed to fit on one cartridge. It's why, like, so that it happens, it would have to be dumbed down. It would have to be dumbed down and stuff. And so, reason why it would have to be dumbed down is because
the unauthorized mockumentary thing was prepared to throw people off. The plot was pretty simple, but still only vaguely related to the online song. Basically,
it would have to just be dumbed down just before it would have to be dumbed down because not because it couldn't run it, because it didn't have like the storage space. The N64 itself didn't have this space that CDs had, and so they would have to compress it, much like how they brought the PlayStation 1 version of Resident Evil 4 to the N64. But obviously there were some differences, like they compressed the audio, they compressed the resolution, compressed the textures. They just shrunk basically everything down, and they did it by a lot, and again, it's not because of their power issue, it's because of the issue with the storage space. It's the storage space that they use. The N64, in terms of graphics, was stronger than the PlayStation 1, probably by quite a bit too. I don't know the exact specifics, but yeah, based on what I heard, it was stronger. And so, I guess so, yes. Like the game like PlayStation Final Fantasy can run on the N64, so it depends on it. But I think it gets harder when you run a game on the N64 and the age difference in the PlayStation 1. So, for example, could you run a game like Super Mario Brothers 64 on the PlayStation 1? The answer is yes. It wouldn't look nearly as good, and it would be a little wobbly, but it could, because there's port of it,
under the name Grand Scale Entertainment.
already putting it to um
But still earned nearly $11,000
already putting it to the PlayStation 1. You know, 32-bit machine,
two people attached to the
but
phone.
64 versus 32. And the PlayStation 1, as I said before, is 3D worse than the N64. Now, the N64, I think, is actually more meatier and softer. I can't remember what the exact reason is, but I think it has to do with the way that the game renders on the N64 versus the PlayStation 1. So it's not just because games today, as I said before, The Witcher 3 on the original Nintendo Switch 2, while it does look a lot less than the game on the PC, let's say, the Nintendo Switch, The Witcher 3 on the original Nintendo Switch is still the same game with just cutbacks. It's not like they had to redesign it or take chunks out. They just had to lower the resolution, lower the draw distance, lower the graphics, lower the textures, and games, especially for Unreal Engine, Unity and custom engines, engines are a lot more scalable now, and the hardware difference isn't exactly, it's not exactly like the Nintendo 64 versus the PS1, where the hardware is different, or the PlayStation 3 with like its cell processor versus like the Xbox 360. And that was why it got third-party ports, but third-party ports of the PlayStation 3 were typically a lot less than the Xbox 360 ports, because to get the complete fullness of the PlayStation 3, you had to know the architecture inside and out. You had to know about the cell processor and how it worked. Now, don't get me wrong, the cell processor is insanely strong, especially for a console that came out in 2006. That console, the PS2, was like a supercomputer, and actually there was a PlayStation 3 supercomputer, or maybe there was, but it was really strong for the time. It probably still is, at least pertaining to the cell processor. It's just, it was hard to code for, it was hard to develop for, and that's why Sony ditched it and more traditional, which I think was the way to go. Don't get me wrong. My favorite Sony console is the PlayStation 3, not just because of the looks, but I like it because it has free online. I like the fact that the controller, it just fits well on my hands. I like that. I like the XMD, even though the XMD technically was on the PlayStation X, not the PlayStation 1, which is also called the PSX sometimes, but the PSX as in terms of the PlayStation, it's a PS2 with it's a PS2, but it has the XMB on it, and the XMB first came on the PlayStation 2, not the PlayStation 3, but that was a Sony and the Japanese only console, and that's why I never made it to the States. Oh, wait, but it was called I think the PSX DVR or something like that. Yeah, I don't remember right now. So what else am I going to talk about? Actually, I think I'm going to try to fix my mic with still giving me issues. Hold on.
team was able to make contact with Jason Bourne.
Okay, so it still is. Alright.
Without any contact at all, Jason screamed and cursed at Spirit, telling him to never contact him again.
We got
Then, new ground was broken.
sneakers.
2016,
VST to plug in. Let's
Skype account claimed to be associated with Boy Foods. This led to the team looking into any real Skype accounts that Boy Foods had.
okay.
One was found with the rental phone numbers. 4 separate calls remained, where a slew of information
Let's take this up here. Hello, hello. Alright, now let's take number 1. Hello, 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 hello. So to get more base, do I bring up to 1? Or is it the 2?
And there have been like allegations of like
No, let me reset that. Hello. Alright, let's do this. Hello, hello.
could it just be a false diagnosis on the
Okay,
virus
let's go all the way to the left. Hello, hello, hello.
And one of your
Hello,
colleagues,
hello,
Jason
hello.
Lawrence, his name was, he's been seen as somewhat abrasive.
Okay, I think that's pretty good.
One of my colleagues in the group asked, hey, is this Jason
Alright,
Lawrence?
let's do that. Let's close. Alright,
In September of 2016, the Kickstarter would officially be launched to continue the film.
I need to find a way to
$15,000.
lower this stuff a little.
Despite the shady dealings of Regal and its related companies, it seems like this mystery was finally getting
I'm going to lower. I'm going to lower a lot of volume on some of these so that it's not protruding it anymore. I just don't I don't mind it, but I'm gonna start that over. Okay. Okay, let me turn it down the other ones a little some more. Turn that down. Okay. Do-do-do-do. Yeah, I like you and all, but I'm trying to lower the volume on other stuff. Because because it's overlapping too much, and I feel like I've had enough of the overlap, at least right now. That doesn't mean it can't change in the future, baby. Well, I would rather get the lowest speakers, at least in terms of, more like audio that's not as reading. Okay, let's do now. I'm doing. Okay. I don't know. I love AVG and also I love going to sleep to a lot of different things. I know what to put. Let's do. Alright, I like Blame It on George, but I've been listening to you enough. I still like listening to Rag and Hunter StarCraft and different ones. But as I was saying before, I like listening to games and things that aren't basically that aren't like the more obscure videos. And I've done that for right now, but I still am going to. Okay, okay, let's, yeah, you know what, okay, fine, Eternal Ring, you're up first. I like the Eternal Ring game on the PlayStation 2, it's very good. Very, very, very good. It's a good game, and I think people should play it more. Alright, let's try out W4X again, but I'm going to lower the resolution and lower the FPS. Let's see what happens. Yeah, like, when you have too many audios going at once, you have too much audio going on at once, things get diluted a little bit, and so, but I'm having a great time so far. Okay, so, full screen, no, and 640 by 4080. Let's apply that setting, which means we're going to lower the screen by a lot. And yes, I know that seems weird, but I'm going to do it. Okay, this is my game. Alright, it's in the upper corner. Display window border. Okay, so now I can move it. Alright. It's going to be kind of hard, but yeah, it's going to be a little bit hard, but I don't mind it too much. Okay. Yeah, I also like listening to Just Strife Hayes. He talks about MMOs. He talks about a whole bunch of other stuff too, and I appreciate that because it's very, very calming. Okay. I'm going to just check on some stuff. If things are still going the way that I think it should be. still should be ready to go, at least in this case. Let's see. Um, yeah, that noise suppression has really worked very well. I'm actually kind of surprised at how well it has worked. Well, I'm kind of not, because um, it's been working well for me, and I assume for others. Okay. Turn up Was It Good by Josh Strife Plays. Here's a plain honest Josh Strife hates. General Ring has cool, for the PS2 has cool aesthetics as well. I like it. Okay. Um, let's see how how long have I been streaming so far? It has been almost 7 hours, and I'm going strong. And this live stream has I'm glad, because I'm been using my live streams. I figured them on my own, which is what I kind of wanted, because if I can have multiple audios going from multiple versions of my own live streams at once, that means that my live streams I can have multiple audios of my multiple live streams going on at the same time. Yes, they're a lot more quieter, but you can still hear them if I were to stop talking and I were to turn down the main live stream. The main live streams, for all of them, this live stream, and keep the 3 live streams going at full blast, but not talking and no background noise, and turning off the mic. I might do that the next live stream. Okay, now I'm trying to find Newtown, and I'm getting closer to the mic because I need to get closer to the screen so I can see where my cursor is. I'm trying to Call of Duty. Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. Hard. Um, so I used to not like my talking voice before I got used to it. It's funny because a lot of people, because due to my laid back personality and attitude, a lot of people thought I wasn't, oh, I think I know why it's a little bit slow down laggy, but not as nearly as bad. It's because I'm using the noise suppression, and it said that it would take more CPU power. So that's probably what's happening. But that's okay. Still running off a dedicated GPU, which I said before, if I want to do that, I want to run it off a dedicated GPU, not the integrated, so that it can get the most out of it. So yeah, just do that. If you can. Here we go. Alright, so there was a woman or female called Elisa. She's still alive, she's just in jail. Called Elisa Bustamante. She was a member of the LDS Church, but she killed a 9-year-old unfortunately, but she's more or less my type. It's just that it's unfortunate she killed a 9-year-old. I don't really support that. I don't think that's cool. But I like that. I like her. I actually like her personality. I like her looks. I like her attitude. It's kind of a rebel. She's a lot like me. Um, I'm LDS, but I don't fully believe the leader's interpretation. And I do believe Joseph Smith is a prophet of God. But even they can make mistakes. Mistakes. So, for example, um, let's say they say that Jesus was we don't believe, I don't believe this. Due to the Godhead, they don't believe Jesus Christ was created into God, nor was he created. He sort of progressed into that role, but that's not due to a lack of, I guess, ability per se. Um, Human analogies can only do so much to understand how Jesus and God can be the same while still have operating differently but doing it together in a perfect way. Um, Human analogies can only get us so far because, well, human analogies can't exactly explain how Jesus Christ can be both created and a human at the same, like a human and non-human, divine mind and a not divine mind at the same time. But I say that that's part of God because you can't. It's like saying that something the Trinity. Because saying it's like I've heard many LDS and other people say, well, how can if there's no Trinity in the Bible, because how could the authors um know about it? The Trinity doesn't make sense because how can you have three persons and one God? But the thing is, God itself isn't supposed to be completely knowable, right? So it's like we believe in the Trinity too in many ways. It's called the Godhead. Three gods and one Godhead in perfect harmony. And to say, well, they don't share the same they don't share the same what's it called? They don't share the same nature, but the three different persons. You can say, oh, that doesn't make sense, but it can make sense, and it does make sense. Um, just because you can't understand it doesn't mean it can't make sense in a way. So, for example, you can infer something is without getting to it. So when people say, well, the Trinity isn't in the scripture, yeah, maybe not in the way you think, but that doesn't mean that the Trinity can't be referred to, even if that the phrase itself isn't in there. For example, where in the Bible does it say God the Father became a human? It doesn't. It doesn't use it. It's a, it's either a word concept yeah, I think it's a word concept fallacy. Roblox says time. I didn't know I was playing Roblox. It's a word concept fallacy. To say that, oh, well, something's not in the text a certain way means it can't refer to that thing. Now, maybe I can understand where they're coming from, but to say that, oh, well, the word Trinity isn't in there, so it can't be referred to that. Not realizing that God the Father, it doesn't say God the Father became a human, even though LDS people and me did believe he became. Now, I believe God the Father did become he did become human once when he appeared to Joseph Smith at the garden with his son Jesus. However, I don't think he became human the same way. I don't believe in the infinite regress of the gods. And I'll explain why. Even if we take infinite regress into account, saying, oh, well, there is something above him and something above him infinite number of times, that doesn't take away that Jesus Christ and God the Father are still fully God. Because you have infinite regress, you still have a omnipotent, omniscient. And the reason what makes Jesus different, Godhead between our own, which we believe that we can become our gods ourselves, is that we have to earn that. Jesus didn't. He was always God, because the Godhead says three gods in one Godhead, essentially making the one God because they're perfect harmony, perfect unison, perfect representation, perfect image. Whatever one can do, the other one can do as well, and they can do it in a way that doesn't make sense to us because they aren't just representing each other, they're representing perfectly each other in a perfect way for a perfect. Representing a god as a messenger is not the same as being a perfect representation of a perfect god. Be different in terms of like access and the ability to perfectly represent it. Because if Jesus was just a regular guy, how come nobody else could do what he did? Elijah, not Muhammad, not Moses, not Abraham, none of those guys. And to say, oh well, Jesus was in the Old Testament is a fallacy too, because Jesus says to Moses, it's like, hey, you wrote about me, Moses wrote about me. And it's like Jesus says, well, Moses wrote about me, and when he says before Abraham was, I am, it implies that he not only existed before Abraham, but he was flat out saying he was God because of I am. And I am is not, it's not really God's name, it's more of like a title. And so that's what God is. It's not exactly what God's name is, but I think that can be a name for God. So, but people do this like word concept fallacy. They keep saying stuff like, oh well, it needs to be in the Bible, like the way that I think, otherwise it can't be referring to that thing, and I think that's ridiculous. To say it has to be in the Bible a certain way is weird because you can have multiple references and inferences of the same thing through different words and different views, but you can come to the same thing, but it has to be, but I don't think this can apply to like, oh, well, Muslims and Christians worship the same God. And it's like, I guess I can understand if you think that the God of Abraham is the God of the Jews, the God of Christians, and the God of Muslims. The problem is it can't exactly be the same because Jesus has to be included in that. Jesus even says if you don't have the Son, you don't get the Father. But he goes further than that. Jesus says that those who don't have the Son don't have the Father, and if you don't acknowledge the Son, he won't acknowledge you, and then neither will the Father. Actually, God the Father calls Jesus God in Hebrews 1:8. In Philippians it says Jesus emptied himself. Emptied himself from what? Divinity? Yeah, probably. John 1:1 says, In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. The Word, and here is Jesus, and if you take it hyper literally, as in not just Jesus is not just the messenger of God, but Jesus is the literal Word of God, and that Jesus is the Word of God, the Father that is made manifest into reality, as in Jesus is the speaking word of the actual God and not just as a mouthpiece. But that's what it is in terms of like God the Father is the Son, but Jesus is the light rays of the sun, which is essentially coming from the same source. Jesus and the Holy Spirit or the Holy Ghost are just eternal, perfect extensions of God the Father, but while being essentially its own being in one way, but being together in its other way. We don't know how it works because there's layers of God, layers of Jesus that he that he probably walked away somewhat when he became human. It says, well, he chose to empty his vessel. He didn't have to, implying that he was God. He was in the beginning with God, and if he's the beginning in God and the perfect harmony of God, and he was eternally with God and the Godhead or the Trinity or whatever. And in some ways, he can't exactly be just a regular person. He has to be God in some ways. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Um, Otherwise, it doesn't make sense for him to. Otherwise, yeah, it just doesn't make sense to say, oh, he's just a messenger of God. The reason why he's special is because God allowed him to be, and that's why. The issue with that notion or saying is that saying that Jesus is just a regular souped-up human, I don't think even works very well because in order for that to be the case, um, you would have to admit that you would have to admit that God the Father, God the Father or God the Son, Jesus Christ. Not because even if the Father gave you all of his powers, like let's say God the Father is able to give you all of his powers, he makes you special. He still wouldn't. Just because you have the fullness of God and the abilities of God doesn't mean you would be able to comprehend him. So let's say he gave you all knowledge and all power and he souped you up as a powerful being. That doesn't mean you would be able to comprehend it or tell it in a way that makes sense because you can have all knowledge and all power all you want to. You still wouldn't be able to fully comprehend it because you would still be limited by what your infinite can do. And unless you're saying that God can essentially make another version of himself just as you and still keep your personality, which I think could be the case, then yeah, that would be fine. And you know what? I would perfectly accept that, God can just essentially make a copy of himself in you, and he could do it in a way that makes sense to God. But the issue is that why only Jesus could do it? Why could nobody else? And I suppose some of them come back and say, well, other people could have done it. He just chose Jesus because Jesus is special and he's not the only son of God. But the issue is like, at least for the Unitarian wise or Jehovah's Witness wise or any other belief that has Jesus as just a divine messenger of God and not actually God, Son of God, is that What makes Jesus different from Elijah, Moses, Abraham, any Muhammad, any of those prophets? Granted, I think Muhammad is a scumbag. Um, I don't think he did very good things, and he deserves his, I think, mostly negative reputation. Um, but a lot of Unitarians and Jehovah's Witnesses can just say, well, God can just do that. And if he had an eternal, infinite time to choose, did he pick Jesus? Like, let's say he knows, has all timelines, and he knows all things and has all futures. Well, there's no future to him, but like, let's say he could, like, have an eternal amount of time to pick. You didn't just pick it at random. You probably didn't say, well, um, I picked Jesus because, well, Jesus is the only one who could do it. Which, even if that's true, we have to wonder, why can't God the Father make another Jesus? And I suppose we could, but the issue is that what makes Jesus inherently special in a way that not neither Elijah or Moses or Abraham was, even if they're sons of God too? What makes Jesus the candidate to go to and not the other ones, despite the fact that a lot of people, non-believers of Jesus who don't think he's God, they say, well, God could have done the same thing with Jesus. He could have done with Elijah or Moses or Abraham, but the issue is, why didn't he do it? And you can just say, well, if you have Jesus, you don't need to do it with Moses or Elijah or Abraham. The issue here is that none of those were called the Word of God either, and Moses wasn't called the Word of God. Abraham wasn't called the Word of God. Elijah, Moses, nor Abraham were called the Word of God. Muhammad definitely isn't called the Word of God, because the Word of God can mean he's the Word of God, that he is a spokesperson of God, not God, as in the Word of God means he is the word of authority. It's like, well, if you hear from him because he's perfectly in union with God, it means he's God. But only because he was made that way. So he is the Word of God as a divine messenger. He's the Word of God as the Son of God and God, but his Word of God, his God, is more not authority but action on behalf of God the Father, because he's a perfect representation of the Father. You could just say he still is God, like how Jesus would act is how God the Father would act too. So there's no difference between them. So you could say he is the Word of God in that sense, that he is the Word of God, by simply doing what the Father does, and not just as a divine messenger of God. He would be the Word of God because he is God, but he is God the Son, not God the Father. And if you take it to the highest, he is the Word of God, because he is not only God, but he is the literal Word of God, as in the Word of God, the Father, is no different than the Son of God. The Son of God is the literal Word of God, not just in a representation, speaking sense, but in a sense of he is essentially the Word of God, and he is the very existence of the Word of God. Now, going back to the thing to where it says, oh well, God, he could have chose anybody. Well, the issue here is that in how it said, but in Revelations, Jesus flat out calls himself the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. You could say, well, that's because that's after he got exalted, or that's after he got to where he did because of the Father. Um, and I do understand that. That is a not, I guess, not a bad explanation, but then you have to explain stuff away that why only Jesus still. Um, you could say, well, oh, well, why only Jesus? Because you don't need a second Jesus. The first one is sufficient, and you could have, and he created them that way, and God made them that way, and that's essentially it. But then you can just ask yourself, what makes Jesus makes Jesus so valuable to God the Father that given an infinite number of times and he's under no pressure because there is no time to God, essentially, that God still picks Jesus over everyone else, even if there's no time or there's nothing, there's no there's nothing pressuring him because God is all powerful, all knowing, can probably do anything, even logical contradictions, because a logical contradiction to us and a logical contradiction to him might not even be the same thing. So I guess you could just say, well, God chose him because God made him special and unique that way. Therefore, he's unique, not because he's inherently unique, but because God inherently made him that way. And so Jesus is inherently unique as the Son of God because um, he was made that way. So therefore, if you have a unique Son of God that you made that way, you don't actually have to have Elijah or Abraham or Moses do it. And you could just say the revelation is because he was made that way after. Okay, that's kind of fair. I can kind of see how that's fair. Um, the issue is the Old Testament too, which is what people have to. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. In flesh and dwelt among us. That's a lot harder to explain away, as is Philippians, as is before Abraham was I am, because the word, I believe in Greek, for logos is theos, and so that's why John 1:1, the whole book of John, especially John 1, is so powerful because it flat out tells you that Jesus isn't just like some, souped up, he's not just some like souped up person that God made him to be that way. It's more like God, Jesus Christ, is that way and didn't give up his abilities, but he essentially blocked his he essentially kind of set it aside, his divinity, but he didn't, to become fully human, but he was still fully God, as fully human, all of the hypostatic union. And so, one wants to say that, then yeah, say that he's the hypostatic union. It's so, what else do I? Oh yeah, but a lot of Unitarians will say, oh well, Jesus as is eternally in the Father's plan, but his existence wasn't eternal or not eternally pre-incarnate. But not even non-Trinitarians or non-Jesus is God believers, they'll say like he's always eternally in the plan, and it's like, well, if he's always eternally in the plan and he's always been perfectly harmonized with God in a way that we can't fully understand, how can he not be in some way be special? Because it's not like we are, at least from a Unitarian or Jehovah's Witness, many Jesus is not God believers. They say that, well, Jesus has always been eternally in the plan, and he's always been eternally the perfect representation of God, because if you're God in everything but name, how can you not be God? if he's always been eternally in the plan of God, because he is so central to God's plan for eternity, how can he in some ways not be God? Because even Unitarians and Jehovah's Witnesses will say and even admit that Jesus is Jesus has always been eternally in God's plan, and we don't understand how that could be, how he could not be God, but he could always be the eternal messenger of God, because he has to be special in a way to where nobody else is. If he was always chosen, it's not like he looked around, because even the non-Jesus who, like people who don't believe Jesus is God, even if they're unbelievers of Jesus being God, they still have to admit that even they can't possibly know how Jesus can't be God, how he can't, at least can't be, how Jesus isn't your typical messenger of God, because because it's not just about being able to comprehend it perfectly. You have to be able to explain it perfectly in a way that others can comprehend a being that's incomprehensible to you. Jesus Christ isn't just God. Jesus Christ isn't just Jesus Christ. It's not. He's not just God. Jesus Christ isn't just God, or at least a figment of God's imagine. It's like Jesus has to be, in some ways, like special, or at least godlike in some way. Even if you don't think he's God the Father and just the Son of God, being the Son of God still makes him essentially God, because he still has his Father's nature. And if he has his Father's nature, which is eternally, and Jesus is the eternal Son of God, then he has eternally all of God's powers and nature, and he is essentially eternally God himself. So it doesn't, even if you say he's just the Son of God, that doesn't take away that he's still God in the flesh, because he's eternally the Son of God. And since God's nature is eternal and he's the eternal Son of God, then Jesus is eternally God. Being the Son of God and being God, in my eyes, are essentially the same thing, because he would have to explain away how he can be a perfect representation of a perfect God for eternity, and even just the Son of God, he will eternally have the Father's nature if the nature of God the Father is eternal, because that would make the Son eternal, and it would make whatever the Father has, the Son has too. It even flat out says he's the creator of everything. Like Colossians, maybe? Was it Corinthians? I can't remember, but it does say that Jesus is the creator of everything, and that he is the firstborn of creation. Now, when it says the firstborn of creation, you could just say that what it means there is that when it says he's the firstborn of creation, it means more, it doesn't mean that he was literally born. He didn't exist and then he came into existence, at least not on a metaphysical level or meta level. Instead, when it says he's the firstborn, it's more talking about how Jesus is the he is the firstborn. Jesus Christ is he is the firstborn. Um, Jesus Christ is the Jesus Christ is he is the firstborn. Um, Jesus is when it says he is the firstborn of all creation. I think it means um, that he created everything. He created everything first, and Jesus is in the Old Testament, like firstborn of creation means he created everything in the universe, like created everything outside of the universe. He was the first creation, as in he was the first to do anything in like any time at all. Same with the Father, same with the Holy Spirit or Holy Ghost, because again they perfectly represent each other. How can Jesus be just a regular human or just a regular person if he is just a perfect representation of a perfect representation of a perfect God in a way to where he's been eternally that thing because he has the same eternal Father's nature as the Father, and so I don't think he can just be just a regular guy or a souped up guy. Now, if you want to say he's a souped up guy that others could have had, but God chose Jesus for some reason, be my guess, but that still begs me the question. It goes back to why Jesus and why nobody else? And they can say, well, because, or if they could just say, well, it had to be Jesus because, well, it had to be him because Jesus was picked by God because God's wisdom made it so where Jesus was that. The issue is that if he wanted to do it to someone other than Jesus, why didn't he? And no matter how you get to that point, the fact is, it just seems like Jesus is very, very critical and vital to God, essentially in the center that it almost like, now I don't think they'll say God, God needs Jesus, but it seems like God needs Jesus if he wants to enact his plan in a certain way that not even he could figure out another way to do it a certain way without Jesus. Maybe it's not the fact that he couldn't do without Jesus, but even though I think that Jesus is eternally his son and is eternally on the same level via the Godhead or the Trinity, though I'm more of a Godhead person because I'm an LDS Mormon, but let's say that you don't believe that Jesus is God, or he's not the Son, or not eternal, or not. He's just some guy that was souped up he was just some guy who was empowered by God, and that essentially makes him God because God allowed him to be that thing. I still didn't explain how how Jesus is so critical to God's plan. That God's plan, if you took away Jesus, that it wouldn't work in the same way, because apparently Elijah, Moses, Abraham could not do what Jesus did, even if God were to pick them and give them the same God powers that essentially Jesus would be. But just because they have the same God powers doesn't mean they would know how to use those same powers to the same high standards that Jesus would. Because if Jesus is the only one that can use it to perfection in a way that nobody else could, then I think you have to almost admit that Jesus, even if you don't think he was God, he would still have to be, he would still essentially have to be special in a way that the other ones weren't, because he's the only one that God the Father could figure out a way to use his plan, eternal plan, and where only Jesus could do it. He probably saw it and it's like, well, I could empower every, like, other prophets like Jesus, but that doesn't mean they'll have the same result. So if it hinges on so much about Jesus being able to, the only one that is able to do it, then it's almost like there's not a lot of delineation, because God the Father needs Jesus because nobody else is capable of doing what Jesus is, even if you empower them. And that's why a lot of people say that stuff. It was church fathers too that, they went through it at the Council of Nicaea. They said stuff like, well, and they had a lot of the same questions and issues. How can Jesus just be a regular guy? How could Jesus be just a regular guy if Jesus himself is so needed for God's plan to work perfectly in a way that not even Moses, nor Elijah, nor Abraham could do that? And God can't, for some reason, find a way to not only not empower them, even though he probably could, he couldn't he couldn't figure out how, in their free will, he couldn't figure out how to way but to how these Jesus empowered Jesus empowered people like Moses or Muhammad or Abraham, how they couldn't do what Jesus did, because again, and I think people don't understand this, is that you can have all, you can be empowered by God, but it doesn't mean you would be able to correctly deduce what that means in both a personal understanding way and just conveying it to other people. Just because you have all knowledge and all power, it doesn't mean that all knowledge you can comprehend that all knowledge in all ways at once. And so it's so like it's just saying that, oh, well, you could have all knowledge and all power, and it could be God could do the same thing to others. It's like, yeah, he could, but the issue here is that how do you know, like, how can you be able to uh, not only comprehend it, but then you have to explain it to others in a way that you're trying to make sense of something you can't exactly make sense of, because the human logic is limited to its own limitations. It's limited by its own limitations. It can't exactly do the things that other people uh, wanted to. So that really is the big conundrum: is that why only Jesus? Why nobody else? And it can't be just a matter of empowerment, because he could have done that with Elijah or Abraham or Moses. But for some reason, Jesus is the one that made the cut. Why? So either Jesus has to be special, or he has to be so central to God's plan eternally, that God the Father couldn't pick anybody else, especially in the way that he wanted to convey that, to convey that, to convey his plan in a way that he couldn't figure out any other people. So could God have changed his plan? Sure, but God specifically chose that plan in all the scenarios even if he was granted an infinite eternal time, because it's not like he was under pressure to choose, because he's God. There is no pressure for him. And so the fact that God the Father can't find anybody to enact it in his plan, because his plan is so central on Jesus Christ, and being this special guy, this special person, it's kind of hard to understand that God the Father needs Jesus for his eternal plan, because his plan, God's plan, hinges on things doing a certain way. Even if he could have chosen a different plan, that plan wouldn't be successful, because you need essentially you need Jesus as the only one who could do it, because Jesus is the only one who could perfectly represent a perfect God in a perfect way that still keeps his free will intact. And it's just like God the Father couldn't do it with Abraham, he couldn't do it with Elijah, he couldn't do it with Moses, he couldn't do it with Abraham, he couldn't do it with any of those people, because he still chose Jesus at the end of the day. Why did he choose Jesus? It can't just be, oh well, look, he chose Jesus, because even though he could have done it for other people, Jesus, he picked Jesus randomly. But why did he pick Jesus? Oh, well, you could say, well, it's an eternal wisdom. Well, that's kind of the issue we run into now, because if God has eternal wisdom and eternal power, and he knows everything, foresee everything, and his abilities we can't comprehend, and he still can't, for some reason, figure out a way how to empower people that can match Jesus in all ways, then Jesus has to be special in ways that Abraham nor Isaiah nor Jesus has to be special in ways that neither Jesus nor Isaiah nor Elijah nor of the any others. Elijah, Abraham, Moses, Isaiah, Muhammad, anybody could not do what Jesus did, because Jesus is God didn't make Jesus into this understanding, because it seems like even if God empowered any of the other prophets in a way that Jesus was empowered in this scenario, I mean the people who don't believe Jesus is God scenario, then they have to explain why only Jesus in this plan. For example, let's say God had the same plan, whatever that could mean. Let's say God has the same plan, but he chose someone else because his plan was, in all of his infinite wisdom, this was the best plan. Well, the issue here is that if if God the Father wanted to pick the same plan but a different person, but he didn't, because it implies in his wisdom that nobody else was fit for the job, because nobody could do it, because in infinite wisdom he had to pick Jesus, because no one else could do it, because even an empowered Moses, and empowered Moses, and empowered Isaiah, and an empowered Elijah can't do what Jesus did, because otherwise they probably would have been picked, is that it just doesn't explain how Jesus is critical to God's plan in an eternal way. If God has eternally, if God has eternal infinite amount of time, he's under no pressure to choose, because if God can do anything, then he's under no pressure and he should be able to empower them to the same level of Jesus. The fact that if okay, it's kind of like this. Let's say out of all the plans, plan one is like plan two is the perfect plan because it's the perfect plan. It's all of his wisdom. Okay, now in that perfect plan, instead of picking a perfect representation of me and in power, I'm going to pick a representation of me that I could make perfect, but for somehow still can't perfectly represent me, even if it's a perfect candidate, even if I empower it. If I empower a person, and let's say I'm God in this, I'm God the Father in this example, let's say that I'm God the Father in this example, um, but I can't perfectly I can't perfectly represent. I can empower them till the cows come home, but I can't figure out a way how to empower them in a way that I can get other people to understand and for him to understand and fully represent me. It's like, would you rather choose the most uh, candidate who seems to not fail every time, or the person who is in the who's chosen for the job, but even with fully empowered, still can't, for some reason, I guess, comprehend, can't, can't do what Jesus can, and that's kind of the issue. It's not the fact that both people can't be empowered for the same, for the same plan. So, for example, let's say God the Father chose the same plan as he did with Jesus because that's the best plan, because of God's infinite wisdom, because it's the best plan to comprehend, and it's the only one that could happen that respects him. Now, the reason why this I think falls flat is because you have two people, one that can be a perfect representation of a perfect God, empowered, but still can't get the job done, versus a being who is a perfect representation of a perfect God and perfectly empowered and can get the job done. But I run through the scenarios over and over, and yeah, that's probably not how it happened, but let's say I run it over and over, and for some reason, it's only Jesus. I can't get the other people, even fully empowered, to do the same thing as Jesus in a perfect plan, and that's really where they start losing it, because people who don't believe Jesus is God have to explain away how a fully empowered being can't, for some reason, reach the same level of heights that Jesus can, even if God fully empowers them in the same plan. Jesus, let's say Jesus, instead of Jesus, for the perfect plan of God, is not chosen and someone else's, and he's empowered by God, it implies that even even if you empower them, they're still not able to fully grasp, fully perfectly represent God in a way that could fully represent him. That's a huge thing, because if we state, if you have two different people, they're both empowered by God, but one in God's perfect wisdom can represent you in a way that makes sense to itself, and makes sense to others, and you can choose, like, this fully empowered being can fully represent you perfectly, and you'd probably be more inclined to versus a fully empowered person, but still fails even in the perfect plan. So you not only have, so let's say this, okay, I'm God the Father, I have all knowledge, I have all power, and I have a perfect plan. I fully empower two people. Person A is Jesus, and person B is like a prophet or a spokesperson of God. Person A and person B are both perfectly, fully empowered and are put in the perfect plan, right? They're both in the same plan. They're both fully empowered by me perfectly, and they both have all my abilities and all my knowledge and all my intelligence. Okay, so they're on equal footing there. They're in the perfect plan. They're ready to go to through the same process. They have the same amount of powers. They have the same amount of everything. Person A and person B have the same stuff. They have the same everything, and I'm able to perfectly empower them, and they have in the same exact plan. Now, in my infinite wisdom, let's say I always chose person A, which is Jesus, every single time because I look at person B and I go through all the scenarios, and for some reason, even if when I fully empowered them, but I'm not controlling them, I'm just letting them use their free will, they can't for some reason get the job done, whereas Jesus does every single time and in that perfect plan. And this is the perfect plan from eternity to eternity. And for some reason, I still can't get Jesus Christ to not be vital. And that's really the thing. It's not just the fact that God's infinite wisdom has a perfect plan, but Jesus is the perfect candidate for the perfect plan because nobody else could do it perfectly, even if they were um, fully powered to do so. And that's where the, the, the rub lies. It's not that other people can't do what Jesus did to some degree. It's not the fact that others can't be fully empowered by God. It's not the fact that God couldn't choose if he wanted to, but that it's a perfect plan, is perfect eternal wisdom could not find another candidate that was as successful as Jesus, and he probably had an infinite eternal time to choose, but he was the only choice. And that's why Jesus is more special, because even if we equalized all things between candidate A and candidate B, only candidate A was shown in God's infinite, perfect, eternal, infinite wisdom to succeed, but not person B, because person A is special in a way that person B isn't, because person A, even though he has the same advantages as person B, and has full free will, because let's face it, if God were to control person B and person A, then it would effectively be still him doing it, because he would just be controlling himself to be his own messenger. Whereas if he had someone else do it that's perfectly able to fully represent him in a way that both the subject and the person and the client could do it, but he can still do it in the perfect plan, then it seems like person A, candidate A, is more for the job than person B. because person A succeeds in every infinite eternal timeline wisdom that this perfect plan can be in, that God can think about, but person B couldn't. So that's why you have to say that Jesus is more than just a regular human or a regular person, because Jesus, in all these scenarios, even if we make person A and person B equalized, person B can't be the same way as person A, and I think that people need to understand, and non people who don't believe Jesus is God can't explain why he's the only one who could do it, because he's the only one who was successful in a perfect plan, that even if God empowered you to do it, you still wouldn't be able to be as successful as Jesus was. And what makes it successful? Because you can't just say, oh, well, God could control you, it could do it. And yeah, I'm sure he could, but then it's but then it's not even a candidate. That's just God doing it through a different representation of himself through his own creation. But then it would be God the Father doing it. He would just be having a suit that he would just be an avatar of himself that he would be wearing, that um, then you wouldn't be able to distinguish the candidate and God, because they would essentially be one and the same. So I don't know how people can say God can't. They say God um, could have picked another plan, but I assume that that plan wouldn't be as perfect as the plan we have now. And maybe you could say, well, he could have picked other people, not Jesus. If he picked another plan, that's true. But the problem is, in his perfect eternal wisdom, um, he picked his plan eternally um, in a way that other people couldn't do it, because you have to assume that God the Father already knows this is the most perfect plan and the perfect wisdom. Um, but then you have to decide, you have to pick. Well, it wasn't really a choice, it was just an inevitability, but it, human analogies can only go so far here. Is that Jesus, God, Jesus, or Jesus was the only one in this perfect plan that I have picked, is the only one that could do it. Candidate B, even if I fully empowered candidate B or a prophet, still couldn't be as successful as Jesus could for some reason, even because I'm going to respect their free will, because if I were to control them, it would be me doing it and not someone else. But even in my perfect plan, this is the perfect plan because I have perfect, eternal, infinite wisdom that nobody else can. But the fact is that no matter how much I empower perfect candidate B or person B, person B can't do what person A, Jesus, can. And even if I fully empower both to where they're both equalized and they both have free will, them both having free will doesn't mean much of anything, because perfect, it's just like person A and person B, they can't exactly go hand in hand because person A is all in my perfect plan, mind you. So this is the most perfect plan. This is the perfect plan. Even if it doesn't seem like it, person A is able to always win and always perfectly represent me, even though I fully empowered person B to be the same way as person A, and they both have their free will, but person A is always able to succeed where person B can't, even if I give him person B everything that person A has. And sure, I could control person B and person A to make them the same, but the difference is person A doesn't need my controlling to do it. He can just do it by his free will, and person B needs it to be on person A's level. So Jesus, who is person A, doesn't need me to control them, even if they're fully empowered, to perfectly represent me in a perfect plan with perfect, infinite, eternal wisdom, but person B does. So, that's why I say, and many others say it too, person A, Jesus Christ, is the only one who can do it because Jesus is inherently special in a way that the other ones are not. There's no way around it. There's no way. There's just no. There's no way around it, and because there's no way around it, then one would have to admit, if I'm gonna do like a J Dyer debate now, one has to admit, even if you're, alright, let's just do Matt Monkey, Matt Dillon Monkey, because he's an atheist, right? Let's go an hour in. And Matt Dillon Monkey. Do. But yeah, Jesus, Jesus has to be more important than even the most fully empowered human, because it's implying that person A and person B are the same, but person A can do things that person B can't, and there's really no other argument to where you can go. You can't say that person A and person B are the same thing, and they're not. To say that they're the same thing, I think is ridiculous because, as I said before, person A, person B, and person B can't be the same things because person A has to be different than person B. Person A, person B have to be the same. Can't really be the same thing. Okay. Yeah, person A and person B can't be the same things. Yeah, person A and person B can't be the same things, and because they can't be the same thing, person A and person B can't be the same thing because person A that person A, in perfect wisdom, God's perfect wisdom, is the only one that is able to do it in a way that none of the others can do, even if you fully empowered them and made them equal. There's still something that person A has that person B doesn't have. And there's just degrees of separation, and then those degrees of separation make a big deal, and then you can't really separate them. And that's why Jesus, in some way, has to be God. Even if you don't think Jesus is God himself, Jesus has to be someone or have something in a way that the other ones just don't have. They don't have it, and I don't know why they don't have it, but they don't. And people are going to have to deal with the fact that Jesus Christ is not special than any other person that's fully empowered by God. Even if God were to fully empower you, you still wouldn't be able to be like Jesus could, because Jesus has something that you don't have, and there's just nothing else that they have. Yeah. Okay. So what I'm doing now is I'm watching uh, four of my streams, and I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. I don't know much I'm going to continue, but I've been having a good time, great time so far. I'm going to continue to do it, and I don't know how long I want to stream for, but kinda I want to stream for maybe a couple more hours at least. Um. Okay. Alright. Alright. So it's been going very well so far. And I think I have it on the highest quality as possible still. And it's been going very, very well. I haven't had any problems so far. Slept through it like a baby, and I was listening to it, and it's been a fun experience so far. And okay, I'm gonna take the mic off for a second. I'm just going to let it run in the background. Uh, and I don't know what I want to talk about, but maybe I'll just say I'm just a reserved person. Maybe I want to some other stuff. Let me see. Okay, that's request. Alright, okay. Well, for now, I will turn off the mic again. I just wanted to say that. Um, yeah, I think I fixed the mic problems already. just had to configure some stuff a little. I think it sounds a little bit better now because I have like earlier in the live stream, it felt that I was talking through like a tin can or something. But that's okay with me, I guess. Yeah, well, I gotta go to the bathroom and drink some water, eat food. Okay, I'll be back.
Essentially teaches about skepticism. I often get asked, can you be too skeptical? My answer is no. What they're generally talking about here is not skepticism, it's cynicism. Skepticism is an ideology, and an ideological sense is I want my entire reality to match the reality I experience as best as possible. And so, you've a couple times suggested that my worldview should lead me down a path of total skepticism. Well, I am a total skeptic in the sense that I have doubts about everything. I am not absolutely certain about anything. But that doesn't mean that I don't have reasonable confidence in things that are based on the foundation of logic. Now, if we're going to have a conversation about what's beyond logic, which is apparently what we're trying to do, criticizing a given notion is just one more attempt to say, oh, there must be a foundation. Well, where's the demonstration that there must be a foundation? What are the consequences if there's not a foundation? I have the same basis everybody else does. I'm convinced that it is reliable, as are you. The difference between us is that you are convinced that you found why it is reliable. That's not
see demonstration poised other than this side.
Get away from me.
I mean, if we're just going to make flat out assertions, then you assert your right. It's not an argument. You haven't presented a single argument from the entire thing. You presented colloquial, kind of loose arguments, but there's nothing. The whole thing is you claim that this shouldn't exist in the world. That logical absolutes could not be true. The fact
necessity is. Say, here we go. Your case is that a world without a God cannot offer an explanation for why it exists. We'll just stick with that one. My position is, and I was talking specifically about your argument about using a duck order, says essentially saying that, under God there's an explanation via script. I'm going to miscue that because I was looking for so disjunctive syllogism, essentially showing that with God we have an explanation, without God we don't have an explanation, therefore God. What I said was, in a reductive, you have to demonstrate that there is a necessity for an explanation in this case. And simply getting to a dead end, which was your passage, which I went with, does not mean you've demonstrated the truth of the other one. Because a dead end now does not mean that there won't be an explanation down the line. I did not say we will find it. I didn't even say, if I said we might find it, in fact, I'm talking in a philosophical sense. I'm not saying that it's true or likely. I also know it might never happen, and I'm fine with that one because I don't have any demonstration that there is an explanation. Well, I would reply by saying that you claim to be a neighbor of it's not unfair to bring by that
Hey, I'm back now. Alright, let's put it down a little. I ate a ham and cheese sandwich, and I think there should be more female villains though. Let's see, I want the Crow City of Angels Kali Kali. She kills Danny. The Crow City of Angels. They used to have like the full thing, but I can't find it. I do like the Crow. I like the Crow in terms of like his like aesthetic and stuff too. It would be cool. I think Kali from the Crow, the City of Angels, is my favorite villain because of how She kills a child in cold blood with no remorse, and they don't usually do that, let alone a female in like movies today. And I like that she didn't have plot armor, but I like that she kind of did it quick. She didn't torture him. Um, but she did taunt him. She was kind of like smiling. And she like sung a song as she did it. And so she kind of like took delight in like wanting to kill a child. She kind of reminds me of Elisa Bustamante in that regard. Except, she's obviously fiction. She's the actress who played the Yellow Ranger too. Um, and then he kind of got destroyed. You know what's funny? I still need to see the Crow one. I still need to see the first Crow movie, and I kind of want to. And I will eventually. I hope so. That's nice. Now it's when now is it? Okay, no, it still is. Okay, loaded back up. Is it back now? Okay. Hello. Alright, we're back. To me, that's why I call her the best. My favorite villain. She kills a boy. She nationalizes it. She can't. And she kind of taunts the child. Especially Male villain I can understand. Female villain, you never see that rarely in these days because female evil villains still tend to have sympathy for children. She didn't, and I just sent him to the afterlife. But don't worry, he actually gets his revenge, and he actually gets the last laugh in the end. So yeah. Okay. What do I do now? Is it still going on? Okay. Still going on, it's still going strong. Yeah, Collie from The Crow is just my favorite. He's my favorite villain. Best villain of all time. And I wouldn't have it any other way. I really wouldn't. At least I don't think so. Okay, so what do I do now? Oh, so there used to be someone called Bianca Beauchamp or Bianca Buchel on here. She's like, she seems like a cool person. I don't know why though. They took off her. Guess they took off her YouTube channel, or she just deleted it, or deleted it. Don't know why. Maybe she wanted to. I don't know why she did it, but maybe she wanted to, or something. I don't know. Okay. What else should I look up? Listed killer kids. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to look up Bustamante. Should be close here. She's like at the beginning of it. Okay. I have like, what else do I have running? Souls, games, Dark Souls, Holy Steel, okay. Yeah. Should I listen to Christopher? Like Queso. See, that's at least supposed to Monte. She was LDS. She is anymore, but she was. Let's do. Okay, so. Alright. Put on scary. I need to put up like scary stuff. Maybe I'll put up like El President stuff first. That's scary stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Straight on El President. Okay. Alright, well that's done with that. Okay. Scary. I can find the scary playlist. So what else? Okay, do I have to? I can't find it though. I still hear a person in the background. It's funny because like the guy, he's not very good at games, but it doesn't bother me. It makes me in a good mood, and that's why I do. Okay, okay, why should I put it in now? if you put it right now. I'm trying to blank on it. Because those things that I want to have are already on here. Maybe I should just look if we got Cody stuff or something. Ding, 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 ding. I do like a lot of different. So also the thing is I like pretty aesthetics too, and that's why I do it. It's like I love pretty aesthetics, and I think others should like pretty aesthetics as well. And there's nothing wrong with it. So something I thought about is as if I could find the ability to like live stream from the phone. Maybe I couldn't, but maybe I could. Who knows? I wonder if I should much. I do like pretty stuff to look at, whether it's buildings or attractive people, or because I've said before that if you think your garden cloud is close to divine, and you should probably try to look as pretty as possible. Not for like vanity stuff, because you can be attractive and still a respectful person, and you can see what the attractiveness is just one part of it, but they have a wonderful personality. They have wonderful aura about them. So you don't have to just based on their personality, but you can do on their attitude as well. And that's what and that's what I think people should try to. I think people should just try to understand that it's okay to be pretty, to like how God made you, but to increase those if you want. There's really nothing wrong with it at all. If people think there is, I don't know what to tell them. It's like, well, what do you tell them? Well, I don't know. Okay. You can hear a president in the background. It makes things funnier. Also, there's uh, a lot of people are going to like Jesus, especially after Charlie Kirk got killed. And it's so unfortunate because I believe, even though I didn't always agree with him, he was willing to talk, he was willing to cooperate with others, and they still killed him, which means I've always said this, you can love people and still not want to be a part of their life. Sure, sure, everyone is God's children, but not all of God's children should and have to and should live together. So a lot of people, a lot of people, um, they don't, I guess they don't realize that, um, I don't think they understand or realize that a lot of people, uh, they don't have to, um, like, they realize that I think like life is fleeting, and they realize that uh, even if you even if you like try to stave off death, that's why you shouldn't idolize people, because it'll never work. It doesn't work. So it's I think I think what people need to realize is that people after that, like, they don't understand is that that's why trying to hype or idolize or worship or make any role model that isn't perfect of Jesus will eventually let you down, because the higher the expectations, the worse it's going to get whenever inevitably those expectations can't exactly be met. So it's like, if you can't meet those expectations and it's not possible, then how are you supposed to meet those expectations when you can't really meet them? It's like, there's a reason why Jesus said what he said. He didn't just say this stuff for no reason. He said it because, well, you're going to, you're probably going to get, what's going to happen is probably, what's going to happen is that you're probably not going to like it very much. I think that people need to realize that, um, people need to realize that can't exactly like help you or do anything, and is that trying to trying to uh, make it to where trying to make it to where others can trying to make it to work to where it's like it's just that it's just the higher the expectations, the worse it's going to get. Um, I just don't think that people can handle not having the like ability to give push cognitive dissonance. Like it's like you really they just need to understand that they're not capable of if you're not capable of I guess helping yourself, then it's just like a lot of it is really like useless or something. Um, I don't know. I think that people who try to uh they try to say stuff like they try to say stuff like either it can't happen or like I don't know. Like people try to they just try to overestimate the people who they worship or see as valuable or they think there is no next Jesus and I think a lot of people want that. But there isn't. There's no next Jesus. There's no other Jesus. There's no next Jesus. No matter how bad they want it, there is no next Jesus. And I think that people just need to get over it. Like, I don't know why people want there to be a new or next Jesus, thing like that. It just seems like uh, I don't know. It just seems like people can't get over themselves. Who knows? Um, um, so, yeah, so what else? Okay. You can hear them in the background. Alright, let's put that down. Okay, so this is all collection posts on Instagram. Does it automatically go to the next one? uh, you can't full screen it for some reason. I don't know. I guess the reason why this stuff doesn't bother me like others, it's like even though it can, it is kind of like spicy stuff. Is that I'm just not bothered by it because I still treat people the same, no matter what they're wearing or trying to convey and stuff. I think that just shows that people aren't exactly they're not exactly the way that people think. And Jedi, okay. Jedi, someone gives a good logic. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, Muslim. I don't think so. You, I kind of wish you could full screen this more, but maybe it's not meant to. That's kind of loud. Like all loud and stuff, but yeah, it doesn't bother me. Cause you know what's funny? I've had models come up to me in the gym before, like, and I've had good, like, attractive people. Like, there was this one girl who was pretty attractive. She came up to me. I still didn't. I just didn't mind it. It doesn't bother me because I don't let it. I don't let it bother me. I just get to. You just have to be able to look at people as more than human and not like an object. And that's what Jesus did to females. And I get why, but yeah, don't, you shouldn't try to, you shouldn't try to, you shouldn't try to, God, compare yourself, like compare anybody to Jesus because they're just going to fail. That happens. People make mistakes. Now, it's not a bad thing if you want to, but you should try to be careful. If you don't, you're just going to end up disappointed. You're going to end up being disappointed, and then, but yeah, going back to the Charlie Kirk thing. Charlie Kirk, the thing about Charlie is that he brought many people back to Jesus, especially his death. And I've said it before. People's lack of it's like they lack people's inner because you can't force people to like you, so you have to be able to like yourself and be okay with being alone. And I don't get lonely like other people. I've been perfectly alone for like basically years on not talking to people. I've talked to people, but I don't try to go out to make friends easily. That's just my personality. But people still come up to me, I guess. Children, adults, females. There was a couple of females who tried to hit it off on me, and I said, no, you're nice. attractive woman and female, but I'm not looking for it. Because I'm a aromantic and asexual person, and I just want to stick to a platonic relationship. Um, I don't want a relationship that is like, oh well, we need to love each other and stuff. It's like, I'm not really looking for that. If others want to, that's fine for them, but not for me personally. And I think that's okay if I don't want to. But the fact of the matter is that these people, they need to realize that people don't like have to care about it if they don't want to. Um, but that's why you should try to treat others with respect. You should try, no matter what, you should try to treat others how they want to be treated. You should try to understand that people are different, but you can still be respectful in that disagreement. You can be civilized even if you disagree. You don't try not to take it personally or get offended. Um, Try to treat people with respect and love. Yes, I know people say, "Oh well, you're behaving like, I guess essentially, oh, you're behaving like prostitutes or that, or you're wearing skimpy clothing," and it's like, it doesn't matter. I just do it. I like it because I think they look cool, but I don't want to do anything else with them because it's like I still respect it. And in this economy, with the cost of living being so high, I can't exactly blame them, even though I personally disagree. For example, OnlyFans, I think that people who pay for it are weird. I personally haven't done it and wouldn't do it. However, we have freedom of free. Not only do we have freedom of speech, but we have freedom of expression, and this capitalism. If people want their porn, I guess they can pay for it. Even though I personally, not look at it. They can look at it if they want, I guess. But the thing is, even if they did, because no matter how they dress, it's like I just shrug my shoulders and say, okay, but how's your personality? How's your attitude? How do you treat others? To me, that is most important. And as long as you treat others well, then you're going to be okay in my book, in my eyes. And there's nothing, there's just nothing wrong with it. Um, there's nothing, there's just nothing good. And I think people, uh, okay, well, where's the, and yeah, but there's nothing wrong with it. And, I guess it just doesn't, I'm just not bothered like other people because I'm not horny like other people. Granted, I mean, occasionally it still happens, but I have self-control, right? A lot of it really is just about self-control and the willingness to be self-control and have self-control, and that's part of it. So yeah, it's part of. People, so there's nothing wrong with it. But as I said before, I think people are realizing how fleeting life is and how it can be, and that death, if you can't defeat death, then essentially death is your god. Because nothing can defeat death, and ultimately, nothing really matters. So if nothing really matters, ultimately, because, well, it doesn't really matter to anything, then well, there you go. Nothing ultimately matters. It doesn't really mean anything, and you're almost stuck trying to uh, you're stuck trying to rationalize life that ultimately doesn't really matter to you or to anyone else. And if every action is equal to each other, then none of those actually matters. And so that's why it's like the reason why I'm just not bothered is that I'm not bothered because I'm I'm essentially just a reserved person. You can use the word asexual, aromantic, reserved, mostly indifferent, unbothered, apathetic, soft-spoken. I just use the word reserved. I don't mind or care what women wear. They can wear skimpy clothing and I'll just treat them the same way I try to treat others. I just talk to them with respectfully. I can respectfully disagree. And they say that it's a big impact because I try to be kind to everyone because everyone I believe is going through stuff. You might be the only light in someone's world. And I don't treat people differently despite what they're wearing or their appearance or anything. Now, I think it's better if people care more about their appearance so that I think it's better if people care about their appearance more because then it's better that way all around for others. But people don't actually have to. They don't actually have to care as much about their appearance as much as people need self-control. They need self-control, good morals, and self-improvement. And really the biggest one I think is self-control, because if you have self-control, you essentially have good morals, at least from a pragmatic standpoint. Also, speaking of pragmatic, even let's say Christianity is completely false, it's fake, it doesn't, Jesus was nothing but just a historical figure, which even non-believers believe. Most non-believers believe that Jesus of Nazareth existed and he got a big following, he preached, and died by crucifixion from Pontius Pilate. The fact of the matter is that Christianity, even if it was completely false, fake, unverifiable, that would still be a better, it would still be a better society and better pragmatic, even the ones who don't think it was, because Christianity is the reason a lot of people like Western civilization. There's a reason why there's something called cultural Christians, or atheist Christians. They believe in the customs, they believe in the holidays, they believe treating each other as you would be treated, the golden rule. And they believe that Jesus exemplified and practiced those, even if they don't believe in the divinity of Christ, they still hold a great deal of respect for Christ. Many people respect Jesus, and heck, I'm a Christian, or at least I would say I am, but I respect someone like Buddha because I believe Buddha did a lot of good stuff, and I believe that he was very relaxed, and he wanted people to get along, but there's a lot of people who were good that were not so nice people, great people who weren't great people, and I think that people need to get over that. They need to get through it, and there's just not a lot you can say that people I don't know. I guess people don't seem to realize that uh, people people don't realize that you can just I'm streaming for 9 hours now. I don't know how long I want to stream. Maybe until it stops. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to do that. But I'll probably keep it up for a few more hours because I've been enjoying it a lot. But yeah, it's not hard to just treat others well. It's not hard to treat people how you want to be treated. But it's also not hard to treat people because Jesus Christ himself, who I believe he's God, treated women well. He treated females well. That's why a lot of females supported him, because he treated them the same way no matter their status. Same thing with the outcast. Same thing with the prostitutes. He was more harsh against the religious leaders and hypocrites over those other people. And you want to say that Jesus is more like, he's more because he's the ultimate masculine. He treated women well. Nothing cool with treating others like garbage, like dirt. There's nothing cool about it. Even if they're wearing skimpy clothing or they're portraying themselves as they want to get intimate with you, you can still respect them and just say, hey, maybe you could try a little bit harder for yourself to self-improve your image, but you can do it in a kind and nice way that doesn't bring them down, because everyone is going through something in life. But Jesus still treated them as equal, and that's why he got a big following. He went through a woman first after his resurrection. He loved women and loves women, and he is the best role model for both males and females and children. He's the best male example. He's the best female example. And if not him, then Mary, one of the Marys in the Bible probably is. Mary of Bethany, Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of Jesus, and the other Marys too. you could say that Jesus is also the best for a child or a teenager because children can relate to Jesus. Jesus and children got along very well. He was very gentle with children. In fact, he flat out says it's like if you hurt a little one, it would be better for you to go down to like the sea and like drown yourself. Put a millstone around your neck and drown yourself because he thought it would he cares such for children that any child abuse is disgusting and it's sickening, and you really shouldn't put your hands on children. You shouldn't abuse them. You try not to indoctrinate them. That's why Jesus also says the truth shall set you free, because at the end of the day, the truth always wins out, no matter how bad you don't want it to, and you can't hide anything from God, no matter what. It says that God shall laugh at the wicked. He knows their day is coming. They're going to try to have a futile attempt, and they're going to fail quite badly. And so you can try it. You can try to say, oh well, we can't. There's no way that it can happen and stuff. There's no way. But that's why I guess it just doesn't bother me, because I also try to give compliments to others. But I'm not bothered by any of it. And the reason why I'm not bothered by any of it is because if you treat others well, they're most likely going to treat you well. It's common courtesy, the golden rule. Treat others like you would want to be treated, and treat them try to treat them good, no matter what they're wearing. And if you're not really affected by what they're wearing or the aesthetic, because I can look past it. I've talked to a model at the gym, as I've said before. I've talked to a model at the gym, and I've talked to attractive women and females at the gym that I go to. I talk to them, and they still appreciate me. They appreciate me. And I think that people need to realize that it's okay. It's okay if you it's okay if you don't want to appreciate it, I guess. But then you're just going to, if you're a slave to sin, then you're still a slave. If you're a slave to your desires, then you're a slave to your desires. If you're a slave to your inability to have self-control whenever you look at an attractive female, you're a slave to lust. Now, I wouldn't do what, like, for example, Gandhi did. Like, I wouldn't, like, because Gandhi, I think he was not a good person. Heck, nobody is good compared to God, I'd say. Only God is good. But to say he was good, it's kind of strange, because, like, he says that he's, like, good and whatnot, but like I don't know, they try to say like they try to say stuff like, oh well, like you can't I don't know. I think they try to state or say stuff like, oh well, you can't like, or you shouldn't um I don't know, but it's just like they try to they try to they try to say stuff like, oh well, you're looking up stuff too, and but the thing is, the reason why I'm not bothered by it is because I don't get bothered by this stuff.
Poisoned 10,000 of its own citizens
Not like
on
they do.
purpose. That they sprayed entire cities with bacteria just to see what would happen. That they dosed random Americans with LSD in brothels while agents watched through mirrors. You probably think I was describing a dystopian novel. Maybe a conspiracy theory your uncle forwards at 2 in the morning. But here's the uncomfortable truth. Every single thing you're about to hear is documented, declassified, and verifiable. These aren't theories. They're facts that were hidden in classified files until whistleblowers, lawsuits, or congressional investigations dragged them into the light. So, before we begin, do me a favor. Hit that subscribe button, give this video a like. Because YouTube's algorithm doesn't love dark history. And I need your help making sure these stories actually reach people. Now get comfortable, dim the lights, and prepare to learn 101 things your government did that they really hoped you'd never find out about. Let's start in 1932 in a place called Macon County, Alabama. The Tuskegee Syphilis Study. It's 1932. The Great Depression is crushing America, and in Macon County, Alabama, the U.S. Public Health Service approaches nearly 400 black men. They tell them they're receiving free health care for bad blood. Generous, right? Except here's the thing. These men had syphilis, and the government knew it. For 40 years, doctors watched these men suffer. They documented the progression of untreated syphilis as it destroyed their bodies, their minds, their lives. Even after penicillin became the standard cure in 1947, they withheld it. They didn't tell the men what they actually had. They just observed. Like you'd watch mold grow on bread in a science fair project, except the bread was human beings with families. 28 men died directly from syphilis. 100 more died from complications. Their wives contracted it. Their children were born with it. The study didn't end until 1972, when a whistleblower leaked it to the press. But, of course, medical ethics violations were just getting warmed up. And culture. And speaking of experiments people didn't consent to, let's talk about the Central Intelligence Agency and their relationship with lysergic acid diethylamide, or as your little uncle calls it, LSD. From 1953 to 1973, the CIA ran a program called MK Ultra. The goal? Mind control. The method? Drugging thousands of Americans without their knowledge or consent.
Okay.
Talking prisoners, mental patients, random citizens at bars. The CIA literally funded a brothel operation in San Francisco, where they dosed Johns with LSD through one-way mirrors. You know, for science. They gave it to soldiers, to hospital patients, to university students who thought they were participating in normal studies. One CIA officer even spiked his colleague's car with LSD. That guy later died by jumping through a window. Oops. The craziest part? We only know about this because someone forgot to shred the files. Most of the records were destroyed on purpose in 1973. So, if you've ever felt paranoid, just remember sometimes the paranoia is justified.
Speaking of justified paranoia, military leaders have actually pitched staging terrorist attacks. Operation Northwoods, it's 1962.
But as I was saying before,
And the Joint Chiefs of Staff are getting creative.
as I was saying before, I just don't have a problem with very much. I just say I'm a reserved, mostly unbothered person who doesn't take offense, doesn't try to get offended, and I don't take things personally, and I like most stuff doesn't bother me really. The only thing that I guess really maybe bothers me is people who are not only hypocritical, but they don't want to admit that they are being hypocritical. It's like just own it if you are, and I don't like people who abuse children. I don't like people who abuse animals because it shows that, and especially if it's like you're just doing it for no reason, which is funny because if you say you can do something for no reason other than you enjoy it, then you could, but if you also subscribe to nothing really matters, then you should just off yourself. In fact, what's wrong with all humans dying if there's no value in anything? Human survival doesn't need anything either because, well, human survival, it just delays the inevitable in an ultimately meaningless dead universe that doesn't care about you and your life doesn't really matter. It's like, yeah, it's kind of hard to do, and people think that, oh, well, my life matters. Well, maybe it actually doesn't matter as much. Maybe it doesn't. If you think that way, there's no reason to prefer one action over the other. So why not just sit in a room all day that's completely pitch black and a void of nothingness? Because it doesn't really matter. So I don't know. It's like it's funny when people try to describe meaning by saying that you have to make your own meaning, but that's relative. So there really is no better meaning in a meaningful way. There's no better. There just is. And David Hume says you can't get enough from it is. And so I like to think that a lot of people don't seem to realize that a lot of people don't seem to realize that doesn't really matter very much. So I don't know.
On Christmas Eve, 1926 alone, 60
Okay,
people died in New York City from toxic booze. The government kept doing it anyway. Medical examiners called it murder. The government called it deterrence. We could go either way. People kept drinking and kept dying. Because apparently the best way to handle a public health issue is to add more poison. And speaking of adding things to people without...
I'm surprised it's still going as well as it is, but I'm not surprised. We have very good internet at our house. And so, yeah.
They decided to feed radioactive iron to hundreds of pregnant women at Vanderbilt University and other institutions. The women were told they were receiving supplements to help their babies.
Yeah, Wizards and Warriors, the 2000 game is pretty fun too. I have it. It's kind of hard for me to play, but I like it. I also like Aiden, like Thunderscape. This is another DOS game. It's pretty fun too. It's kind of hard to get through. but it's fun. I also like a game called Realms of the Haunting. That's a very fun game too, and I think people should play that. Realms of the Haunting is fun. Very fun dungeon, like horror game.
But hey, at least those
Fun horror game.
sometimes the government prefer to do their testing out in the open air.
Great horror.
Operation Sea Spray, September 1950.
But yeah, you should try to treat people as people. You should try to treat people as people. And you should try not to
Over San Francisco.
let people
Navy ships sprayed clouds of bacteria.
I don't know. So anyway, I'm going to take a break again, and I'll be back. And I think after a while, I'm going to maybe watch some Seth the Probe stream, some Seth stuff, Seth the Programmer. I like him too. He's a Christian. Actually, many people in the Dragon Ball community are actually Christians or religious. That makes me happy because, especially after Charlie Kirk, there seems to be an uptick in people who believe in Jesus. Even Adam Scott. Yeah, I don't think he converted, but he did Pastor's wager, and he says, I'm going to believe in Jesus on his deathbed because death is scary, and you realize that, or at least it's unknowable. So you realize that it's probably best to put your faith in a guy who might be God than anything else. Like even children say they have visions of Jesus. They have spiritual experiences of Jesus. And so, Jesus is the Jesus pieces. The Jesus pieces. So after this, and after that, well, I don't know. The other live streams are almost done. My other almost done too, but I'm going to, once they're done, I'm going to start them over again. Because I think it's fun to react to yourself and stuff, and there's nothing wrong with that.
But body snatching wasn't the government's only creative strategy. Sometimes wealthy Americans tried to skip the middleman entirely and just overthrow democracy themselves. The business plot, 1933. The Great Depression is destroying America. And President Franklin Roosevelt is passing New Deal policies left and right. This makes modern industrialists very
Alright, time for me to take a break, and I'll come back later.
Wall Street's biggest names.
Time, yeah.
Overthrow the government. They approached Major General Smedley Butler, a decorated Marine, thinking he'd lead a fascist coup. Instead, Butler went straight to Congress and testified under oath about the plot. He named names. He detailed plans to install a dictator and create a paramilitary force of 500,000 veterans. Congress held hearings. They confirmed the plot existed. Then, nothing. No arrests, no prosecutions. The names were redacted from the public record. Some of the alleged conspirators included people connected to DuPont, Goodyear, and even Prescott Bush's banking partners. Butler spent the rest of his life warning about war profiteering and corporate power. Meanwhile, speaking of powerful people getting second chances, the U.S. had a whole operation for that after World War II. Operation Paperclip. World War II ends. The Nazis lose. Justice is served, right? Well, mostly. Except the United States secretly recruited over 1,600 Nazi scientists, engineers, and technicians and brought them to America.
They gave them new identities, new jobs, and very few questions about their wartime activities. This was Operation Paperclip, named after the paperclips used to attach new files to their dossiers. The recruits included Werner von Braun, who built Hitler's V-2 rockets using slave labor. He became the father of NASA's space program. Arthur Rudolph, who ran the Mittelbau-Dora factory where 20,000 prisoners died, helped design the Saturn V rocket. The Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency actively whitewashed Nazi records, deleting references to war crimes and SS memberships. Their justification: we needed them before the Soviets got them. Because apparently the Cold War required a few genocides to be overlooked. These scientists went on to have distinguished American careers. And if you're thinking the government never made morally questionable deals again, well, let me tell you about the 1980s. Iran-Contra affair. Picture this. It's the 1980s. The United States publicly calls Iran a terrorist state. We have an arms embargo against them. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the Reagan administration is secretly selling them weapons. Lots of weapons. Why? To fund Contra rebels in Nicaragua, which Congress had explicitly forbidden. So the administration sold missiles to Iran, marked up the prices, and funneled the profits to right-wing death squads in Central America. When a plane carrying weapons was shot down and the operation exposed, they called it a mistake in judgment. Oliver North shredded documents. Reagan said he didn't remember. 14 people were indicted. 11 were convicted. Most convictions were later overturned or pardoned by George H.W. Bush. The whole affair reveals a shadow foreign policy running parallel to official government positions. But illegal weapons deals weren't the only creative financing happening. Sometimes the justification for war itself turned out to be, let's say, flexible to the truth. Gulf of Tonkin incident, August 1964. The USS Maddox is in the Gulf of Tonkin. They report being attacked by North Vietnamese torpedo boats. 2 days later, they report a second attack. President Johnson uses these attacks to push through the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, giving him broad war powers in Vietnam. Here's the thing about that second attack. It never happened. The commander of the Maddox sent a follow-up message saying freak weather effects and over-eager sonar may have accounted for many reports, but that cable was conveniently not shared with Congress. Johnson himself later admitted, for all I know, our Navy was shooting at whales out there. In 2005, the classified NSA documents confirmed it. The second attack was a mistake. Bad sonar readings, jumpy sailors, no actual enemy. But it gave the U.S. the justification to escalate a war that would kill 58,000 Americans and over 2 million Vietnamese. And speaking of operations that happened while everyone was looking the other way, let's talk about what the CIA was doing in Los Angeles. CIA cocaine trafficking in 1996. Journalist Gary Webb published a series called Dark Alliance in the San Jose Mercury News. His investigation alleged that the CIA-backed Contra rebels in Nicaragua helped smuggle cocaine into Los Angeles during the 1980s, fueling the crack epidemic. The CIA and major news outlets immediately attacked Webb, discrediting him and his reporting. He lost his job. His career was destroyed. Except here's the thing. He was mostly right. In 1998, the CIA's own Inspector General released a report confirming that CIA assets were involved in drug trafficking. The agency had looked the other way while Contra supporters imported cocaine into the United States. They valued funding the Contras over stopping drug smuggling. Gary Webb died in 2004 from 2 gunshot wounds to the head. It was ruled a suicide. His reputation wasn't restored until years later, after his death, when other journalists revisited his work and confirmed its accuracy. But domestic drug problems weren't the only place where government ethics took a vacation. Sometimes they exported those ethics to other countries. Guatemala syphilis experiments. Remember the Tuskegee study? The one where the U.S. government watched syphilis destroy black men for 40 years? Turns out they also had an international version. From 1946 to 1948, U.S. Public Health Service doctors deliberately infected nearly 700 Guatemalans with syphilis and gonorrhea without their consent. The subjects included prisoners, soldiers, psychiatric patients, and sex workers. Some were infected through intentional exposure to infected prostitutes. Others were directly inoculated. At least 83 people died. The experiments were designed to test whether penicillin could prevent infection. The results? Published in medical journals, but the methods were kept secret for over 60 years. In 2010, the story broke. President Obama officially apologized to Guatemala. Lawsuits were filed. The U.S. government settled but admitted no legal liability. Just another day in a long history of medical experiments without consent. And speaking of things done without consent, sometimes the government's harassment went beyond physical experimentation into psychological warfare. FBI's suicide letter to Martin Luther King Jr. We touched on COINTELPRO earlier, but this particular moment deserves its own spotlight. In 1964, shortly before Martin Luther King Jr. was set to receive the Nobel Peace Prize, the FBI sent him a letter. It was typed anonymously. They called him a fraud and a hypocrite. It referenced FBI surveillance recordings of his private life. And then it strongly suggested, though not in explicit words, that he should kill himself. You are done, it said. There is but one way out for you. The letter was accompanied by a package containing audio recordings from FBI wiretaps. The implied message was clear. End your life, or you'll destroy your reputation and legacy. King didn't comply, obviously. He accepted the Nobel Prize. He continued his work. The FBI continued their campaign. J. Edgar Hoover called him the most notorious liar in the country. The letter was revealed years later and is now in the National Archives. You can read it yourself. It's exactly as chilling as you'd imagine. And with that comforting thought, we're 15 facts into this journey. Your eyelids are getting heavier. The government has gotten weirder. And we've got 86 more facts to go. Chemical weapons testing on American cities. But the FBI's psychological warfare was practically gentle compared to what the military was doing to entire cities. From the 1950s through the 1960s, the U.S. Army conducted hundreds of secret chemical tests on American populations. They sprayed zinc cadmium sulfide, a potentially carcinogenic compound, over Minneapolis, St. Louis, and Winnipeg. They released it from planes, from rooftops, from moving vehicles. The clouds drifted over schools, hospitals, residential neighborhoods. The Army claimed it was harmless tracer material to study how chemical agents would disperse during a Soviet attack. They didn't bother mentioning the tests were happening. Decades later, when the program was exposed, some studies suggested the compound could cause lung damage and cancer. The Army maintained it was safe. They would know, after all. They tested it on millions of people without asking. The tests were part of a larger program involving more than 200 cities. But if you think spraying chemicals over cities from a distance was concerning, wait until you hear what they did to soldiers up close. Edgewood Arsenal experiments. From 1955 to 1975, the U.S. Army Chemical Corps ran experiments at Edgewood Arsenal in Maryland. Over 7,000 soldiers were exposed to chemical and biological agents, not in combat, in labs, on purpose. The Army gave them LSD, PCP, DZ, a hallucinogen so powerful they could incapacitate people for days. They exposed them to sarin and VX nerve agents, mustard gas. Soldiers were told they were testing equipment or uniforms. Many had no idea they were being used as human test subjects for weapons. The effects lasted for years. Some soldiers developed cancer, others suffered psychological trauma, chronic illness, memory loss. When they tried to get treatment from the VA, their military records had been classified. They couldn't prove what had been done to them. In 2004, the Army finally acknowledged the program. By 2009, Congress passed a law requiring the Pentagon to identify and notify all test subjects. Thousands of men spent decades not knowing why they were sick. And if you think the military saved its worst weapons testing for enemy territories, well, they definitely did plenty there too. The secret war in Laos. Let me tell you about a war most Americans don't even know happened. From 1964 to 1973, the United States dropped over 2 million tons of bombs on Laos. That's more than all the bombs dropped on Germany and Japan combined during World War II. One plane load every 8 minutes, 24 hours a day, for 9 years straight. Why? Laos was officially neutral during the Vietnam War, but the Ho Chi Minh Trail ran through it, so the U.S. carpet bombed the country in secret. Congress didn't know the full extent. The American public definitely didn't. 30% of those bombs didn't explode. They're still there. 80 million unexploded cluster bombs scattered across the countryside. Since the war ended, over 20,000 Laotians have been killed or injured by leftover American ordnance. Mostly farmers, mostly children. Laos is the most heavily bombed country per capita in history, and it was technically a secret. Speaking of secret operations involving impaired judgment and poor decisions, the CIA had a whole program for that. Operation Midnight Climax. Remember MK Ultra? The CIA's mind control program? Well, they had a special sub-project that was exactly as weird as it sounds. Operation Midnight Climax, which ran from 1954 to 1963, involved CIA agents paying prostitutes to lure unsuspecting men to safe houses in San Francisco and New York. Once inside, the men were drugged with LSD without their knowledge. CIA agents watched through two-way mirrors while the men had sex with the prostitutes, all while under the influence of powerful hallucinogens. The apartments were decorated to look like brothels, complete with photographs of women in bondage positions on the walls. The stated goal was to study whether LSD could be used for mind control and to gather blackmail material on Soviet spies. The actual result was a lot of confused Johns having very bad trips while federal agents took notes. When the program was exposed in the 1970s, most of the records had been destroyed. The men who were drugged, never identified, never compensated, never told what happened to them. And speaking of people who were never compensated, no compensation for Tuskegee families. Remember those 400 men from the Tuskegee study? The ones who were denied treatment for syphilis for 40 years? In 1974, the government settled a class action lawsuit. Survivors received $37,000 each. Families of the men who died got $15,000. But here's what didn't happen. No compensation for the wives who contracted syphilis from their infected husbands. No compensation for the children born with congenital syphilis. No compensation for the grandchildren who grew up without grandfathers, or for the decades of compounded poverty and trauma. The study infected wives and children through deliberate medical neglect. Those secondary victims, the women who trusted their husbands, the babies born with disabilities, received nothing. The settlement explicitly excluded them. In 1997, President Clinton formally apologized. He called it shameful. But apologies don't pay medical bills or bring back the dead. And speaking of things that can't be undone, sometimes the evidence gets destroyed before anyone can be held accountable. The CIA destroyed MK Ultra records in 1973 as Watergate was exposing government misconduct left and right. CIA Director Richard Helms had a problem. MK Ultra, the agency's illegal mind control program, was about to be investigated, so he did what any reasonable person would do. He orders the destruction of all MK Ultra records. Thousands of documents were shredded. An estimated 90% of the program's files vanished. Everything from detailed experiment notes to financial records to the names of test subjects, gone. What we know about MK Ultra comes from the 10% that survived, mostly financial documents that had been misfiled and escaped destruction. This means we'll never know the full extent of the program. How many people were dosed? How many died? What were the actual results? The CIA successfully erased the evidence of one of the most extensive domestic human rights violations in American history. Helms was later convicted of lying to Congress about Chile. He received a fine and a suspended sentence. No one went to prison for MK Ultra. And speaking of violations that went on for far too long, forced sterilization programs between 1907 and the 1970s. Over 60,000 Americans were forcibly sterilized under state eugenics laws. The targets? Poor people, disabled people, people of color, people deemed feeble-minded or unfit to reproduce. Women were sterilized without consent during other medical procedures. Sometimes they were told they were having appendectomies. California led the nation with 20,000 forced sterilizations, but 32 states had eugenics laws. In Virginia, Carrie Buck was sterilized in 1927 after being raped because authorities decided her pregnancy proved she was morally delinquent. The Supreme Court upheld Virginia's sterilization law 8-1. Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes wrote, "3 generations of imbeciles are enough." The programs continued well into the 1970s. In some states, prisoners were offered reduced sentences in exchange for sterilization. Native American women were sterilized by Indian Health Service doctors without proper consent through the 1970s. The last forced sterilization law wasn't repealed until 2013. And if you think the eugenics mindset stayed in the courtroom, the military had their own twisted version. Mustard gas tests segregated by race. During World War II, the U.S. military tested mustard gas and other chemical agents on approximately 60,000 American soldiers. These weren't accident exposure tests. These were deliberate experiments to measure the effects of chemical weapons on human subjects. Here's where it gets worse. The tests were segregated by race. The military specifically wanted to see if black and Puerto Rican soldiers would react differently to chemical weapons than white soldiers. They exposed these men to mustard gas that caused painful blisters, breathing problems, and long-term health issues. The men were sworn to secrecy. Their medical records were classified. When they developed cancer and other illnesses decades later, they couldn't prove their military service had caused it, so they couldn't get VA benefits. The full extent of the program wasn't revealed until 2015, when NPR and the Department of Veterans Affairs finally investigated. Many of the test subjects had already died. Those still alive were in the 90s, still fighting for recognition and compensation. And speaking of people the government refused to recognize properly, let's talk about someone who became one of the most celebrated heroes of the 20th century. The FBI labeled Mandela a terrorist, Nelson Mandela. Nobel Peace Prize winner, international symbol of reconciliation and justice, celebrated statesman who helped end apartheid, also, according to the United States government, a terrorist. From the 1980s until 2008, Nelson Mandela was on the U.S. terrorism watch list. This meant that technically, every time he visited the United States, including to address the United Nations, he needed a special waiver because he was classified as a terrorist threat. The listing dated back to when Mandela's organization, the African National Congress, was fighting apartheid in South Africa. The U.S. supported the apartheid government, so anti-apartheid activists were labeled terrorists. Even after Mandela was released from prison, became president president of South Africa, won the Nobel Prize and became globally celebrated, the U.S. didn't remove him from the list. Congress finally passed a bill in 2008, when Mandela was 90 years old, to remove him and other ANC members from the watch list. Better late than never, I suppose. And speaking of delayed responses to humanitarian crises, let's talk about the 1980s. The Reagan administration ignored AIDS. In 1981, the first cases of a mysterious illness appeared among gay men in Los Angeles and New York. By 1982, it had a name: acquired immune deficiency syndrome. By 1985, over 12,000 Americans had died. During those years, President Reagan didn't publicly mention AIDS, not once. His press secretary, Larry Speakes, laughed about it during press briefings. When reporters asked about the gay plague, Speakes made jokes. The press corps laughed along. You can listen to the recordings. They're as horrifying as you'd imagine. The Reagan administration opposed funding for AIDS research, blocked education campaigns, and refused to treat it as a public health emergency. Surgeon General C. Everett Koop wanted to mail AIDS information to every household in America. The White House blocked it for years. Reagan finally said the word AIDS publicly in 1987, after more than 20,000 Americans had died. By then, the disease had spread globally. The delayed response allowed the epidemic to spiral out of control. But while the administration ignored suffering at home, they were quite active in supporting violence abroad. Death squads in El Salvador. Throughout the 1980s, the United States provided military training, weapons, and over $1 billion to El Salvador's government during their civil war. That government ran death squads that murdered tens of thousands of civilians. In December 1980, 4 American churchwomen, 3 nuns, and a lay missionary were raped and murdered by El Salvador's National Guard. The women had been doing humanitarian work with refugees. 5 guardsmen eventually confessed. They said they had acted on orders from higher-ups. The Reagan administration initially blamed the victims. Secretary of State Alexander Haig suggested the women might have run a roadblock. UN Ambassador Jean Kirkpatrick said they weren't just nuns, but political activists. The U.S. continued funding El Salvador's military. Over the next decade, El Salvador's death squads killed an estimated 75,000 people. The U.S. trained many of these soldiers at the School of the Americas. We knew what they were doing. We kept sending money anyway. And El Salvador wasn't an isolated case. The U.S. had a habit of overthrowing governments that disagreed with us. The CIA coup held democratically elected leaders. Let's take a quick tour of the CIA's greatest hits in overthrowing democracy. Iran, 1953. The CIA orchestrated a coup against Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh after he nationalized oil. They installed the Shah, whose brutal regime lasted until the Iranian Revolution. That revolution, directly caused by resentment over the U.S.-backed coup, Guatemala, 1954. The CIA overthrew democratically elected President Jacobo Arbenz because he tried land reform that threatened United Fruit Companies. The coup led to a 40-year civil war that killed 200,000 Guatemalans. Congo, 1960. The CIA plotted to kill Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba. He was assassinated within months of taking office. The country descended into decades of dictatorship. Chile, 1973. The CIA backed a military coup against Salvador Allende. Thousands were killed under Pinochet's dictatorship. These aren't conspiracy theories. These are declassified operations. The U.S. systematically undermined democracy, installed dictators, and caused decades of suffering because we disagreed with their economic policies. And speaking of long-term suffering caused by American bombs, cluster bombs on Cambodia. While we were secretly bombing Laos, we were also secretly bombing Cambodia. From 1969 to 1973, the U.S. dropped over 2.7 million tons of bombs in Cambodia. President Nixon and Henry Kissinger ordered the bombing campaign without telling Congress. The targets were supposed to be North Vietnamese supply routes. The reality was carpet bombing that killed between 150,000 and 500,000 Cambodian civilians. The bombing destabilized the country and helped the Khmer Rouge rise to power.
And surprise, surprise.
Yes, the genocidal regime that killed 2 million people. American bombs helped create the conditions for that. And just like in Laos, many of the bombs didn't explode. Cambodia is still littered with unexploded ordnance. Since 1979, more than 64,000 Cambodians have been killed or injured by leftover American cluster bombs. Farmers plowing fields, children finding strange metal objects. We destroyed a neutral country, helped trigger a genocide, and left behind a landscape of bombs that will keep killing people for generations. And speaking of American actions that keep causing harm decades later, let's talk about the CIA operation in Pakistan.
Expectations for the baggage.
In 2011, the CIA was hunting for Osama bin Laden in Bottom Pakistan. They had a clever idea: run a fake hepatitis vaccination program to collect DNA samples from children where they suspected bin Laden was hiding. If they found DNA matching bin Laden's family, they'd know they had the right place. So they recruited a Pakistani doctor, Shakil Afridi, and sent teams door-to-door offering free vaccines. Some of the vaccines were real, some weren't. The program was cut short when bin Laden was killed in the raid, but the damage was done. When the operation was exposed, trust in vaccination programs collapsed across Pakistan and parts of Afghanistan. Polio vaccination workers were murdered by Taliban militants who believed they were American spies. Pakistan became one of the last countries where polio remained endemic. The CIA's fake vaccination program directly contributed to vaccine hesitancy that has killed and paralyzed thousands of children. Health organizations around the world condemn the operation. The damage to public health continues today, but at least those were intentional operations. Sometimes the government just loses track of incredibly dangerous things. I lost nuclear weapons. Here's a fun fact to help you sleep. The United States has lost at least 6 nuclear weapons and never found them. These are officially called broken arrows, nuclear weapon boxes. The military admits to 32 broken arrow incidents, but at least 6 involved weapons that were never recovered. One is somewhere off the coast of Tybee Island, Georgia. A B-47 bomber collided with a fighter jet in 1958 and jettisoned a 7,000-pound Mark 15 nuclear bomb into the ocean. It's still there. Probably. Another is in the waters of Palomares, Spain, where a B-52 crashed in 1966.
So I hope
They recovered 3 of the 4 US was carrying.
If not, I made
The 4th is at the bottom of the Mediterranean. There's one in Wausau Sound near Savannah, lost in 1958. One near Greenland from the 1968 crash. The military says the lost weapons pose minimal radiation risk. They also said Agent Orange was safe and that atomic bomb tests wouldn't hurt anyone. So make of that what you will. And speaking of the government keeping tabs on things they probably shouldn't, let's talk about their obsession with freedom. FBI surveillance of John Lennon. In 1972, John Lennon moved to New York City. He was openly opposed to the Vietnam War. This made President Nixon and FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover very nervous, especially since Lennon had nuclear laptops and Nixon had an election problem. So the FBI opened a file on Lennon. They tracked his movements, they attended his concerts, they monitored his phone. They compiled a 300-page dossier on a musician whose greatest crime was writing Imagine. The FBI also worked with the Immigration and Naturalization Service to try to deport Lennon for a 1968 marijuana conviction in Britain. The goal was to silence him before the election. Lennon fought for deportation for years while under constant surveillance. The campaign ended when Nixon resigned. Lennon was finally granted permanent residency in 1976. His FBI file was partially released in 1997. Portions remain classified to this day, which raises questions about what exactly the FBI was doing beyond surveillance. And speaking of fabricated operations designed to manipulate public opinion, the CIA had a creative approach during the Cold War. Fake Cuban exile groups after the Bay of Pigs disaster in 1961. The CIA still really wanted to overthrow, so they created fake Cuban exile organizations to make it look like there was massive organic support for invasion. The CIA funded these groups, wrote their press releases, staged their protests, and generated media coverage. They created the illusion of a genuine grassroots movement to demand U.S. intervention. Some groups were entirely fabricated. Others were real organizations that the CIA infiltrated and controlled. This was part of Operation Mongoose, a covert program to destabilize Cuba through sabotage, propaganda, and assassination attempts. The fake exile groups helped build public and congressional support for continued anti-Castro operations. The Church Committee investigations in the 1970s exposed how extensively the CIA had manipulated public opinion through front groups and media operations. By then, these tactics had been used not just for Cuba, but for operations around the world. And if you think the CIA only manipulated perceptions abroad, they were also quite busy testing things on American soil in very public places. Biological agents tested on subway systems. In the 1960s, the U.S. Army wanted to know how biological weapons would spread in a major city. So they decided to test it on the New York City subway system while it was full of people. In 1966, Army scientists released Bacillus subtilis, a bacteria they claimed was harmless, into the subway through ventilation grills. They tracked how it spread through the tunnels and stations. Over 1 million New Yorkers were potentially exposed during the week-long test. Similar tests were conducted in the Washington, D.C. Metro, at Washington National Airport, and on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. The military's logic was that these bacteria were simulants, harmless stand-ins for actual bioweapons. But Bacillus subtilis can cause infections in people with weakened immune systems. No one asked those million subway riders for consent. The tests weren't revealed until the 1977 Church Committee hearings. By then, the Army had conducted hundreds of similar tests across the country. And speaking of secret surveillance programs revealed, years too late, NSA surveillance. Before Snowden, in 2013, Edward Snowden leaked classified NSA documents revealing massive illegal surveillance of American citizens. The media treated it like a shocking revelation, except the NSA had been doing it for decades. In the 1970s, the Church Committee discovered that the NSA had been illegally intercepting Americans' communications since the 1940s through programs like Project Shamrock and Minaret. The NSA read millions of telegrams and monitored phone calls without wires. After the revelation, Congress passed laws to prevent warrantless surveillance. The NSA pinky promised to follow them. And immediately after 9/11, they started doing it again. The Bush administration authorized warrantless wiretapping. The NSA collected phone records of millions of Americans. The FISA court rubber-stamped surveillance requests in secret. When Snowden exposed this in 2013, the government's defense was basically, yeah, but terrorism. The surveillance programs have been illegal for years. Some were modified, some continue. Mass surveillance of Americans is now just part of the infrastructure. And speaking of infrastructure, the U.S. built abroad. Sometimes we've trained people in techniques that became rapid. Training Indonesian death squads. In 1965, Indonesia's military launched a purge of suspected communists. Over the next year, between 500,000 and 1 million people were killed. Bodies filled rivers. Villages were massacred. It was one of the worst mass killings of the 20th century. The U.S. knew exactly what was happening. We provided the Indonesian military with lists of suspected communists, thousands of names. We supplied communications equipment. We offered covert assistance. CIA and State Department cables from the time show officials were well aware of the massacres and considered them a favorable development. American officials later called it one of the worst mass murders of the 20th century, but also described it as a positive outcome for U.S. interests. The Indonesian military had been trained by the U.S. Some of the commanders had attended programs at Fort Leavenworth. The U.S. maintained close relations with Suharto's dictatorship for decades afterward. We only acknowledged our role in 2017 when declassified documents made it undeniable. No apologies were issued, no accountability taken. And speaking of experiments where accountability came far too late, radioactive cereal for disabled children. In the 1940s and 50s, researchers at MIT and Harvard fed radioactive iron and calcium to mentally disabled children at the Walter E. Fernald State School in Massachusetts. The children were told they were joining a special science club and would get extra food and field trips. What they actually got was breakfast cereal, milk, and oatmeal, laced with radioactive isotopes. The goal was to study how the body absorbed them. The children were used as test subjects because they were institutionalized and powerless. The experiments were funded by the National Institutes of Health and Quaker Oats, which wanted data on nutrition absorption. Parents were sent consent forms that mentioned dietary research, but never mentioned radiation. Most parents signed because they were told their children would receive special attention and treats. The experiments continued for years. The children never knew they'd been used as test subjects. When the studies were revealed in the 1990s, lawsuits were filed. The state and MIT settled, paying $60,000 to each surviving subject. But sometimes government manipulation wasn't about science. Sometimes it was about culture. The CIA funded abstract expressionism. During the Cold War, the CIA secretly promoted American abstract expressionism as a weapon against Soviet communism. They funneled money through front organizations to fund exhibitions, museums, and artist tours worldwide. The Congress for Cultural Freedom, secretly funded by the CIA, organized traveling exhibitions of Jackson Pollock, Willem de Kooning, and Mark Rockwell. The goal was to showcase American cultural freedom and sophistication against Soviet socialist realism. Abstract art became propaganda, proof that America was more creative and free than the USSR. Many of the artists had no idea their work was being used this way. Some were political leftists who would have been horrified to know the CIA was promoting them. The museums and galleries often didn't know their funding came from intelligence agencies. The operation was revealed in 1967 when Ramparts magazine exposed the CIA's funding of cultural organizations. By then, abstract expressionism had become globally dominant. The CIA had successfully weaponized art. And speaking of Cold War alliances that aged poorly, the U.S. supported one of the most notorious racist regimes of the 20th century, supporting apartheid South Africa. Throughout the Cold War, the United States maintained close ties with apartheid South Africa. We vetoed UN Security Council resolutions condemning apartheid. We opposed sanctions. We classified Nelson Mandela's ANC as a terrorist organization while maintaining friendly relations with the white supremacist government. President Reagan vetoed the Comprehensive Anti-Apartheid Act in 1986. Congress overrode his veto, one of the few times that happened during his presidency. Reagan argued that sanctions would hurt black South Africans. What actually hurt black South Africans was the apartheid regime he kept supporting. The U.S. justified its support through Cold War logic. South Africa was anti-communist, so we overlooked the systemic racism, violence, and oppression. We provided military cooperation and intelligence sharing. American companies did business there despite international pressure. Only in the 1990s, as apartheid collapsed, did the U.S. pivot to supporting democracy in South Africa. We showed up late to the right side of history. After after decades of supporting the long run. And speaking of showing up late with apologies for harm caused, let's talk about a chemical weapon we sprayed all over Vietnam. Government lies about Agent Orange. From 1961 to 1971, the U.S. military sprayed nearly 20 million gallons of Agent Orange and other herbicides over Vietnam. The goal was to defoliate forests where Vietnamese forces hid and to destroy crops. The military assured soldiers and the public that Agent Orange was harmless to humans. They sprayed it directly over troops. They used it near civilian populations. When veterans started developing cancers, neurological disorders, and having children with birth defects, the government insisted there was no connection. For decades, the Department of Defense and Veterans Affairs denied that Agent Orange caused health problems. They commissioned studies and dismissed findings that showed links to disease. Veterans fought for benefits and were systematically denied. It wasn't until 1991 that Congress finally passed the Agent Orange Act, forcing the VA to recognize certain cancers and diseases as service-connected. By then, thousands of veterans had died. Millions of Vietnamese still suffer health effects, and the U.S. has never compensated. And just when you think the FBI's treatment of civil rights leaders couldn't get worse than a suicide letter to MLK, they had more to say. FBI letters to Coretta Scott King, the FBI's harassment campaign against Martin Luther King Jr., didn't just target him, they went after his wife too. The FBI sent anonymous letters to Coretta Scott King calling her husband a filthy animal. They tried to convince her that MLK was having affairs using surveillance tapes they'd recorded illegally, hoping she'd leave him and damage his reputation. The letters were personal and designed to destroy their marriage. J. Edgar Hoover authorized these operations as part of COINTELPRO. The FBI studied civil rights work as a threat to the established order. Destroying his personal life was considered a legitimate tactic to undermine his movements. The letters continued even after King's assassination. The FBI kept files on Coretta Scott King, monitoring her activities as she continued civil rights work. They tracked her for years, considering her a potential threat simply for advocating for justice. These weren't rogue agents. This was institutional policy from the highest levels of federal law enforcement. And we're only 40 facts into this journey, which means there's still plenty more to uncover. Kunduz Hospital bombing in October 2015. The U.S. AC-130 gunship circled above a Doctors Without Borders hospital in Kunduz, Afghanistan. For over an hour, it fired on a clearly marked medical facility. 42 people died, including patients in their beds and medical staff trying to help them. Doctors Without Borders had provided GPS coordinates to all parties in the conflict. The hospital was clearly marked with the organization's logo on the roof. It was the only major trauma center in the region. The U.S. military initially claimed they were targeting Taliban fighters. Then they said it was self-defense. Then they said it was a mistake. 16 military personnel received administrative discipline, letters of reprimand, no criminal charges. The military refused to call it a war crime, settling on a tragic but avoidable accident. Doctors Without Borders called it what it was, a war crime. They demanded an independent investigation. It never happened. The U.S. investigated itself and concluded it had made an oopsie. And speaking of tests where the U.S. military treated its own sailors as expendable, Project Shad from 1962 to 1973, the Department of Defense ran Project Shad, Shipboard Hazard Not Defined. The name sounds boring. The reality was that the military exposed thousands of Navy sailors to chemical and biological weapons without their knowledge or proper protective equipment. They sprayed ships with nerve gas, including sarin and VX. They released biological agents like E. coli and Bacillus thuringiensis. The sailors were told they were testing new decontamination procedures. They weren't told they were being exposed to actual weapons-grade toxins. The Navy conducted over 100 tests, exposing an estimated 6,000 sailors. Many developed cancer, neurological disorders, and other illnesses decades later. When they applied for VA benefits, the military denied their service records showed exposure because those records were classified. The Pentagon didn't acknowledge Project Shadow until 2000. By then, many test subjects had died. The survivors fought for years to get medical care. Some are still fighting, but at least those sailors knew they were in the military. Sometimes the CIA preferred civilians who had no idea what was happening, or an Operation Midnight Climax. We've talked about Operation Midnight Climax earlier, but there's more to this story. The CIA didn't just run these safe houses in San Francisco and New York. They were part of a larger network testing whether sex and drugs could be used for espionage. The agents running the operations weren't scientists or doctors. They were intelligence officers with expense accounts and a mandate to experiment. One CIA officer, George White, ran the San Francisco operation from a safe house while drinking martinis and watching through two-way mirrors. He later wrote in a retirement letter, "I was a very minor missionary, actually a heretic, but I toiled wholeheartedly in the vineyards because it was fun. Fun. He thought it was fun to drug unsuspecting civilians. The men who rebelled and watched had no recourse. They never knew what happened to them. Many probably thought they'd had bad trips or nervous breakdowns. The program continued for nearly a decade, and while the CIA was running brothels in California, the military was calculating bombing tonnage in Southeast Asia. The math of Cambodia's destruction. Let me give you some numbers that might help you understand the scale of what happened in Cambodia. From July to December 1973, that's roughly 100 days. The U.S. dropped 32 tons of bombs per hour on Cambodia. Every hour. For 100 days straight. That's 240,000 pounds of explosives every 60 minutes. 768 bombs per hour if you average it out. Imagine hearing that every hour for months. Imagine being a rice farmer and watching your country get erased from the sky. The bombing was so intense that pilots ran out of strategic targets. They started bombing anything that moved. Villages, water buffalo, rice paddies. The Air Force called it hunting for game. The game was human beings. All of this was done secretly. Congress didn't authorize it. The American public didn't know. It was only revealed after the fact, when it was too late to stop it. Too late for the hundreds of thousands who died. And speaking of operations, the government prefers to keep quiet about the classified parts of Waco and Ruby Ridge. In 1992 at Ruby Ridge, Idaho, in 1993 at Waco, Texas, federal law enforcement operations went catastrophically wrong. At Ruby Ridge, FBI snipers killed a woman and baby. At Waco, 76 people died in a fire after a 51-day siege, including 25 children. Here's what's interesting. Significant portions of what happened during these incidents remain classified. FBI rules of engagement, communications between agencies, sniper reports, surveillance footage, much of it is still sealed decades later. At Ruby Ridge, the Justice Department found the FBI had used unconstitutional rules of engagement. At Waco, questions remain about how the fire started, what the FBI knew about children in the compound.
Unlike its cousin,
Congressional hearings were held. Reports were written, but key documents stayed classified. The official investigations acknowledged serious mistakes. People were disciplined, mostly with administrative penalties. But classified portions mean we'll never know the story of what the government did, so what decisions were made. And speaking of covert operations that were later the CIA had an interesting relationship to government systems. The CIA
and by the way, I am going to be spoiling the entire game. It is 20 years old at this point,
The
but I'm going
CIA
to spoil
secretly
it.
funded and trained Tibetan guerrillas to fight Chinese occupation. They paid the Dalai Lama's administration $1.7 million
Here's the asylum unit.
They trained Tibetan fighters at Camp Hale in Colorado.
Don't actually worry
They supplied
about
weapons, funding, and intelligence support for resistance operations. The program was called Operation ST Circus. The CIA trained several hundred Tibetan fighters in guerrilla warfare. Paradroplet back into Tibet. Many were killed. The operations had limited success militarily, but created significant intelligence gathering capabilities. Then, in the early 1970s, President Nixon normalized relations with China. Suddenly, supporting Tibetan resistance wasn't strategically useful anymore. The CIA ended the program, funding stopped. The Tibetan fighters were abandoned. The Dalai Lama himself received $180,000 annually from the CIA during this period. The program was exposed in the late 1990s. He confirmed it, but said the money had supported Tibetan resistance, not his personal use. Speaking of strategically convenient relationships that later became embarrassing, selling chemical weapons precursors to Saddam in the 1980s, while Iraq and Iran were at war, the United States sold a bunch of chemical and biological weapons precursors. We're talking about the compounds needed to make sarin, VX gas, and anthrax. We sold them to Saddam Hussein on purpose. The Reagan administration removed Saddam from the state sponsors of terrorism list in 1982 specifically to allow weapons sales. American companies, with government approval, exported bacteria cultures, chemical precursors, and dual-use technologies to Iraq. We knew Saddam was using chemical weapons against us. We knew because we were providing satellite imagery and Iraqi forces targeted Iranian troops. When Saddam gassed the Kurdish town of Halabja in 1988, killing 5,000 civilians, the U.S. response was muted. Fast forward to 2003, and we invaded Iraq partly because of weapons of mass destruction. The irony is that many of those weapons capabilities came from materials we sold him. We armed him, then went to war with the fact that we was armed. Speaking of files the government kept on people, probably didn't deserve surveillance. Einstein's FBI files. Albert Einstein, Nobel Prize winner, refugee from Germany, greatest physicist of the 20th century, had an FBI file that was 1,427 pages long. J. Edgar Hoover considered him to be security officer. Why? Because Einstein was a pacifist. He supported segregation. He criticized McCarthyism. He advocated for nuclear disarmament. These positions apparently made it dangerous enough to warrant decades of surveillance. The FBI tracked his movements, read his mail, tracked his friends, and infiltrated organizations he belonged to. They can tell the quotes and speeches, his associates, his political views. They investigated whether he was a Soviet spy or a communist sympathizer. They found out because there was nothing to find. Einstein was aware of this surveillance. He wanted to help them, but the FBI's research continued to establish the 1990s. The file was partially released to FBI requests. You can read it yourself, page after page of American security apparatus, treating a brilliant recipe as a threat and speaking of America's global presence, how we project power around the world, 700 plus military bases. The United States currently operates approximately 750 military bases in more than 80 countries, not counting the roughly 5,000 installations inside the U.S. Just the floor, 750 bases are politically designed. No other country has Russia has around 30 foreign bases. China has around 10. The British Empire at its height had fewer foreign bases than America has today. We have bases in Germany, Japan, South Korea, Italy, the UK, Turkey, Qatar, Djibouti, everywhere. Some are massive complexes housing thousands of troops. Others are small outposts or lily pad bases for special operations. Together, they cost over $200 billion annually to maintain. They enable the U.S. to project military power anywhere in the world with a will. The Pentagon calls it forward presence. Critics call it empire. Either way, it's a network of military installations that spans the globe, most of which Americans couldn't name or locate easily. And sometimes, even with all that military infrastructure, the government still lies to families about how their loved ones died. The Pat Tillman cover. Pat Tillman gave up a $3.6 million NFL contract to join the Army Rangers after September 11th. In April 2004, he was killed in Afghanistan. The Army media reported he died heroically at combat, killed by enemy fire. They awarded him the Silver Star. They held a national televised memorial service. President Bush and military leaders praised his sacrifice, except none of it was true. Tillman was killed by friendly fire in his own house. The Army knew within hours. They destroyed evidence, including Tillman's uniform and body armor. They ordered soldiers to testify. They created a false narrative about his death in order to defeat the truth only came out because Tillman's family demanded answers and refused to accept the official story. Eventually, the Army admitted the problem. Officers were reprimanded. No one went to prison. The lies had already served their propaganda purpose. Tillman's brother said at the funeral, he wasn't religious, so thanks for your thoughts, but he's dead.
In order to combat
The Army had turned his death into a patriotic story. The reality was messier, uglier, and more human. Speaking out phrases designed to control narratives. The term conspiracy theorist. There's a popular claim that the CIA invented the term conspiracy theorist to discredit critics after the JFK assassination. The actual story is more complicated. The term existed before the 1960s, but the CIA did weaponize it. In 1967, the CIA issued memos to its stations discussing how to respond to critics of the war on punishment. Document 1035, 960 suggested calling critics conspiracy theorists and emphasizing the memo advised using propaganda to counter criticism in newspapers. So while the CIA didn't use the phrase, they did create a strategy to use it as a majority to dismiss dissent. It worked. Conspiracy theorist became shorthand for crazy person with wild ideas. The term itself became a thought-terminating cliche. Now, whenever someone questions official narratives, they risk being labeled a conspiracy theorist, which immediately discredits them in public discourse. It's brilliant propaganda. The CIA turned skepticism of the government into something socially unacceptable. And speaking of uncomfortable truths about foreign policy, let's talk about who America chose to back after one of the 20th century's worst genocides, supporting the Khmer Rouge. After the Khmer Rouge killed roughly 2 million Cambodians in their genocidal regime from 1975 to 79, Vietnam invaded Cambodia and drove them from power. You think that instead, the United States supported the Khmer Rouge, not publicly, but from 1979 to the late 1980s, the U.S. backed coalition, including the Khmer Rouge and United Nations. We voted to keep them as Cambodia's official representative. We provided indirect support to resistance forces fighting the Vietnamese-backed government. Because Vietnam was signed with the Soviet Union in 1983, logic said that any of our enemies was our friends, even if that friends had just committed genocide. Speaking of prisons, Carter's national security advisor said, I encourage the Chinese to support Pol Pot. Henry Kissinger reportedly said it was preferable for the Khmer Rouge to continue fighting. The U.S. also supported Thailand's efforts to arm Khmer Rouge. This continued well into the Reagan administration, who chose geopolitical position as their basic treaty morale. And speaking of operations that just got anthrax attacks on the wrong man in September and October 2001. Just after 9/11, someone mailed anthrax-laced letters to news organizations and senators. 5 people died, 17 others nation's anthem, the FBI launched the largest investigation in its history called Dark Order. They initially focused on Dr. Steve Hadfield, a bioweapons expert. They publicly named him the person of interest, destroyed his career, and surveilled him for years. In 2008, Hadfield sued and fined $5.8 million because the FBI had no evidence against him. When the FBI switched to Bruce Ivan, who worked at Fort Detrick, as the investigation deepened, Ivan died by suicide in 2008. The FBI closed the case on American guilt, except they never charged him. No trial, no convictions, just a dead suspect in a closed case. Many scientists questioned the FBI's evidence. The National Academy of Sciences refused to check it out. Found it didn't conclusively link the anthrax to Ivan. To this day, serious questions remain about who actually wrote the letters. Speaking of America's relationships with America currently runs 90% of the time since 1976. The United States has been at war approximately 93% of its existence. Out of 239 years in the nation, we've experienced only about 17 years of war. We've been involved in hundreds of military operations, conflicts, and wars. Some were fought and declared unpopular. Most weren't. We fought in North America, Europe, Asia, Africa, the Middle East, Central America, South America, everywhere. Since World War II, we've bombed and invaded Korea, Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Guatemala, Indonesia, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Lebanon, Libya, Panama, Iraq multiple times, Somalia, Bosnia, Sudan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, Syria. That's not a complete list. The UAE has released their wars since 1942. Yes, we've been in continuous military operations ever since. We've normalized criminal warfare as a feature of American existence. Most Americans alive today have never experienced a time when their country wasn't bombing against them. Speaking of secrets, the government still keeps from that era classified documents. Still classified JFK files with President John F. Kennedy, assassinated on November 22, 1963. That was over 60 years ago. The Warren Commission released a report in 1964. The House Select Committee investigated again in the late 70s. And yeah, thousands of documents remain classified. In 2017, President Trump released some files, but held back others at the request of intelligence agencies. In 2021, President Biden released more, but kept approximately 3,000 documents secretly or partially classified, citing national security concerns. National security concerns. About a 6-decade-old project. What exactly needs to be protected? What's so sensitive that it can't be revealed after others time? The official reason is protecting intelligence sources and records. The practical effect is sustaining conspiracy theories and public mistrust. When the government refuses to release information about the president's assassination after 60 years, people naturally assume there's something to hide. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. But the secrecy itself has become part of the story. And speaking of intelligence operations that were eventually confirmed, let's talk about drug trafficking in Southeast Asia. Air America was part of the heroin trade. During the Vietnam War, the CIA ran an airline called Air America. Officially, it transported supplies and personnel. Unofficially, it was deeply involved in the Southeast Asian heroin trade. The CIA worked with Jim who funded their operations by growing silver. Air America's planes transported opium from remote villages to processing facilities. The heroin then made its way to South Vietnamese cities. It was sold to U.S. soldiers and exported internationally. Journalists exposed this in the early 70s. Alfred McCoy's book, Politics of Heroin in Southeast Asia, documented it in viewing. The CIA denied everything. Then, decades later, declassified documents and testimony from CIA operatives confirmed the agency had looked the other way or actively facilitated drug trafficking to support anti-communist forces. The exact level of direct CIA involvement remains debated, but their complicity is well documented. They prioritize covert operations over stopping predicting American soldiers and fueling organized crime. And speaking of the human cost of that war beyond drug addiction, deliberate hospital bombings throughout the Vietnam War, the U.S. claimed it avoided targeting civilian infrastructure like hospitals. Declassified documents and photographic evidence tell a different story. American forces deliberately bombed hospitals in North Vietnam. The Bach Mai Hospital in Hanoi was repeatedly damaged by U.S. bombers. The December 1972 Christmas bombing campaign hit residential areas, schools, and medical facilities. Photographs show destroyed hospital wards, killed medical staff, and dead patients. The Pentagon maintains these were accidents or that hospitals were military targets because North Vietnamese forces used them for military purposes. But pattern analysis of economic targets shows repeated hits on the same medical facilities over extended periods. International observers, including physicians from Western countries who visited North Vietnam, documented the destruction and testified that these were functioning civilian hospitals providing medical care. The U.S. never acknowledged deliberately targeting medical facilities, but the evidence suggests precision bombing that hit hospitals wasn't And speaking of deliberate harm inflicted on civilians, let's go back to the very founding of the American colonialism. Infected blankets at Fort Pitt, 1763. During Pontiac's Rebellion, British forces at Fort Pitt faced a siege by Native American forces. Captain Simeon Pierre decided to bring biological warfare strategy. He gave smallpox-infected blankets to Delaware representatives during a peace negotiation. This isn't a myth or legend. It's documented in historical records. Pierre wrote this. He gave them 2 blankets and a handkerchief out of the smallpox hospital. I hope it will have the desired effect. His commanding officer, Colonel Henry Bouquet, had explicitly suggested this tactic on law enforcement. Smallpox did spread among the native population, though historians debate whether the blankets were the primary vector or if the disease was already present. What's indisputable is that British Colonial officers deliberately attempted to spread a deadly disease to Native Americans during wartime. This practice became part of a longer pattern of biological warfare and disease used as a weapon against indigenous populations. The U.S. government inherited both land and some of the tactics from the British colonial administration. And with that particularly starting in the 18th century, we've reached the past 58 years. The government's history is heavier, and there are still 43 more facts waiting in the dark book. Forced displacement of Japanese Americans. In February 1962, just months after Pearl Harbor, President Franklin Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9067, forcing 120,000 Japanese Americans into internment camps. 2/3 were U.S. citizens, many were children. Families were given days to sell their homes, businesses, or possessions. They were imprisoned in their camps surrounded by barbed wire and guard dogs in remote locations across the western United States. Families lived in cramped barracks with no privacy. They lost everything: their homes, their businesses, their communities, their freedom. Not because of any evidence of disloyalty, because of their ethnicity. Meanwhile, German Americans and Italian Americans, whose ancestral countries we were also from, faced no mass incarceration. The internment constitutional by the Supreme Court Korematsu versus United States, a decision that stood for decades. It wasn't until 1988 that Congress formally apologized and paid reparations of $20,000 to survive President Reagan signed the bill. The government finally built what Japanese Americans already knew. It was racism, not security. Speaking of violations that took decades to accomplish, let's talk about another program that destroyed lives. Involuntary servitude through policing. After the Civil War ended slavery in 1865, Southern states found a way. The 13th Amendment banned slavery except as punishment for crime. So they criminalized everyday practice, created the one-way policing system. Black people were arrested for vagrancy, being unemployed, or for minor infractions like talking to Once convicted, they were released to private companies to work in mines, lumber camps, turpentine farms, and plantations. Conditions were often worse than slavery because companies had no financial interest in keeping workers alive. They could just lease watch, thousands died beating, and industrial accidents. It was slavery, sanctioned by state governments. The system persisted well into the 20th century. Alabama didn't formally end convict leasing until the Puritans. This wasn't ancient history. People who experienced it lived into the 1960s and 70s. Our system evolved into changes from incarcerated people working to the pennies. As we head into the 60s, the weight of history presses down on the shoulders. There are still 41 countries to uncover before you lift off the slate. Speaking of surveillance systems that have organized murder, let's talk about it. Every student in the NSA probably knows what it is. Not the content necessarily, though maybe that too, but the metadata. You recall how long we talked about selected calls. The NSA collects this information on nearly all phones made in the United States. They claim it's just metadata, as if that makes it less basic. But metadata reveals privacy. Who your friends are, your doctors, your lawyers, your romantic interests, your political affiliations. This program was revealed through Edward Snowden's leaks in 2013. The government's defense was that it's just metadata, and it's essential for fighting terrorism. Courts have rules both ways on whether it's constitutional. The program is using today. Your calls are being recorded. The government is building a database of American social connections. And speaking of American connections to violence abroad, sometimes those connections funded some truly horrific crimes. Fighting Jonas Savimbi and Angola during the Cold War, Angola searched for proxy battle. Soviet Union backed the MPLA government. The U.S. decided to back Tito rebels led by Jonas Savimbi. In the 1970s to the 1990s, the CIA funded weapons and training hundreds of millions of dollars to expand Savimbi was brutal. His forces used child soldiers, committed mass murders, planted landmines, discriminated, and terrorized civilians. Conservative estimates of the death toll from Angola at 500,000 people. Some estimates go much higher. The U.S. continued supporting Savimbi even after the Cold War ended. President Reagan retired freedom fighter and invited him to the White House. The war continued until Savimbi was killed in 2002, after which peace finally came. Angola is still dealing with the aftermath. Landmines everywhere, destroyed infrastructure, traumatized populations. The U.S. backed Savimbi for decades as he was anti-communist, regardless of the damage caused. Speaking of community costs in the name of research, the government then always go abroad for test subject revenue. Prison medical experiments. From the 1940s through the 1970s, pharmaceutical companies and government agencies used American prisoners as test subjects for medical experiments. Prisoners were deliberately infected with malaria, viral hepatitis, and other diseases to test treatments. At Stateville Penitentiary in Illinois, prisoners were infected with malaria over 400 times between 1944 and 1970. At Holmesburg Prison in Pennsylvania, Prisoners were exposed to chemical agents, pathogens, and pharmaceuticals. Many were paid a few dollars for participating in experiments that permanently damaged their health. The ethical problem that happens when prisoners peacefully consent they're in a coercive environment where participating in experiments might earn privileges or reduce sentences. Yet this practice continued for decades with government approval. Some prisoners developed chronic illnesses, some died. Most were never followed up with arrest. The full extent of these experiments investigations in the 1970s. And speaking of funding questionable activities during the Cold War, one of ISS proxy relationships would come back to haunt us, funding the Mujahideen. In the 1980s, when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, the CIA launched Operation Cycle, the largest covert operation in CIA history. Over $3 billion in weapons, training, and support flowed to Afghan Mujahideen resisting Soviet occupation. The CIA worked with Pakistani intelligence to distribute weapons. They provided Stinger missiles that turned the tide of the war. They trained fighters in guerrilla tactics and sabotage. The operation was enormously successful at winning the Soviet Union and contributing to its eventual collapse. The problem was who were the Mujahideen weren't all separate democratic resistance. They included warlords, religious extremists, and people who would later form the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. Some of the modern was part of enterprise receiving promises based on how Soviet channels during this period. When the Soviets withdrew in 1989, the U.S. largely abandoned Afghanistan. The country descended into civil war. The Taliban emerged, and some of the people we'd armed and trained became our enemies. And speaking of historical injustices, America has never addressed no reparations for enslavement. Slavery existed in what became the United States for 246 years. Millions of people were enslaved, their labor stolen, their families destroyed, their humanities denied. The economic value they created built much of America's wealth. After the Civil War, there was a brief moment when freed slaves might receive compensation. 40 acres and a mule was discussed. Land redistribution from Confederate states to formerly enslaved people. It never happened. President Andrew Johnson reversed the policy, returning confiscated land to former slaveholders. No reparations were ever paid to freed slaves or their descendants. Meanwhile, former slaveholders in some cases received compensation for their property loss when slaves were freed. The government paid the owners, not the enslaved. In recent decades, the reparations debate has resurfaced. Some municipalities have created programs. No federal reparations have been paid. The wealth gathered from the black and white Americans, directly traceable to slavery and subsequent discrimination, remains enormous. Speaking of harm inflicted on black communities, sometimes it came from the sky radioactive particles over St. Louis. In the 1950s and 60s, the U.S. military conducted secret tests spraying radioactive particles over St. Louis. They amounted to chemical dispersals within buildings, in predominantly black neighborhoods, zinc aluminum sulfide mixed with radioactive particles. The military claimed the tests were to create smoke screens to protect cities from Soviet attacks. They said the compounds were harmless. Decades later, researchers discovered the tests had used radioactive materials, that the military had specifically targeted for minority neighborhoods. Residents were evacuated, children played outside while radioactive particles settled on their schools and homes. Some areas were sprayed up to 1,600 times. Studies have suggested potential links between the tests and cancer clusters in those neighborhoods. The full extent of the tests wasn't revealed until the 1984 when journalists covered it against the FBI inquest. The Army maintained the materials were safe. Families infected remained unconvinced. And speaking of government agencies expanded power for them, they did it super well in 2021. Facebook was treated as a national security threat. The files were released decades later. And speaking of secret operations that lasted for years, 4 years of secret fighting. You've mentioned Cambodia multiple times. It's worth emphasizing.
I just gave him
Why can you not define it?
6 and 7. Anything that I decided of those games and more aggressive style, I was
Based on like the 18th level test, or is it depending on describe what things would violate your religion?
this time with magnificent voice work and data extra, it adds a piquant charm to the game. That should stop.
Okay, but did it say like so I should be fine, right? I don't do so we can sample your question.
2 years ago.
But your question so if the state finds out you're going to should you be punished by the so what performance exactly are you instructing, which is their pornography, but not quite acceptable?
I really can't oversell design or layout
So are you saying to put pressure on these websites to take down porn, or is there any programs from US consumers? Because it violates the disciplinary aspect of your because we have a biological need for our well-being.
This game doesn't have. I don't know.
Why would you decide to be affirmative on this and then refuse to answer any of the questions in good faith? No, you didn't. You haven't even defined enough.
Okay, so let's make gaps repetitive. Very wide sweeping.
Okay, I'm looking at
Attack, right, okay, keep the shield up though. Right, you're still flashing.
So you rolled out more public breastfeeding as well? I just did. Wait, do you have a hearing difficulty?
For example, Mike Magic decided to allow.
There we go.
I said it's bad because it violates
Allow the player to switch to turn-based
again, because that is like a violation of people's
It's a computer system
results in suffering. Because we don't want to
unfortunately, it doesn't really seem to work.
suffering is intrinsically bad. Yes, suffering is intrinsically bad. And pleasure is intrinsically bad. Okay, and you can't even define what pleasure is. Well, I think you do because you're the one proposing that we
To start with minor beats, it does make combat sort of simple to avoid. If you don't want to fight, you don't have to. Not unless you play your own pace and counters aside from that,
you understand that this means that an industry would just go to the street underground into the black market where people are counting around hard drives and it's instantly illegal. And in your world, no, wait, but in your world you said it's a public display, so it's privacy trading where people
where you are, so you can waste an attack and not know it close. All of this, clunky as it would be, could have worked out if it wasn't for one huge crime. Almost all fights against opponents with triple melee attacks, that is, enemies that don't use magic or breath weapons, the odds are massively in your favor. For some reason or another, in all of these child's play, they could barely let it succeed. I strongly recommend it
setting a new to your right.
Trust me, I was massively min-maxing my character. There is a very different danger for the majority of the game, and battle can be very boring. Even very early on, when I should have been aesthetically, almost no enemy was balanced properly. Never really worried about the effect. Only a tiny number of occasions did I take significant damage to thousands of enemies. I couldn't really figure it out. It was really unexpected. Was I spamming the attack button too fast for the enemies to react because I was playing in real time mode most of the time? Was their damage far too low for my armor? Why was it so low? I really didn't have an answer. It's just that the fights don't feel all I know is that the issue is not whether it's public or private, it's what your marriage never did any real damage. It was like they were unable to block. Combat in Blizzard Brigade is its best feature. Every round is a high-risk bed of branch-out choices you can pick from to maximize combat and death, as it should be in Blizzard. The pathetic weakness and powerlessness of most enemies make combat useless at best. Something I literally stopped paying attention to. I instantly knew I was going to win. Didn't really need to use the physical strikes. Magic was unnecessary. There's a semi-official sort of rule of it says that players are always...
This is going to be a really important episode. We're actually covering a lot, and it's a little bit of a shorter episode of game design, but some editing and fancy ways to as we go along here. There's actually a lot of new
so you think anyone should
first, we're going to cover this episode. Great swords right now. I'm actually
and it's set up just like it was, and I hope everyone in the audience here it is.
On my magic
should I be black bad because people even new photos
strike takes off, start to march.
It's actually
it was incredibly boring and ridiculous that I was able to do this and eat virtually all enemies in one way. Close to enemies, I just and began to spam
well, yeah, I know because in your
sacrifice and save just like whatever. It's actually a very powerful ring as well. So we'll get out of it later. So bring up the strength that I want.
real-time system, and I'm saying that even if it was just right after battle mode things
I did do it.
what does anything mean? I was really trying to
except on the enemy's magic then within the radically shifted from difficulty 0 all the way up to 100. For some reason, magic is not only dangerous, it's utterly brutal and you have no ability to fight back. A party of magic users are fine with strange, toadstool creatures with a attack are annoying and bad to deal with. Their spells and abilities damage all party members simultaneously and continuously round after round. Sometimes you'll get lucky and it'll only be a status effect like silence or insanity, irritating enough that you'll live, but typically it will hurt you, and I mean hurt. There's no way to survive any of this. If you can get hit, you'll have to take at least one death, at least, and your entire party might lose. Usually the weakest spellcaster will go down in a heartbeat. The most difficult enemies this entire game are, I'm not kidding, giant Venus flytraps. They are huge and can wipe out an entire party in seconds. They have a huge amount of HP too. The only way to deal with them I know of is when they're approaching. Not an easy task because they can spawn around corners and they have little tunnels. And you have to hit them with powerful spells that have a ranged ability, like magma bomb or meteor, far away. How is it this hard to kill? It's made of chlorophyll and cellulose.
Fire to scatter so they'll take a lot of place and
they also had sonic insult in this section because not only is it devastating to the character's health, they also play this horrendous noise. The reason people are taking this
even though these guys are simple to kill, one-shot kill, they surround you with Okay, the next couple minutes are
it's like a little like a
stuff like that. So I'm going to give you a little background on what we're doing now. We're going to go ahead. I wasn't even still, and it's still now. Dark Souls, the sound effects entirely, but I know when I hear it, it's just maybe the game is just trying to tell you, whoops, you done screwed up, you're gonna die. Speaking of the sound, there wasn't really a good place to talk about the soundtrack up to this point, and it's not great. The soundtrack is incredibly basic. The main theme is this soft, repetitive, and I really mean repetitive. I mean, it doesn't sound like it changes through the entire length of
So
it.
based on your worldview, should people be imprisoned for masturbating?
This wall track, see, he deserves to die. We're going to go hunt him down. We're going to murder him. If you don't kill Longtrack, he comes back later tonight and actually murders the fire keeper. That's the same. The one that we the one that helped us out in the last week helped us. That's what makes it because I found it
not that the soundtrack is
Prison
a lot of great
adultery based on the Bible.
virtually didn't have one, but this was at a time just a couple of years after
So you would support Donald Trump going to jail?
We're going to make sure that doesn't happen.
soundtracks of the era.
So you're just being bad face again?
I just turned it off because
I chose this particular
Because I just like call you in a contradiction. So I got you to admit that people who commit adultery should go to jail. So I said, so should Donald Trump go to jail? You said no, because that's my friend. Being completely bad faith and contradictory.
I turned left to enter this undead parish. You could have made a right instead, and that
Your
would
purpose is
take
that
you down a
adultery
long
is
pathway.
evil, right? Based on the Bible.
You can actually make a right.
You've already stated that your purposes are unspeakable multiple times throughout this debate because it completely humbles on God's limits.
I didn't want to leave the front. I think that if you have
up until this point, I was willing to believe that but trying to get a decent combat system is fatal to Wizards of War. Battles are a huge part of the experience
Because at any point, those events
It
could
also
be
seems
recalled.
impossible to suggest that the turn-based aspect of the game could be reintegrated in some way, because, like I said, these Venus flytrap creatures are only one breath attack, and really can't
Is that just to get rid of Donald Trump from the jail?
utilize their real-time perspective to stand far, far, far away from them and hit them at range. If you don't do that, you're pretty much asking your opponent to die. It has to be done. I respect Bradley's attempt towards a semi-new type combat but it's not paying off. The game has no middle ground. Almost all monsters represent until the ones that are actually bad, there's no difficulty curve. It's just a sheer cliff face of no way across. Oh yes, in case anyone thought of this, they do occasionally group the two kinds of monsters together. Useless magical monsters that can't hurt you standing in front of vicious spellcasters behind them, making it very, very challenging to fight them. Another good thing about this game is fighting through the later areas is going to be really, really challenging for most players because mana regenerates over time in this game, not realistic. So unless you have mana potions
Obviously I have basically a better moral process because compared to you, that's why I played it. You have a better moral system than I did, that's why you did it, that's why I did it.
the idea that it regenerates over time because you don't have to pour lotion to it, but it also is either simplification of the game.
into that area, make you feel very grounded.
When you're weak and vulnerable. And as dangerous as it is, as a key factor when playing, it's only going to be a few seconds when you're waiting for
It's a little bit tough to get
real time. So you could be wandering around for a minute, just taking nothing.
Yes, because you have no real fucking knowledge and you don't actually live in any
This game sucks. Nothing is the 1 and 3 is greater than I
It's completely contradictory to your
The game design is obviously not
is that you said adultery is simple, that you're
That's going to help us a lot.
but they were all good. The first thing that strikes me is the fact that you have to go through town across people and die. You never really find that it makes it a little more like an adventure story and kind of like Zelda. So that's the first problem.
anything that is meant by God to be a law is unchanging. Can you
Why does this happen so often?
you agree that you were making
Nobody feels like security is everything. How do I should be a very in 5 minutes I can pause and it's like a second and then you continue to play a game. I mean, why do they think that would be a good idea? More realistic. I mean, you're like, I can stop my strategy sunsets and all these boxes pop up. This is one of the most important features you've ever heard in that game. What's the point? Yeah, you the monsters were stronger and life restored the game, but why is it necessary?
Can I change
and so I didn't really bother with it, but I can still highly recommend that kind of sort to do that with everything.
Just show up and fire
Although
with
I didn't want to strictly want to run because it is
every time
skill so you can spend some of that money in order to build a magic could be lost. I would have spent
starting off with a heavy attack.
that show that everything I want is access to mine.
Durability of the weapon as well. Now this part of the fight isn't being really like it's just that take a look really is to way back in the area.
And he also has various
again, I like to live in the realm.
I'm just walking and
resurrect data, especially this
using the Estes, but a little bit smaller as well, like not having
it was very useful in one point characters gain secondary magic.
This is sort of the final encounter here. I don't have any healing left, and I get the final spell off there. Again, it would have been nice to parry a little bit
Just
more.
like overall the magic was well useless in counter because it could attack. Something crucial about magic that you really have to worry about is you can actually hurt your spell. So you can cast things like hacking a bomb, or that can work back to the party, which means that how fast the bomb is
I'm not saying
thing we're trying to get. So
reconciliation is something of value to religion, and the question is, how do you spell it? You can, I think you can
just very situational. Be wary of clicking back and forth between the character. Be wary of accidentally
how do you spell
Yeah, it's a fair question. I tend to argue transcendental arguments throughout, so it's kind of like it's a logical argument prior to logic at all, or logic or any knowledge plane at all, because it deals with
when a monster is
preconditions here. So it's kind of like I would agree with you that we're not going to settle the issue of like what things are possible or not possible. Part of what types of things we think are possible. So ultimately, for me, it's kind of a worldview question. We end up saying, well, the only way that I know what's possible is based on some kind of metaphysical assumption from the outside. And in order to go about that, we end up having to do very few transcendental argumentations. So that's kind of debating things that are fundamentally backwards. And the challenge is this, that if the Christian God does not exist, then and knowledge, metaphysics, and ethics becomes impossible to justify racism. So I usually flip this argument and say that the way that I know is that without that God existing, knowledge to justify true belief wouldn't really be possible. So God becomes pain. My argument, the necessary grounding for the possibility of knowledge, logic, ethics, at all. That's the transcendental argument.
That's the problem in the serpent temple. I think this would come time leveling up the school of logic and poison spell. Really intriguing concept, one that actually works is the encounter rate function, which really features the standard difficulty setting present in most RPGs, but also the how many monsters you can fully spawn per area. You may get more creatures that are sharp up on items, or you may want to sharply reduce that in case you're difficulty solving a puzzle. And sometimes I think that's sadly though, when the monsters spawn in, they're there for good. As far as I can tell, they won't let me spawn for a long while. That means if you need to get those monsters to go stable, they'll slowly choose areas and sort of gather at every monster and skip along the way until they create an incredible mass of monsters.
Because of the transcendental argument, that's where I'm starting.
So I never given a what your argument is saying. It's like because of some things that we see in the world, therefore the
Alright, I'm going to show you guys what I'm going to try
So the form of the argument is X is a necessary condition of Y therefore X. The argument is in terms of how X
On the other hand, doesn't really convey that. I mean, there is a fair amount of silence when you're walking around, but there's a little bit too much
a way to ground our knowledge.
like the monk is the most powerful character pretty much in the entire game. This class is incredible. They can get an enormous number of hits without needing a weapon because they just use their bare fists, and they can get tons of critical strikes. And even though they kick their armor, they rarely seem to get hit because their natural armor class is so high. So you don't even need to have to invest more weapons in them. They're doing better at damage than even the fighter sometimes. They are another character class here, the bishop, which most people say is an amazing one. I really don't like because what it effectively is that it's a magic user that can use spells from all of the different classes. So it's like a psionicist, an alchemist, a witch. However, she also gave levels really strong, like a trader. If she was specializing in one of the four classes, she would have gone up much faster, but instead, unfortunately, everything rises really slowly. So even towards the end of the game, to be honest, she's not quite where she really needs to be. So unless you level grind with the bishop, I don't find it to be especially good. It's just not all that useful. They also have the ability to remove cursed items. But speaking of that needs to come back in RPG games. Use cursed items that have a bit, and you suddenly find out that you can't unequip it. That's a really cool little penalty that you can get in game for being a little bit overzealous.
So I don't fault you for.
I also love that there's another character race that you very rarely see. Fairy, which is sort of like a one or two foot tall pixie that's always flying around, sort of like berserk. But you really rarely see that. It's a really cool thing that they included that. I usually have a fairy game that I play, and they look really cool.
Yeah, I mean, right, so again, it's a specific type of logical argument called the transcendental argument for God's existence, right? And it posits that before you can even do the type of questioning that you're asking about what's possible in terms of miracles, Bible stories, or whatever, that there are prior questions that we all have and assumptions about what's possible that have to be debated and solved. So in your worldview, you, as a skeptic or atheist or whatever you is, as agnostic, you would assume that, well, it just doesn't seem like those things are possible. So first argument clear, and I have different accounts of what things are in our culture. The second one is so the point there is to say that
there's just some cool stuff here. Speaking of which, as we have noticed, we have to tell you right now, and that is amazing.
my own governing commitment, Christian paradigm here is not. So no, we have fundamentally different accounts of what things are.
You know what? I can't quit. Normally you can save it.
That's the best part of the game.
wouldn't be likely to do in a competition of what they do occur. But given so the whole argument, you missed the entire argument. The argument is not settled by particular claims about this or that event in our lives. It's a question of paradigm as a whole. And you're reading everything, all the evidence that comes into your brain or whatever is read through your worldview, through your paradigm. And so you say, your assumption is that certain things are not possible, very unlikely. But that has nothing to do with whether or not it's going to strike you or these lines as a whole. So do you believe that there's more to prove the knowledge of
this character
My character here, I put some pants on.
Most games don't seem to recognize that.
Right, so I mean, I've heard, skeptically now a lot, and I don't have a problem with bringing forward certain skeptics' claims and arguments. But the point is that this is a much deeper issue than whether or not it's possible for something out of the ordinary to happen. So let's say that your grandmother left here and come back with a hospital or something like that. I mean, you would probably assume that even if that occurred, it was a miracle, it was some sort of like, weird phenomenon that kind of studied or understood yet, or science hasn't given us an answer yet, right? So even if someone rose from the dead, it wouldn't necessarily mean that the supernatural is your right?
I think it is absolutely amazing that even in the previous movie, you could actually from any reason at any time.
Well, don't you think that so there's a lot of claims to this in the world, right? And most skeptics.
Because I think you're a hard into a character portrait that I despise and end up hating a couple hours in the game. Oh my god, I can't look at this guy's face. I need something different here. What can I do? You can publish the game anytime you want. Or if you do a certain voice, I know pretty much always. You can change it right there.
I mean, there are miracle claims all the time in the world, and most people do not accept it. And most of the time people say, well, there's probably another explanation for that. You don't think in the case of grandmother, you would
reconstructed, which is
go
why
for another
or Dragon's Dogma, but it's something that needs to be encouraged for everyone. Now let's get to this has one of those satisfying
Anyways, I just wanted
that's why precisely why this can't be sold on what people's claims are. It's a, yeah, so that's why it goes to the paradigm model. That's the whole point of
we understand the divinity of the Bible.
Why don't we go ahead of that social media? Just a little bit more very outdated into what these I'll show you the next area.
Right, so the transient argument is prior to the logical argument, prior to the causal argument, before all of them, because it's an argument about the possible resurrection. So it's a meta level where it's familiar with meta, but a well, maybe we need to understand it first. I'm not trying to agree with it, but let's understand it first. So, what is your agnostic?
But wizardry is so sweet when you're attacking and seeing almost first-person shooter right on the front moving around the map. I think it works really well. Everything feels so smooth, so at the time, it's something that I want to do again. Fighting against the galaxy and I'm not worried that I'm going to be cut to pieces in a few seconds like I would in Magic, which has a somewhat similar but vastly less sophisticated battle system. You see, in Wizardry League, you can actually choose the location of various characters. You can put 3 people in the back, 3 people in the back, you're in the back, you can only use now spell. In the middle, you can use range weapons, spells, or you can use a weapon with a long range. However, in the front row, you can use pretty much anything you want. And determining where your characters need to go, where it's best to position them, whether you should move them around in combat to avoid being injured, all adds a richness to the tactical development of the game. You walk around the map and you can hold shift if you're going to run and when you have those unlike all the other Wizardry games, this one doesn't have random encounters. You're not going to be walking across an empty map and suddenly hear the battle music start and you're thrust into a random encounter like in a Final Fantasy. All of the enemies are present on screen, and you can choose whether you want to start combat early and get a hit signal all the way down to you has to make space for yourself. And you can also choose how to position yourself. It's very important to get yourself in the right position in this game, so you can back up against a corner or against a wall section from the back row of this like unlike the tedious Baldur's Gate style games where the complexity of the tactic and experience was never successful. So the more shallow, just more first-person shooter experience where you're just kind of having areas
So you're confusing, so it would help to take a difficult class, not being a rude person saying that, but you can assert the things that are commonly held, but that doesn't tell you to have the right theory, it's all the right theory.
I just love doing it, and you're going to have to love doing it because this game has an enormous amount of combat. That is a huge portion of the game is fighting enemies again, 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 again. And admittedly, as good as the system is, it's a little overbearing towards the end of the game. There's actually one section almost at the very end where you have to literally fight an army. And there are dozens and dozens of enemies. And not only that, but these enemies can actually summon in even more enemies. The battle takes a ridiculous amount of time. And it's, well, it gets a little expensive. Basically, the fact that these enemies are on the screen means that it's very, very hard to run away from them. Unless there's a door you can go through or city to enter, where it is, you can essentially expect to never be able to successfully run away from an enemy. You move way too slowly, you move way too fast. And it's just so difficult to get out of the line of sight of the enemy, especially because every time you run away, you're moving potentially closer towards another enemy, and you find yourself attacked from both sides by two groups of enemies. It's frankly better back before turn-based days where you can really just run and scarper and the heck out of one of the enemy is too tough. In this game, you can fight basically in a direction. It's really, really challenging. So you have to be very careful about and avoiding them on the screen is also part. There's a spell called Chameleon that you can get that allows you to theoretically hide from enemies, but it barely works. It just makes it very slightly harder for the enemy to see. Most of the time, unless you know exactly where you're going as you run, the enemies are going to get to you. So it can be very difficult to work your way around the map. But players will never end up war with enemy after enemy after enemy. In fact, the first area of the game you get to right after the opening area of the monastery is the Arnica Printed Road. And this area is almost listed amongst the game players as being brutally difficult. This is literally after the first city you ever encounter in the game. And it's so long, so confusing, and the enemies are really, really tough. But most of the time, those groups attacked by another group of enemies because you know you're going to be asleep at a disadvantage. It's very difficult to get across it, even if you know exactly where you're going, exactly what to do. The first time through the game, you just don't know if you're blind. It's absolutely savage. I don't know exactly what they could have done to slow down the number of random encounters and enemies. It just makes the game tedious and brutal. If the combat system wasn't so clear, it would be almost bearable. But it really is. And, well, that's always part of a Wizardry game. They can never really give you any battles. Because you just have to deal with it. At the 40 or 50 hour mark towards the end of the game, that's when it starts getting Speaking of brutality and things that are not fun, well, this game is quite probably the easiest of all the wizardry laws. However, it's still a brutally difficult game. It's very hard at times. During the times, you're mostly going to be worrying about not just the spell you're taking this spell, but more about the specific spells or abilities. They're going to be using things like sleep, insanity, tongue, paralyzation, blindness, like silence, fear, poison. It's really irritation. I mean that irritation is what stats. So I think just trying to damage your enemies is why you're a little bit more concerned about conflicting with random that's not true. It's also really confusing and difficult. So
but if I set a few
resist enemies.
so that one is
The
like
system
AoE.
almost seems to be designed for retail fighting another identical one or two spellcasters who get spells, but instead you're fighting enemies that are in huge groups of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and they all have the ability every round to cast this blindness or paralyzation ability. There's no way to avoid it. You have spells to do away with it, but when 10 people are all doing it to you again and again and again every single round, and it's affecting everyone in the group with every shot, you're basically just going to have to accept it. If in this game someone tells you to go to sleep, you're going to sleep. It doesn't matter if you try to wake them up, you're just going to go to freaking sleep. You're really going to have to prepare for a long illness. Even when you're a normal game, much less hard mode. That's not really challenging. And I just had to learn that there are some things that I don't mess around with. Like was it Antoine Wasps? I guess I'm almost at the end of the game, really careful. I stay far away from it. Essentially means that you're never going to land a hit. I really mean that. It's never going to happen. In a sequel game, most of the time your character hits, and occasionally it miss. But this game is the opposite. Most of the time your character is going to miss, and like 25% of the time you're going to hit. And almost any of these status effects pretty much either relieve the character from play, or it makes it much harder for them to hit. It makes them hit like 5 to 10% of the time, instead of the comparatively generous 25% of the time. This can be improved, especially because I found that the game too hasn't high difficulty. Either a game is easier at the beginning and gets harder each time, or like Dark Souls is very hard at the beginning and gets easier later on. This game, however, strangely starts off with a medium difficulty, and the middle of the game is the most challenging. And then finally at the very end, you actually get to be pretty competent. Like, it's kind of strange that all the difficulty is this huge spike in the middle instead of at the beginning. It makes trying to progress in the early part of the game, especially when you have to explore and discover where you have to go, to be very confusing. Really hard. And if you have to actually gameplay enough, stick around. Sort of like when I originally played Dark Souls. The gameplay is really rewarding, but it has to be filled with the intense level of challenge. Eventually, by the end of the game, your fighters are going to be going berserk and getting huge amounts of damage. Your monks and samurai are going to get tons and tons of critical hits. And eventually, your spellcasters are going to be using huge, devastating area of effect spells that are going to activate enemies pretty simple. But it takes a long, hard road to get there. And it reminds me of the brutality of the old drawn-out games of D&D and the now. That's the tough stuff this game gives. Overall, the game is a vast improvement to the other Wizardry games, which were much, much more difficult. For instance, you couldn't rest or heal in Wizardry settings. You had to use healing spells in order to eventually ran out. Or you had to rest again, which of course meant you could be attacked again. In this game, though, you rest and heal up very quickly. Very nice. The combat user interface is excellent and very easy to use. You can easily select which character you want to use and who you want to attack and use. Using magic is really cool because not only do you pick what spell that you're going to use, but you pick what power level you want to use it at, which of course uses more spell points, but also does more damage or is more effective or more long-lasting. The higher the power level, though, usually means that it's more likely for the spell to backfire or injure you in some way. So you have to have a really high skill level in that particular field of magic in order to cast the highest power level. Or you can chance it and just hope you can get away with it, which is kind of a fun thing
to sort of roll the dice and see if you would get away casting a much higher level spell than you normally would, and get away with killing a lot of enemies really fast. In almost every round of a fight, I immediately choose to set up a movement. And if you realize afterwards that you don't need to move, there's no penalty for it, so you can just cancel it. But usually I like to move a little bit and position myself. The combat system in this game is one of the absolute best in any RPG. It's rich, deep, incredible, absolutely fun, very easy to use, and incredibly addictive. Not surprisingly, in the 10 years between 7 and 8, they made a ton of improvements on the combat. And I think that this game, Wizardry 8, is the pinnacle of the entire world of classic RPG games in terms of its fighting. Better than anything else. Better than we set up the battle and watch it happen in those style levels of the setting. Better than anything else the Wizardry series had. Better than the vain attempt to capture AD&D rules that the Gold Box series or Baldur's Gate style games. This is the absolute best of, for lack of a better term, pre-modern RPGs in terms of combat. And I highly urge you to play it. You're not going to regret it. It's absolutely incredible. Now seems as good a time as any to get into one of the stickiest wickets when it comes to the entire Wizardry series. And that is the fact that this game was made back in the old days, when men were real men, and women were real women, and Sasquatches was real Sasquatches. In other words, this game is hard. Back in a time period when games were just starting to ease off of the customary difficulty that you would expect to find before the modern gaming scene made everything so simple and pathetic and easy. This game demands that you pay attention. You have to be aware of everything going on around you. You have to make a ton of really smart choices, and even if you make all of the right choices, you can be crushed utterly by luck. So you may have to try again and again and again. Saving and loading often is very, very important. The game is cool but free. You're going to do all right, but only if you thoroughly pay attention all the time and slack it. Because if you do, you're going to make a mistake and you could easily die. One missed move in a battle when you could have done the right thing but did the wrong thing, that can lead to your death. It is a little bit hard to recover in this game. If things start going badly, they're going to continue going badly. So you have to be on edge at all times. Very early on in the game, you can die. Your entire party can get wiped right at the start if you're not careful. Especially if you're playing on expert mode, your party can just be demolished. You can be erased very, very quickly. There's a boss early in the game in the first area, really just after an hour of play. It's very, very tough. And you can cause a TP KO, a total party KO, just instantly if you're not careful. You're probably going to have to reload and fight him a number of times. And there are a lot of deaths in this game. You're definitely going to die a lot. And you have to be very careful. And resurrection powder, that is not cheap. You get the resurrection spell here way later in the game. And up until that point, the only thing you can do is a resurrection power. It's several thousand gold pieces a pop. Just one resurrection party. Bring back one character to life. That can drain your entire party bank account instantly early in the game. And that's just with one character. So you have to be careful and probably reload if anybody dies for quite a while early on in the game. There is a way to find a couple of resurrection powders in the first dungeon. We're kind of in a difficult, confusing area to get. Anyone should possibly find them would find them in basic review. They probably would not. It gives it to you, but it's so tough to find them. It's kind of a trolling glitch. But I'm here to tell you that as long as you pay attention and work hard, you can do a great job. Because this game is actually, get ready for it, the easiest of any of the Wizardry games. It is much easier than Wizardry 7. That was far easier than any other previous Wizardry game. This game has an appropriately modified difficulty for the series. It's not agonizing like it would have been back in the 80s, and it's not relentlessly easy, even though it can be a little bit of a culture shock playing this for some people that are a little bit younger. A couple of occasions when the game is kind of BS with some of the things it does and some of the monsters. But overall, I thought that this was a healthy challenge that just kept me on my toes. I think that the challenge was done just about right throughout the game. Although towards the end, when instant death clouds began to be cast over your entire party over and over again, that was a little bit much. Or every single round that passes with a chance for everyone in the party to die, and they have to make a saving throw against them. That was a little bit too much. But other than that, just about right. Moving about the world is silky smooth and works beautifully. It doesn't have the annoying clunkiness of a grid-based system like Legend of Grim Dawn, Might and Magic 4 and 5, or the previous Wizardry games are doing. And I'm not constantly fighting with the game like the ridiculous Baldur's Gate or Planescape Torment style system. Everything is relaxing and as smooth as butter. There are some minor irritants when getting around because, unfortunately, sometimes NPCs can block your way, and there's really nothing you can do to get them out of your path. You just have to camp for an hour or two and wait for them to move on in their path, and they'll just get stuck right in the middle of places. It's really irritating, but it doesn't happen too often. And be careful wandering around the tree city of Trenton, because these guys can actually knock you off the edge and kill you if you're not careful. Speaking of the NPCs, most of the town areas in these games, they simply don't have any safe areas. It's very different from most games where there's a dungeon and a safe area in town where you can hide and talk to NPCs. This game, every single area is a dungeon. Even the towns are swarming with monsters, and you have to be very, very careful. There's no safety point, there's no relaxation area. There might be one or two shops where you can kind of shelter yourself in if you're lucky, but for the most part, the entire game, every step you take, there's something waiting to kill you.
But really, listen to how short this is.
I will fucking murder you!
And that can get a little bit irritating over time. Like, I just want to relax a little bit in town before I head back into the dungeon, for heaven's sake. I mean, even in Wizardry 1, the town didn't have people in it who were going to attack you. So you gotta be careful, even in seemingly safe areas, because there are enemies waiting to jump you at every corner. Wizardry 8 is the final game in the series, has a regular map that you can just pull up with a button. Unlike in Wizardry 7, which was very irritating and tired, that was making skill, opening it up in the inventory was kind of slow, it was kind of irritating. I just really didn't like that, so I'm very happy that I made that change. I especially like that you can write things on the map yourself. The maps themselves are completely blank. You don't have the place where it's blacksmith, dungeon, temporary. I really enjoy that because it does encourage you to get to know the area yourself, to explore everything. And you've got the tedium of drawing the official map on yourself. I think it still has that old-fashioned element to moving about the world, creating things. Exploring the entirety of an area, filling out every last detail of notes is just a really fun thing, and I really enjoy it. Some people may find it tedious, but I think it's a good part of the system. A good middle ground between old-fashioned cliches and more modern, simplistic style. Just in general, the user interface of Wizardry 8 is a dream. It is absolutely so easy to use. It puts Baldur's Gate, Planescape Torment, and of course all the other older games in really nice shape. Equipping armor and weapons, using items, identifying things. Everything is pretty straightforward and simple. I know Wizardry 7 is an older game, but that doesn't make me happy about using it inventory. It's just old-fashioned and clunky. It does not work for it. The process of engaging with and interacting with the world is a lot easier to pull if you can Now, some people may prefer a data system and their own maps, but I really don't. I like the old style. Traveling from one area to another can be a little bit confusing, I would say. Not that it's hard necessarily to know where you're going, especially if you play the game before, but it's hard to know how long it's going to take, because it entirely depends on those random encounters. When I first went to Trenton, for instance, it took me a long time to get from point A to point B. It took me over an hour in this one section because I had to fight the monster, and unfortunately, those NPCs that are wandering around, the sort of town guardsmen of the villages, well, they'll join you in a fight, which is kind of a good thing because you want them to help you because the battles are very, very difficult. Unfortunately, that also means that turn adds how many characters have to fight and slows everything down a crawl. And suddenly, instead of 10 enemies in your party fighting, it's 10 enemies in your party plus 15 other guys that are trying to help you. So it just ends up making everything agonizingly long. However, sometimes you can come here and there's no enemies to fight whatsoever, and you can skate through it in a minute or two. And when I replay the game, I tend to do it by avoiding as many random encounters as I
possibly can. Not that I don't want to fight, of course I do, but if I don't have to, I try to get out of it, because I don't really want to be bogged down, especially because of another facet of the game, scaling enemy difficulty. Aside from a tiny number of enemies that are populated or essentially on one skill level, the vast majority of the enemies that you fight in the game scale to your characters, which is something I have a lot of feelings about. I can understand why you would want to do this, because theoretically that means that anywhere you run to at any time, you're going to be very, very challenging. So the game theoretically won't get boring. You're always going to be fighting enemies that are really, really tough, whether you're level 1 or level 20. It can keep everything exciting, engaging, and just make it a really good challenge. On the other hand, though, I think that there's really something to be said for becoming a really tough, powerful character over time. Part of playing an RPG should be you becoming really, really strong after playing it for many, many hours. And in this game, you never really get that sense. You always are facing enemies that are brutally tough. It's a little strange going back to early game areas where I really should be able to trounce everything in my way. And finding enemies that can actually pose a difficulty to my party and force me to always think and react and fight. And some people really like that and want that, and it makes me think that certain areas become trivialities that you don't have to care about anymore, and they would prefer a really rough system where you're always on your toes, but I don't necessarily enjoy that, and I think that if I were making a game, I would exclude that. It's not that I don't want tough areas and tough enemies, I just want there to be a gradual skill progression from easy to hard. I don't want to be worrying about going to the first level of the game and getting my butt kicked by something there. The world itself is absolutely huge, and with all the fighting and traveling we're going to be doing, I could easily expect 40, sometimes I don't worry hours. And you know, I was when this incident came through, I would say I got between 45 and 50 hours, and that was because I knew the game very well. I was not really taking my time to it. I was kind of rushing through this, and I spent more time basically basically more hours on it. And if I didn't know what the heck I was doing and figuring it out the first time, yet another 10 hours. So long game. But I think it's definitely well worth it. When you traverse the area, you will eventually get access to spells, portals, and portals, and that allows you to teleport between different areas of the map, and that is very, very useful. And it kind of feels like the teleportation between bonfires that you get in the Dark Souls series. It's a reward that you get for reaching a certain point in the game, or in this case, reaching a certain level of your being. And the fact that you get access to teleporters that race out and goes along with this spell, you can go through a ton of things very quickly with teleportation. It just feels like such a rewarding moment of spending so much time agonizing problems through large sections of the game, and you finally get the spell and you're able to just click back and forth between different lines. It's absolutely beautiful. It's very, very useful. We're going to be going into the story section of the game now, and I have to warn you, I will be spoiling a bunch of things. So if you don't care about that, keep listening, or if you do, then skip this point. The story of Wizardry Games starts you off on an unknown planet as a group of adventurers hired by a wily wizard who wants to hire you for a job but won't tell you what it is, and leads you towards his spaceship. As you travel through space, you eventually end up at the planet Dominus, and are shot down by the terrible creature known as the Dark Souls, and your spaceship crashes on the planet. Grimtag is killed, and you're left wondering what the heck any of this was about and why you're here. But you don't have to start confusing fucking stats. From Wizardry 7 into Wizardry 8, and considering you can import a party from Wizardry 6 into Wizardry 7, and you can carry over items that are important to the story all the way from Wizardry 6 back in the 80s into Wizardry 8. And if you happen to do that, you get a massive XP bonus when you give one of those extra special characters, and that is really, really cool to tie all these games together. It's incredible. Jay, so the party from Wizardry 7, you get a different introduction called we cannot Gradually, you uncover the story. There's apparently some sort of strange artifact in the ancient world called the Cosmic Forge that cosmic chord is the most powerful artifact in the history of existence. It is something that is used by the gods to literally create everything in the universe. You can use it to write.
But Mannion points out the paper just saying that is necessary for rotation doesn't mean that it's the case. It also doesn't tell me that my mental schema of what's necessary for rotation necessarily applies. So that's what you need to consider simplification of these things than just the idea that what appears to be irrational. A lot of times they confuse. So the first argument I had with Paul Ford in DM 4 years was I mentioned this point, and he said, well, you're just talking about recording. Aristotle says if you disagree with this identity, you are not just assuming it and use it, but there's a reduction without it, issues. Other questions get raised and shows that we're not actually just saying that here's what you phrase the other one needs a stronger case. Not the same sort of argument that there are multiple other in other words, you don't worldview along with these you can't either have self-evident stories. That might be a little
It sounds like just a trend line here is that pointing to the necessary consequences of one thing isn't sufficient because there's a whole slew of other things that need to be the case to get one thing that's operates. So for instance, if I come to the conclusion of a projector orbit and it's absurd, therefore I shouldn't do it, or like for using kitchen, it's like, well, people ask me if I have free will, and I say, choice of this kind of thing.
give you the justification for the
yeah, because there's just more isolated instance that you can refer to, even if you grant it. Okay, fine, it's absurd to reject it. To reject something that fine. Now you have another thing that is absurd to reject. And now how many things can you put in the basket that are absurd to reject? Well, we would call them, correct me if I'm wrong, the things that are absurd to reject for anyone to reject as a full the transcendental categories the sort of the meaningful question would be that most things altogether will still stick correct?
Yeah,
all of it together.
I think that's true in the manuscript. Similar basic line, which is when you use the Kantian argument that okay, let's say there's an argument that it does. It is seemingly absurd to not have and so therefore I need the law of identity. And so let's grant that. That doesn't tell me that the law of identity, what I think is going on in my head, is in other words, what about the extra force that you haven't solved that stuff yet? And so just on that basis alone, it shows evidence and the force is not enough justification. Because then he goes on to say, well, maybe the laws of logic conceptually that we all think we think
Yes, we just think is pragmatic. But it's a bit practical.
exactly.
We assume yes, we can use that for anything like that.
So it's like, yes, pragmatic term, and that's not justification. And by that anything that seems
all these problems
Okay, so let me just ask you again, if you were to go into this yourself, maybe if there was a might as well try to turn you made a lot of sense right there with these individual things that you would argue, the absurdity of the conclusion, the consequences. So absurdity of running away, which is a 90 If you said, if they agreed with you and said, okay, so if they don't argue something by necessity doesn't fully justify, but you can accept the argument that to reject something and use it is silly, shouldn't do that. What if they put that to you and say, well, Jay, you know, if the argument God transcendental is of necessity, what's the classification difference between this unique item called using logic and rejecting logic uses logic? What's the difference now if they're going to say, well, you're saying argument of necessity right now that you just said that's not true just because it's necessity?
So that's why I always try to just negative critique. Each tag you'll present the positive case. So the first critique, and if we were conscious, we would have to admit, like Barry Brown paper says, that there's a problem in Kant's argument that doesn't necessarily prove the argument. So remember in the first case, my law of identity, the reason that doesn't give me some justification is because I can just simply counter Kant's critique and say, well, just because it sounds to me necessary, that's sort of what I do. Does not tell me that that's a real necessary. But how does it which is better to feel that happens in my coherence like quite necessarily, but now that I've got a pretty whole world where we get through that's the sort of objective theory. So that's your part, then an argument that's great.
That makes sense. Like, analogy was that's a lot. Physics, reality, and I have this part that's a just take it, but a Christian worldview. Not only is any other can't justify the Swiss Army, I'm going to tell you how it is to have the Swiss Army whatever using not an argument that you had for any position. Again, I'd like to take like mentality from all these arguments. Yeah, like just shows you that's like we're asking and this is really always science
And when I first encountered this boss, I had a lot of trouble with it. That was right there. If you don't even steal that, one shot on that. Also, if you have an stamina, one shot at it. Like this guy, that was so I'm actually right at the top of the stairs. He falls off. Now watch how the camera is stunned. Right there, he's stunned. I could have actually gotten some nice shots off, but I'm prioritizing I much prefer systems one target at a time because if I'm just trying to kill the camera even target him and I get hit by a zombie dog and the camera just the zombie dog out of the way screw that you're on out just again try and isolate the dog kill them all and if you really need to just hold your shield up lure the camera even to the top of the ramp just to pop off he'll be stunned if you get some shots this straight sword now plus one is pretty good damage especially if you switch into the
stop and wait.
Number 6, Tony Hawk. Some games define so that's a scary kids who have never touched every
Skip the class, awkwardly ramping stairs.
From the moment that first guitar was out, the soundtrack alone is that was the only boss section. But it wasn't just the night of I'm not going to take short out. They asked because I want like
you like stirring? She wanted to play with some songs. Or they were in has always been curious. Our magic is that of power of the sun
as a pyro. Jack and Farley are trying to experience
Wait, slaughtered mother.
That's a very powerful path to it as well.
Wait!
I'm not going to
things you see here are your choice, child. No, we should go back. I cannot stop the ritual or choose what to say. Lay fear aside. Chaos. Child, here.
At this point, I'm just excited.
Try to on fire. Why heal by seeing this? Because clearly evil. I don't know. Answer me. Just why? Just lied. I have no answer. And an answer must exist. Stay back. Margaret, what is this?
But, after the video editing, we are right back to it. I'm not going to make you guys watch the run to this section all the way down to the bonfire that I recently spawned. It's only about 2.5 minutes.
I was testing this in my stream. I can actually use it in combat.
So, I toured
What are you saying?